Extra, extra, set it at extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Brick Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Brick Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Proof of Treason. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle, the exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. The two men lounging near the payphone in the neighborhood drugstore consulted their watches.
It's 8 o'clock now.
I got 1 minute, too.
That's it, Dirk?
Yeah. I'll get it, Pop. It's for me. I'm expecting a call.
All right.
Hello. Yeah, talking. He's there, huh? Okay, leave it to me and Brad. Don't worry.
All set?
All set. Baldwin just got home. Let's go.
Third house from the corner, right?
Right. His room is in the front, on the first floor. Got the grenade ready?
Sure.
Don't miss.
I never miss. Baldwin is finished.
Oh, there's the house.
Step on it.
An hour later, Axford was discussing the case with Brick Reed and Miss Case in the publisher's office.
And so they drove past, and one of them threw a grenade into the front room, blew it to smithereens. A gangster's job, said I to Burke when he told me about it. It would seem to be, says he, but Baldwin is no gangster.
Well, is he sure of that, Michael?
The man is a professor, Casey. There's little enough we have on him in our files. A few stories, a picture, but...
Is that the file?
It is.
I see it.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
One of the stories is about his coming to the university from Washington, where he was doing some research. There's an interview on the subject of, what is it, Reed?
Nuclear fission. The possibility of adapting atomic energy to commercial use.
Well, Mr. Reed, has he been connected with any of the government projects?
No, Miss Case.
Just the same, he has a lot of know-how about busting the atom. And so it's my theory that it wasn't any gangsters who were after him. It was a bunch of Reds. Who else would want to kill him?
In that case, the federal men will be investigating the murder.
Murder? Who said anything about murder?
Well, what else would you call it?
For there to be a murder, there has to be someone killed.
Well, you've certainly led us to believe Professor Baldwin was killed.
I said his room was blown to bits. He didn't happen to be in it at the time.
Oh, no.
He was out in the kitchen helping his landlady raise a window that was stuck.
Oh.
Michael!
They had no trouble at all with the window after the explosion.
Oh, you old fraud.
It was an attempted murder. There's no doubt of that.
Yes, but I'm not sure that I agree with your theory, Axford.
That it was Reds who were behind it?
Well, I can understand they might be interested in what the professor knows, but killing a man is a poor way to get information from him.
True thing, Reed.
Since Baldwin's alive, I suppose the police have questioned him.
They have.
Does he have any enemies?
Well, he says not. He says that it must have been a mistake, that the grenade was intended for someone else.
It's possible. Well, keep me informed if there are any developments, Axford. We'll let the rest of these letters go until tomorrow, Miss Case.
Thank you.
As soon as Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, he dialed Commissioner Higgins' private number.
Hello?
Britt Reed, Commissioner.
I had an idea I'd have a call from you.
Concerning Professor Henry Baldwin?
Exactly. You want to know whether those hoodlums made a mistake?
Well, did they?
Well, I'm not sure. I questioned the professor myself.
Oh, what did he say?
He gave a very good imitation of a petrified pedagogue.
Imitation.
Well, that's the way it seemed to me.
Well, you don't believe the bombing was a mistake, then?
Why don't you question the professor yourself?
Is that an order, sir?
Well, I'm not in any position to give orders to you.
Is he still at the 3rd Street address?
No, he's moved into the Weston Hotel a few blocks away.
Room number?
324.
324, Weston Hotel.
The doorman at the freight entrance goes off duty at 11 o'clock.
It's close to that now. You must have some reason for not trusting the professor.
Well, I didn't have at the time I talked to him. But since he checked into the Weston, he made a telephone call to River 41180.
That means nothing to me.
Well, that number belongs to Wilkes Sherman.
Oh, the reform candidate for mayor.
Reform. We have the cleanest city administration this town has ever known. Sherman's a demagogue who's appealing to every prejudice. If he's elected... Oh, hold the wire. They're buzzing me from homicide.
I'll be here. Cato,
Yes, Mr. Britt.
mask and gas gun.
We have written down the address, number 324, Weston Hotel. We need tools to open a window in River Hotel.
Oh, Britt,
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
this may break the case wide open. A woman in the rooming house where Professor Baldwin lived caught the license number of the car. The one that was used in the murder attempt.
Good.
We've traced it. Belongs to Dirk Cotto. He's a known hoodlum. We're going after him.
You know where to find him?
Apartment 615, the Washington Arms. We may be able to break the case, though, through the usual channels now.
Yeah, whatever you say, Commissioner.
There's no need to be so resigned. Your man expert is here. You'll get the story as soon as anyone.
Good night, Commissioner.
Good night.
Well, then we not go out tonight, Mr. Britt?
You heard what the Commissioner said, Cato?
Oh, he talks very loud.
Well, we're going out. First, we'll see what happens at 1000 River Street.
Sergeant Burke and Axford took the rickety elevator to the 6th floor of the Washington Arms.
Suppose he isn't in.
He's in. The patrolman on the beach saw him come in about an hour ago. Yep, here we are, 6th floor.
611, 613. That's the next one.
He's in. Shadow, open up. It's no use stalling. We know you're in there. Open the door, Shadow. This is the police. Just a second. Open this door. We'll break it down.
Hey, what's the idea of waking a guy up in the middle of the night?
You always whistle in your sleep, Cado?
Turn on the lights, Axford.
Right.
Okay, so I didn't want to be disturbed. What's on your so-called mind? Well, say something.
You'll do the talking, Cato.
About what?
About Professor Baldwin.
Baldwin? Never heard of him.
Then why'd you throw a grenade into his room tonight?
Me? You're crazy. I was at a movie. A triple feature at the Criterion. I was in there from 6 o'clock until 11.
Your car was spotted on 3rd Street. A few minutes after 8.
My car hasn't been out of the garage all day.
We've just come from the garage. The hood's still warm.
I didn't take it out.
We have 2 witnesses who'll swear that you were driving it.
Oh, so it's that way, huh?
Yeah. You're in a tough spot, Dirk.
This Baldwin mug. Is he dead?
And why shouldn't he be dead? With a grenade
That's enough,
exploding?
Axford. You're under arrest, Cato.
Now, wait a minute. Your witnesses must have seen somebody besides me in that car.
That doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does. It was... Oh!
Those shots came from the building across the court.
There's someone up on the roof.
Here, I see him.
He's wearing a mask. Holy crow, that's the Green Hornet.
It was Britt Reed Sergeant Burke and Axford saw on the roof of the building next door. He had climbed up there to see what happened in Dirk's apartment when the police called on him. But it was not Britt who fired the shots that killed Dirk Caddo. They had come from a room directly opposite the gangsters. Britt realized the police were after him, so there was no time to investigate. He ran down the fire escape on the far side of the building and sprinted through the alley to the Black Beauty.
What happened, Mr. Britt?
Caddo was shot as the police were questioning him. Did you see a man come out of that building?
Oh, yes, he ran past here.
Which way did he turn at the corner?
Oh, to left.
After him.
There he is, getting into a blue car.
Hold it down. Follow him.
Is that the man who shoot Caddo?
I'm almost sure of it, but the police think I did the shooting. Don't lose that car.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, what's the first thing you think of when you get home from school? I bet it's something good to eat. So you go straight to the kitchen for a tasty snack. And to make that snack a real delight, reach in your refrigerator for an ice-cold Orange Crush. Boy, it's just wonderful with a cheese sandwich or oatmeal cookies. Orange Crush is the most refreshing drink in the world. It sparkles, it tingles. It's just what you want when you're tired out and thirsty. And no orange drink you ever tasted can match the tangy, fresh fruit flavor of delicious Orange Crush. You see, Orange Crush is made with real oranges, fresh, juicy, tree-ripened oranges from sunny California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That golden, fresh fruit Orange Crush goodness all comes from nature. That's why you can drink all you want of swell-tasting Orange Crush. It's good for you. Tell that to your mom, and tell her you really love it. Tell her you'll sure appreciate it if she'll keep the refrigerator stocked up with Orange Crush all the time. She can get it at her grocer's in 6-bottle handy packs. And when you or Mom go to buy Orange Crush, make sure that's what you get. Don't say orange, say, I want Orange Crush, 'cause there's no other drink so good. You'll recognize Orange Crush by its famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps sunlight out and keeps flavor in. So always ask for and be sure you get genuine Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. The gunman in the blue sedan drove carefully until he left the city behind. Then he stepped hard on the accelerator. He followed the lake road, and half an hour later reached a cluster of summer cottages. With one exception, all of them were dark. The gunman parked his car in a grove of trees next to a maroon convertible and hurried toward the cabin that housed a dim light in the front room.
Okay, I got him just as the police started to grill him.
You had no chance to talk?
No, but it was dangerous business shutting him up. I might have been caught.
It had to be done. Not being a member of the party, he couldn't be trusted. You made a clean getaway?
I think so.
Yeah. We've had a number of lucky breaks tonight. I've had a phone call from Baldwin.
The what?
You heard me.
He's alive. I didn't get him.
And it's very fortunate you didn't.
But we have strict orders.
The execution must wait. It turns out that Baldwin hasn't been a complete fool. When he decided to break with the party, he also decided to protect himself in the same way others have done.
He has evidence against you?
Yes. Transcripts of secret documents in my handwriting that I passed on to him for typing and microfilming.
But you haven't done any of that work for 3 years.
He planned ahead. He knew I was slated for a political career, and that the party wouldn't like to lose their investment in me.
If he were to turn that evidence over to the authorities...
He's more interested in living.
What did he tell you?
That he must make a phone call once a day to a certain person. If he doesn't, the person has instructions to mail an envelope to Washington.
So we can't touch him until we get the envelope.
That's it.
If we just had him here for a few hours...
Either here or someplace even more remote. Say, look out. Behind you, Brad. The kitchen door.
What?
It's the Green Hornet.
Take it.
You shot him.
Yes. You'll be out for an hour. Now, let's see if you're armed.
No.
Sit down.
Why have you come here? What do you want?
I'm delivering your friend to the police.
Why?
Because they're looking for me for the murder of Dirk Caddo. And I don't like to be accused of murders I didn't commit.
You followed Brad here?
Of course. Now, it looks as if you'll have to find someone else to help you with your plans.
How long have you been out in the kitchen?
Long enough. So you'd like to get Professor Baldwin someplace where you can work him over?
Yes, I would.
How much would you pay?
$500.
Make it 5,000.
It's a deal. You deliver him here?
No, I'll pick the place. You'll be hearing from me.
What are you going to do with Brad?
Drop him off someplace where he can be found easily.
The police will never be able to prove he shot Dirk?
You think not? Just wait until they check the gun he's carrying. The slugs they fire from it will match the ones they find in Dirk. And just in case you plan to make trouble...
I promise you I'll not interfere in any way.
I'll make sure of it.
No.
All right, Cato. Give me a hand with this hoodlum.
What do we do with him?
Leave him somewhere near headquarters. Then call the commissioner and tell him where he can be found.
You tell Commissioner everything we hear?
Of course.
What'd he do about it?
Send the information over to the federal authorities. Let's go.
As a result of the Green Hornet's activities that night, the killer, Brad Carson, was in jail the following morning, and the district attorney prepared to prosecute. The commissioner and Britt had lunch together at the City Club.
Carson will be convicted, there's no doubt of it. I only wish there was some way we could tie Sherman in with the case.
Carson would have to talk.
There's no chance of that.
What about the espionage angle?
Federal men have had no luck with the professor. He denies ever having been a member of the party. He says that Sherman is a complete stranger. Never even heard his name till he came here.
Well, I can think of one way to get the professor's evidence.
Well, how?
Well, if the professor doesn't telephone his friend, whoever he or she is, the evidence will be sent to Washington.
Are you suggesting that we hold him incommunicado?
I realize that'd be impossible for you.
For anyone, Bridge.
Of course. Well, I must be getting back to the office, Commissioner.
Will you be here tomorrow?
No, I'll be out of town for a few days. I'll be seeing you, Commissioner.
That night, the Black Beauty raced through the streets of the city once more. Professor Henry Baldwin was wakened from a troubled sleep by a knocking at the door of his hotel room.
Who's there?
A message.
Leave it at the desk. I'll pick it up in the morning.
It's urgent, Professor. Must be delivered at once in person.
Very well.
I'm coming in.
You're masked. The Green Hornet. What do you want?
Get dressed, Professor. I'm taking you to Sherman.
No.
And advise you to come quietly. Otherwise, I'll have to use force.
You wouldn't dare shoot me. If you do, the whole truth will come out about Sherman.
He doesn't want that to happen.
Then go back to him. Tell him that if I'm not able to make a telephone call at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, he'll go to jail for espionage.
There's plenty of time to talk between now and 8 o'clock.
You promise that no harm will come to me?
Yes, I can promise that. If you don't make any trouble.
Very well, then. I'll come with you. Perhaps Sherman and I had better have a talk. When we've finished, he'll be convinced that he must leave me alone. I'll be ready to go in 5 minutes.
Half an hour later, Wilkes Sherman received a call from the Green Hornet.
Hello?
Sherman?
Yes.
This is the Green Hornet. I'm ready to collect that 5,000.
You've taken him prisoner? Where is he?
Meet me at the 23rd Street Wharf in 15 minutes.
It will take me a little time to round up some men.
You'll come alone. Not at all.
But if we're to make him talk, I'll need help.
I'll give you all the help you need.
You're asking me to trust you a great deal.
You're afraid I'll knock you over the head and take the 5,000?
Frankly, yes.
You needn't bring it with you. I'll collect later.
Well, in that case...
15 minutes.
I'll be there.
Sherman reached the foot of 23rd Street, he found the Green Hornet waiting for him in a speedboat tied to the dock.
Get in.
What's the idea of the boat?
The professor's on board that cruiser anchored out in the river.
A cruiser. Not a bad idea.
Hurry up.
Yes.
I don't understand this. Why should Sherman want to keep me a prisoner? Means political suicide for him. Means prison.
And what does it mean for you, Professor?
The end of fear.
How's that?
No, it's hard to explain. But there was a full confession in the envelope that was sent to Washington 2 days ago. I described how I happened to join the party and everything I did while I belonged to it. I gave all my reasons for breaking away. Now that the confession's been read, I'll probably go to jail myself. If I live long enough, that is.
You live.
But the strange thing is that faced with prison, I feel free for the first time in years. That's why I'm no longer afraid.
When the professor had finished eating, Britt took the tray and locked the cabin once more. The second tray was taken to the chart room above deck, where Sherman sat in a chair bound hand and foot. His hands were untied so he could eat. Sherman picked up an argument that had been going on for 3 days.
Admit it, Hornet. You're holding me for ransom.
I admit nothing.
I've told you who to contact. Have you managed to do it yet?
How could I contact anyone? I haven't left the boat.
You have a shortwave radio on board. I've heard you sending code.
Actually?
I mean a code of your own. I've picked up some of the words, but they don't make sense. Why not admit that you're keeping in touch with a Confederate on shore? All I want to know is whether he's contacted my men yet.
Do you want any more to eat?
No.
I'll tie your hands again.
After taking the tray back to the galley, Britt tuned in the shortwave transmitter and began to send. Almost at once, he received an answer. He copied down the incoming message letter by letter, and then sent a message to stand by. He decoded the message he had received.
Have reported your cruiser stolen. Coast Guard now searching for it. All newspapers carrying headlines on Professor's confession and proof of Sherman's guilt. Federal men looking for both Professor and Sherman.
Hurriedly, Britt wrote a sentence, coded it, and sent a last message and a sign-off.
Meet me, Windmill Point, 10 o'clock, the convertible.
Shortly before 10 o'clock that evening, Axford hurried into Miss Case's office with a flash bulletin.
Casey, will you look at this? They found Mr. E's cruiser.
Where?
Adrift in the middle of the lake. There's something wrong with the engine. They're towing it into the yacht club.
Was there anyone on board?
There was, and that's the big news.
Who?
Sherman and the professor.
Good heavens. Well, the federal men will be waiting to arrest them.
Sherman, anyway. It's the general consensus of opinion that the professor hasn't done enough to be prosecuted. He's more of a hero than a criminal.
You'd better get to the yacht club as fast as you can.
I'm on me way!
At 10:30, Cato parked the convertible in front of the yacht club, and Britt, wearing the light topcoat and hat Cato had brought him, got out of the car and started for the pier, which was crowded with people. The first person he recognized was Axford.
Greed, you got back from your vacation just in time.
In time for what?
The Coast Guard found your boat.
Well, I'm glad of that.
But that's only the beginning. They found Sherman and Professor Baldwin on board it. Sherman was trying to get the engine started, and the professor was tied hand and foot and locked in the cabin below decks.
Well, does that mean Sherman was holding the professor a prisoner?
Of course it does, but he denies it. Says he didn't even know the professor was on board. He has some wild tale about the Green Hornet.
Oh, what sort of a tale?
Oh, that it was the Hornet who stole the boat. That it was the Hornet who had been holding him, Sherman that is, a prisoner. And that just a few hours ago, the Hornet steers the boat into the middle of the lake, does something to the engine, cuts Sherman's ropes, jumps into a speedboat he'd been towing, and takes off for the shore. Now, who could believe anything like that?
Oh, who indeed?
But Sherman has a lot more to worry about than a charge of stealing your cruiser. Have you read about the professor's confession?
Yes, I have a copy of the Sentinel in the car.
Well, he's ready to back up his confession with his personal testimony. He'll get off scot-free, mark my words. And instead of being our next mayor, Sherman will be just a number.
Yeah. Oh, there's the commissioner. Commissioner?
Oh, hello, Reed. I haven't time to talk, but I hope you had a nice vacation.
I had a wonderful time. I wish you'd been with me.
Oh, no, thank you. Your idea of a wonderful time isn't mine. I'd just as soon spend a vacation with the Green Hornet.
Sentinel Extra, paper, Reds indicted for spying. Wilk Sherman branded as spy. Read all about it. Green Hornet escape. Sentinel Extra, paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at this same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Jeff Warren's Safe. And now till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Now it's 8:30, and we come to Saturday Night Theatre. At 8 o'clock, on the morning of Friday, March the 23rd, 1827, Baron Hullock took his seat on the bench at Lancaster. Although others were certainly involved, we are only really concerned with one man, Edward Gibbon Wakefield. And this, in substance, is how he was charged.
The jurors of our Lord the King, upon their oath, present that Elizabeth Dalby, by lawful means, that is to say, by the consent, direction, and appointment of William Turner, Esquire, the father of Ellen Turner, a maid and unmarried, had the order, keeping, education, and governance of the said Ellen Turner. And the jurors present that on the 7th day of March, 1826, at Manchester, Edward Gibbon Wakefield, gentlemen, unlawfully, wickedly, and injuriously and for the sake of lucre and gain, did conspire, combine, confederate with divers other persons, whose names are unknown, by divers subtle stratagems and contrivances, and by false representations, unlawfully to take and convey the said Ellen Turner, a maid unmarried and within the age of 16 years, from the possession of Elizabeth Dolby, and did then marry her at Gretna Green in Scotland, against the peace of our Lord the King, his crown and dignity.
The Road to Gretna Green by Peter Hunt.
What's the time, Turner?
By my watch, nearly 8:30, Mr. Wakefield, sir.
Good, we must be just about there. Now, let's go over the ground once again. You have the letter?
Yes, sir.
So, you go in first and find this Miss Dolby. Understand you are Mr. Turner's butler, engaged after Ellen Turner returned to school. You realize, don't you, that if you say you'd been engaged during the Christmas holiday, Miss Ellen would know you?
I understand.
Good. The impression you must give to Miss Dolby is that I am tired, having travelled from Paris. You've come to meet me in Liverpool for my business meeting with Mr. Turner. I am known to Mr. Turner, but not well. We simply have some business together. Understood?
Yes.
Make a thing about how tired and how important I am, how quickly all this has to be done. I will come into the school as soon as Miss Dolby has had time to read the letter and act upon it. And Pierre, everything depends on the impression we make. You will behave like a butler to a high sheriff should behave, eh?
Of course, sir. May I ask a question of you, sir?
Yes.
If I may venture a suggestion, sir, you are attempting a rouge et noir. It is a gamble, n'est-ce pas?
Pierre, you know what I want to do in the world. And my wife died before she could inherit her fortune. I had nothing. And 2 children, yes?
Yes.
First, there's the future of the children. Foster life in Paris is not good for them. They must be brought up to the way of life I intend for them. That is my first concern. And second, if I am to succeed with my views on how this country is to develop the colonies, I must become a member of Parliament. And I cannot become a member unless I have money. I have no money. Mr. Turner's daughter, Ellen, is an heiress. If I can win her, I will have a wife for my children, and her money for what I plan to do in public life. You do see the logic in that?
Yes, sir, I see the logic. I still think it is a gamble. Rouge et noir. The odds are not better than that.
This must be the place we're slowing down. A gamble? Well, I succeeded once before, didn't I? And no one was hurt.
That's true, sir.
Now emphasize the urgency of our travelling on as soon as possible. And don't drink. English servants don't.
Never, sir?
Well, hardly ever. And never in public.
Ah, I understand, sir. Miss Dolby? Madame Dolby?
Oh, no, sir. Just the maidservant.
Would you be kind enough to inform your lady that Mr. Wakefield is here with an urgent letter concerning Miss Turner?
Oh, yes, sir.
What is it, Mary?
A letter concerning Miss Turner, Miss Dolby.
Oh, I see. Good morning, sir. Would you please come in?
You are most kind, madame.
Miss Dolby, you understand, sir, that my sisters and I have this establishment for young ladies. You have a letter concerning Miss Turner?
Yes, from Dr. Ainsworth. I know the contents, Miss Dolby, but forgive me, caution is necessary.
Oh, I see. Would you care for some refreshment?
Well, we have traveled a long way. I would appreciate a small glass of brandy.
Oh, brandy. Oh, yes, just so. Mary?
Yes, Miss Dolby?
Will you fetch some brandy?
Yes, miss.
Now, Mr.
Devenu, Miss Dolby. Is that correct?
Yes.
I am butler to the High Sheriff, Mr. Turner.
Oh, yes, I see.
I am here with an English gentleman, Mr. Wakefield. He is waiting outside in the carriage. He has instructed me to bring this letter to you from Dr. Ainsworth. Mrs. Turner's doctor.
Oh, you know its contents?
Yes. Forgive me, mademoiselle. We must be quick. I am to await your instructions, mademoiselle, until you have read the letter. I urge you to be quick.
I must see Mr. Wakefield.
Oh, of course. He is waiting outside to see if you will meet him.
Oh, of course, yes. Will you ask him in?
At once, mademoiselle. You will see when you have read the letter that we must act quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure that can be done once I have met Mr. Wakefield. Shrigley, Monday night, 12:30, March the 6th. Madam, I write to you by the desire of Mrs. Turner of Shrigley, who has been seized with a sudden and dangerous attack of paralysis. Mrs. Turner wishes to see her daughter immediately. A steady servant will take this letter to fetch Miss Turner, and I beg that no time may be lost in her departure, as, though I do not think Mrs. Turner is in immediate danger, it is probable she may soon become incapable of recognizing anyone. Mrs. Turner particularly wishes that her daughter should not be informed of the extent of her danger, as without this precaution Miss Turner might be very anxious on the journey. And this house is so crowded and in such confusion and alarm that Mrs. Turner does not wish anyone to accompany her daughter from the school. The servant is instructed not to let the boys drive too fast, as Miss Turner is rather fearful in a carriage. Postscript. The best thing to be said to Miss Turner is that Mrs. Turner wishes to have her home rather sooner for the approaching removal to the new house, and the servant is instructed to give no other reason in case Miss Turner should ask him any questions. Mrs. Turner is very anxious that her daughter should not be frightened, and trusts to your judgment to prevent it. She also desires me to add that her sister or niece or myself, should she continue unable, will not fail to write to you by the post. John Ainsworth, M.D. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, the bell. The brandy. Oh.
Miss Dolby.
Sir?
May I speak with you? Mr. Turner's butler has just delivered you a letter. My name is Wakefield.
Oh, yes, please do come in, sir.
You're very kind.
I was looking for brandy for Mr. Thevenot, sir.
Please, Miss Dolby, do not concern yourself with him. He can take the matter up again when we reach Shrigley.
Will you come to our drawing room, Mr. Wakefield?
If it will not offend you, ma'am, I will wait here for Miss Turner, if that is convenient.
Forgive me, sir, she is in my care. Do you know her? Does she know you?
I have never had the pleasure. Mr. Turner is an old business acquaintance. I have business with him at Shrigley. He's away from home. I understand his wife has a seizure of some kind.
Yes, that is so.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear the rumors confirmed, but surely you have details in the letter from Dr. Ainsworth, is it?
Dr. Ainsworth, yes. You know him?
No, not at all, Miss Strawberry. I am simply asked by Mr. Turner, whom I am to meet, to escort his daughter back to her home. He cannot be here, or else I'm sure he would do that himself. It so happens that I am now on my way back to see him. I had business in Liverpool. The carriage is comfortable, the journey comparatively short. I am at his service.
You are a married man, Mr. Wakefield?
Indeed so, ma'am. I have 2 young children. I have a fair notion of how Mr. Turner must feel at the present time. Miss Strawberry, I hesitate to press the point on you, but if this matter is to be completed today, before nightfall...
And you will be taking up Mr. Turner on the way?
As fast as the horses will take us. Miss Strawberry, Mrs. Turner is very ill. If we are to act at all, we must act quickly.
I will fetch Ellen to pack her things, Mr. Wakefield. It will take only a few minutes. Would you care for a glass of Madeira to speed you on your way?
Well, that is a most agreeable notion.
I'll see to it. Excuse me, sir.
Your servant, ma'am. Thevenot?
Sir?
Here.
Yes, sir?
Thevenot, I appreciate your help, but if you ask for brandy again in a school for young ladies...
Well...
Now have the horses ready. We have a long way to go. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Thevenot. Allez. Allez, vite, vite.
Mr. Wakefield.
Aye. Miss Strawberry.
Sir, I have started to make the necessary arrangements. I have told Ellen...
Thank you, Miss Strawberry. And this must be Miss Turner.
Yes, sir.
Miss Turner. Ellen, Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Miss Turner, I have the honor to present myself, Edward Gibbon Wakefield from Paris. I have business with your father. Excuse me, have you spoken with Miss Dolby?
Did you mean, sir, going back to Shrigley? Yes. Miss Dolby has told me about the move to the new house. It's exciting.
The new house close to Shrigley.
The new house close to Shrigley Hall.
The important thing, sir, is that Ellen is escorted quickly home before the sun goes down.
I see no problem here, Miss Dolby. Miss Ellen, are you reasonably ready?
May I have a few minutes, sir?
Oh, naturally. But we ought to get you home as fast as possible. I must see to the carriage, so that it is comfortable for you. It will take a few moments. Miss Dolby, Miss Turner, if you will excuse me.
He seems a kind gentleman, Miss Dolby.
I believe so, Miss Ellen. Ellen?
Yes, Miss Dolby?
I will go to Shrigley in the morning to see that all is well with your mother. You must look after your mother. If she is not well, we must do all we can for her.
Yes, Miss Dolby. Is she all right?
I believe so, dear child. But you must hurry to her. The new house.
But I thought you hinted just now that something was wrong with her.
Oh, so I did. And perhaps she is not so well as of late, but you must take no account of this. As I understand it, she has not been herself the last few days before the move to your new house, and she wishes your help.
But who told you that she is unwell, Miss Dolby?
I had a message from Dr. Ainsworth.
Dr. Ainsworth?
Dr. Ainsworth. Yes, he must be new.
Oh, I see.
Now, you run upstairs. Put a comb through your hair. Pretty yourself for your homecoming. You are the daughter of the High Sheriff, and you are to travel with a very elegant gentleman.
He seems very pleasant.
Yes. Oh, now, off with you, and be quick. Oh, Mr. Wakefield, sir.
Thank you.
I have sent for a glass of Madeira.
Oh, it's most kind of you, Mum.
Miss Dolby, Mr. Wakefield.
Ah. Is Miss Ellen ready?
Very shortly. I must confess, Mr. Wakefield, I feel a little disturbed about handing my charge to your care. You do understand, we don't know you.
A very fair question. But Mr. Turner's servant is here. Will it satisfy you if I say that we are to meet Miss Ellen's father and Dr. Ainsworth in Manchester, where they will take over the whole business, which really has nothing to do with me? I'm simply acting as a help on the way. Ah, Madeira. Thank you. You're very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, is there something wrong, sir?
Not at all, Miss Dolby. Most agreeable glass.
My sisters and I do not take Madeira, Mr. Wakefield. This bottle has been with us many years. We last opened it for my dear brother several years ago.
Really? I would never have guessed it.
One of my other pupils, Jane Greenway, is helping Ellen with her packing and so on.
Ah, yes, I know what happens. My children in Paris are just the same. I would wager you one wants to know what's going on, and the other is busy with a drawer full of clothes and pushing the most expensive silks into bags of one sort or another. One is the active of the one who has to do something now, and the other needs material for all the things she will tell the other young ladies when Ellen has got into a coach and four and waved goodbye to you for the present.
I hope she will be back with us soon. She's a very open and confiding girl.
Are you sure, Miss Stawby, that you won't travel with us? There's room for you.
I was thinking about that as you were speaking, Mr. Wakefield. But then I have my obligations to my other charges.
Ah.
After all, it's quite early. From here to Macclesfield and then Shrigley Hall is only something in the region of 45 miles.
Well, you're very welcome. There's plenty of room in the coach, I assure you.
Oh, no, that's so kind of you. I do have to go and see a relative in Macclesfield. But what I could do is take the early coach tomorrow, so that's 4 hours or thereabouts.
Good. Then, since I'm staying the night there, we shall meet again. And you will be able to settle your mind about your... Am I right? Your most important pupil.
Yes. It would settle my mind that I had done everything I should do.
That is very conscientious of you, Miss Dolby.
She is the daughter of the High Sheriff.
Of course. That's why we're taking all this trouble.
Come on, Jane. I thought you were going to help me.
Come to the window a moment.
What is it?
Point him out to me. Is that Mr. Wakefield?
No, that's the new butler Papa has sent to fetch me. I've never seen him before.
That's not your father's carriage, is it?
No. That's odd. Papa must have bought another one.
Hey,
There he is going out to it now. That's Mr. Wakefield from Paris.
My, what a beau! And so handsome.
Yes, he is rather. Come on. The packing.
Ellen, do you think it's quite safe for you to be travelling with two complete strangers?
No.
Ellen!
Don't be a goose. If Miss Dolby is satisfied, then I am. He's obviously a gentleman. Besides, which would you rather have? A gentleman's company home to Mamma and Papa, or Miss Dolby and mathematics?
Well, I do envy you. I shall miss you.
I shall miss you too. But I expect I shall be back to algebra very soon. I'll write to you from the new house.
Where is it?
I don't know. For that matter, I don't know anything. Isn't it exciting? Come down with me.
Are you warm enough, Miss Ellen?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Wakefield.
Glad to be away from school?
Oh, yes. I love Miss Dolby, we all do,
But?
Well, she seems to think that all we should think about is arithmetic and music.
She harps on you,
Yes. I think her idea is that we should all be perfect young ladies with no other object in life but to be good wives and mothers.
Is that such a bad idea?
No, of course I hope to be married.
But you would like a spice of adventure?
Oh, yes. Indeed I would. I mean, this is an adventure, moving to a new house from Shrigley when I didn't expect it.
You like the unexpected?
Yes. But I should like to go on and on. To Paris. The pyramids. One of my friends has been to India. I'm sorry, Mr. Wakefield. I'm so excited. You have been to Paris, Mr. Wakefield?
Oh, indeed, yes. Yes, many times. Should you care to go there?
Yes, indeed I would.
Well, who knows? Who knows? Meantime, we shall be in Manchester presently.
I don't think Mamma would approve my going to an inn.
Your father will be here directly. Tevner's gone for him.
I see. Will you, excuse me a few minutes, Mr. Wakefield?
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course. And then we'll have a little food. Ah, landlord. Thank you. Set it all down here.
Sure.
Some pie. Good. Bread, butter, cheese. Yes, that will do. And Madeira. Ah, yes, that's the right stuff. Ah. Delicious Madeira.
What will the young lady take, sir?
A young lady?
The young woman who's just gone out, sir.
Young woman? Yes, you're right. She'll have some Madeira, too.
And will there be any other guests, sir?
Other guests? No other guests.
Thank you, sir. Will there be anything else?
Yes, have the horses changed, would you? We have a long journey ahead.
You're taking the Lancaster Road, you sir?
Who told you that?
Why, the French servant with you, Mr. Turner, spotted just a few moments ago. I'll see to it straight away.
Landlord, you have brought the food?
Pierre?
Monsieur.
Did you tell the landlord we're going north via Lancaster? Well, did you?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You're sorry? You realize that this could jeopardize the whole plan. Once Turner hears from Miss Dolby that we came to Manchester, he's bound to check up here. And what will the landlord tell him? Lancaster, yes. He'll be after us like a shot. What's left with you?
In my pocket. Here.
Good. Now, let's see. A detour. I've got an idea that may serve us well. Good. Now, give me the note we prepared.
Monsieur.
Here she is, coming back. Leave us, and just be careful what you say.
Mademoiselle.
Ellen, come and sit down.
I am quite hungry. Where's Papa?
You eat, I'll explain. Now, you remember how we were joking about school and arithmetic.
Yes, but, what about Papa?
He's not coming here. I've had a message from Mr. Grimsditch, is it?
That's Papa's solicitor.
Ah, I see. Well, there's some trouble. Your father's a rich man, isn't he?
I don't know how much. Papa says I'm an heiress.
That's right. That's a term you use when there's a lot of money about. Your father is a very rich man. I know this from my business dealings with him. Now, a great deal of his money is tied up in a bank in Macclesfield, and the bank has failed. Usually it's the customers that go to the wall. In this case, it's the bank.
My friend Jane Greenway, well, her father lost all his money like that, and she had to leave school for quite a while till he put things right. I'm sure Papa will put matters right. Just a minute. Jane was taken from school under some pretense that her mother was ill. Is that why you came for me today? To get me away without anyone knowing? You knew it all the time.
Yes, Ellen, I arranged the whole thing with your father. He didn't want you upset in front of your friends. He didn't want Miss Dalby to know the truth. Well, it's none of her business.
But what did you say to Miss Dalby?
That's where your father has been very clever. He gave her just enough information in a letter signed by a fictitious Dr. Ainsworth. She knows a little about your family, but not much. She knows that your mother has delicate health, so she wouldn't be too surprised to learn that she was seriously ill.
She's not ill?
No, not at all.
Oh, that's wonderful news, Mr. Wakefield. So now we can go straight to Shrigley Hall.
No, I'm afraid not yet. I said your mother's not ill, but she is desperately worried.
Yes?
Yes. The bank failure means that your father is £60,000 in debt and with no hope of repaying his creditors quickly. And sheriff's officers have been sent to arrest him for his debt, so he's on the run with Mr. Grimsditch, hoping that matters will improve in a few weeks or days. As things stand, his possessions can be seized. Shrigley Hall, everything. Your mother would be homeless. Do you see?
But, well, there's my inheritance. That must clear my papa's debt. Surely he can have it all.
Spoken like a loving daughter, Ellen, but your father cannot touch a penny of your own fortune unless he has your consent in writing.
I can give that immediately.
No, I'm afraid you cannot. Your consent has to be in your father's presence and before a solicitor. Only that makes it legal.
I see. Well, if Mr. Grimsditch is with Papa... Oh, Mr. Wakefield, let's go to them. Are they hiding in Manchester?
No, the note I have tells me that they are travelling north in your father's own carriage to Kendal.
Kendal? That's miles away.
Well, I'm afraid so. The note says that they plan to travel via Huddersfield and hope that we may catch them up in Halifax.
How far is that?
It's about 26 miles. We should reach there by nightfall.
But that means I shall not be home today.
Well, if we reach your father, I'm sure he would want to drive through the night with you back to Shrigley. Oh, by the by, don't mention our route to the landlord. If sheriff's officers are nosing about, we don't want to lead them to your father, do we?
No. Mr. Wakefield, you have been most kind to me. Can I persuade you to help me now?
Are you sure you would not rather that I escort you back to Shrigley? After all, I did promise to take you home.
No, I know my papa will thank you for the family if you deliver me to him. I must go to him.
Very well. The horses should be ready. Devno! Now you must put all worries out of your pretty head. Think of it as an adventure. And you must call me Edward. It's so tedious to be Mr. Wakefield to you. Really, there's only a matter of 15 years difference in our ages.
Very well. Edward. Edward, have you had many adventures?
Oh, some interesting times, yes. Government service, here and there. King's messenger.
How exciting. In far-off places.
Well, not so far. Paris, Turin, Genoa.
Dealing with diplomats and spies.
Both sorts of rogues, yes.
And your wife, you are married?
I was. Eliza died 6 years ago.
Oh, I am sorry.
There's no reason why you should have known. It's long past. At least I have a son and daughter as compensation. Eliza was very like you, you know. In a curious way, there are other similarities. Her father was rich. I was a mere nothing by comparison. £150 a year. He was worth over £150,000.
But you did not marry for money.
Not at all. It was love at first sight. As I've said, though, I was not considered a suitable match for a young woman with £30,000 coming to her. However, we found our own way round that. See, I bribed 2 servants to drive north from Tunbridge Wells, where Eliza and her mother were staying on holiday. The clues we left behind were to the effect that we had made for Gretna Green, for a Scots marriage. In fact, we took another carriage and made straight for Calais. Oh, yes, there was quite a rumpus. Eliza was a ward in Chancery, which made matters quite delicate. But all came right in the end. What I mean is, once you are married, there is very little the law can do about it. And dear Mrs. Pattle, her mother, became reconciled to it. When there's true love in a match, what can you do about a fait accompli?
I suppose nothing very much. And were you happy?
Yes, very. Eliza was charming, modest, a little reserved, perhaps, but she had an excellent, acute sense. And above all, she was very kind. I was heartbroken when she died 6 years ago.
Have you thought of marrying again?
Yes, often, and especially for the sake of my 2 children. Nina, the eldest, is rather delicate, and Jerningham is 6. As you can imagine, they are just the age when they need a mother.
Where are they now?
In Paris, a friend of mine is looking after them. I say, forgive me. It's getting dark. We must be near Halifax. Let's hope for good news there.
Yes. Though I shall be sorry to see the end of this adventure, in a way.
Oh, why is that?
I don't really know. This is rather more fun than music and arithmetic at Miss Dolby's.
You don't care for school, then?
I like it well enough, but I'm ready to leave.
For life's great adventure, eh? Now, look out of the window, Ellen. You can see the lights.
Halifax, sir. The horse and hounds.
Thank you, Tevno. Just escort Miss Turner to the parlour for a rest and some refreshment. But do not speak to any strangers. If there are sheriff's officers about, I do not want the family exposed to any embarrassment.
I understand, sir.
I'll go to the landlord to find out how the land lies. Oh, and order me a bottle of brandy.
Will you be comfortable here, mademoiselle?
I suppose so, Tevno.
Will you take a glass of Madeira?
No. No. That would never do. What would my father say if he found me here late at night drinking Madeira?
Évidemment. I will order some hot chocolate for you.
That would be quite appropriate.
Monsieur.
Edward. Why, what's the matter?
Just let me take a glass of brandy. Really, this matter is getting beyond a joke.
But tell me.
Well, the long and short of it is that your father and Mr. Grimstitch are not here.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Grimstitch left a brief and obviously hurried note. But to be frank with you, I was so put out when I read it that I tore it up. Well, enough is enough. They changed horses quickly and have set out for Kendal.
Kendal? Where is Kendal?
It's a long way. I tell you, it's an all-night journey.
But why should they go to Kendal?
Well, there can only be one reason. They're making for the Scottish border, where they'll be out of reach of English law.
Oh, Edward, what shall we do? I feel so helpless.
No. Courage. Here, take a sip of brandy. That'll at least warm you up. There. Now, resolution. We have 2 alternatives. I can arrange a room for you here for a good night's rest, so that we can follow after a civilized breakfast in the morning. Or we can eat here while the horses are changed, then make the overnight journey to Kendal, where your father and Mr. Grimstitch may be. Though I think my guess is right, they must be making for the nearest point across the border.
And where's that?
Gretna Green.
Then let's take the road to Gretna Green. But you, Edward, what do you wish? I'm completely in your hands. Do whatever you think is right.
Oh, I am in the same position as yourself. If we return to Shrigley, where we might find the bailiffs in, we shall have achieved nothing. And your father's certainly not there. If we spend the night here, I will have lost valuable business hours. I'm due back in France for my own business reasons as quickly as possible. It seems to me that I only fulfill my obligations to your family by catching up with your father. There is another matter, but I will explain that to you in the carriage. Ellen, do you trust my judgment?
Yes, Edward, I do. Poor Papa, he must be in some terrible trouble.
I'm afraid he is. It's far worse than I've so far confided to you.
Worse?
I'm afraid so. But I'll explain it all to you on the way.
I thought this was going to be such a pleasant adventure.
It will be. It will be.
But what will Miss Dolby think when she hears about this? And Mamma?
Oh, Miss Dolby thinks you're at Shrigley, and your Mamma thinks you're tucked up in bed at school. What they don't know won't hurt them, eh?
Miss Dolby will be shocked.
Poor Miss Dolby.
Good evening, ma'am.
I'm Miss Dolby, Miss Ellen's schoolmistress. I realise how late it is, but I would like to see the High Sheriff for a moment. Is that possible?
Will you please to come inside, ma'am?
Thank you.
It's a cold night. I'll see if the master...
Who is it, John?
Miss...
Miss Dolby.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Turner.
Come in, come in. How nice to see you. Well, come into the drawing room where it's warm. It's a cold night. That's all right, John. I'll see to Miss Dolby.
Thank you, sir. 'Tis indeed cold.
There now. Sit yourself by the fire. Let me take that box from you. Now, will you take some refreshment?
No, indeed, thank you, sir. I have a carriage waiting outside lent by a friend in Macclesfield. She will worry if I'm late. I really came to satisfy myself that Ellen was home safe and sound. I brought some things she may need.
Need? Why should she need her school things here when she's at school?
But is she not here, sir? Did you not send for her through Dr. Ainsworth?
Dr. Ainsworth? Ainsworth? Who is Dr. Ainsworth?
Why, Mrs. Turner's doctor, sir.
Just a moment, Miss Dolby. Mrs. Turner is coming down. I've been away on business quite a lot. Perhaps my wife can throw some light on this because I am quite baffled. Ellen is certainly not here.
Oh, dear, they must have had some breakdown on the road from Liverpool. Oh, here is Mrs. Turner.
Good evening, Miss Dolby. Why, what is the matter? Is something wrong with Ellen?
Oh, no, indeed, ma'am. She was in perfect health and spirits when she left me this morning to return here.
My dear, did you send for Ellen to come home?
No, William. Whatever for? What has happened?
Do you know a Dr. Ainsworth?
Ainsworth? No. Where is Ellen?
This morning, sir, your butler brought me this letter from Dr. Ainsworth in your carriage.
Butler? What butler?
Why, Mr. Taverneau, sir.
Let me see that letter. Steady servant. Dangerous attack of paralysis. New house.
Taverneau, Miss Dolby. Our butler has no such name, and he has been here all day. What has happened to Ellen?
My dear, try not to upset yourself, but you had better read this tissue of lies.
They must have broken down on the road, sir.
They? Who are they?
Why, Mr. Wakefield and Ellen, sir.
Oh, so now a new name enters the plot. Who is Mr. Wakefield?
Well, I understood from him that he is your friend, sir, from Paris, come to escort Ellen here and stay with you.
Oh, heavens! William, what is this? My poor Ellen!
Try to calm yourself, my dear. We must keep our heads and get to the facts. Just describe this Mr. Wakefield to me.
He arrived from Paris and London to see you, he said. A young man, a gentleman, very elegantly dressed.
Married or single?
I understand he's a widower, sir, with 2 children.
Had you ever seen him before? Had Ellen?
No, sir, I never saw him before, neither had Ellen.
Did you allow Ellen to meet any young men?
I would never allow any meeting with young men without your express permission.
So, to sum up, on the strength of a fictitious letter signed by a doctor we do not know, delivered by a butler we do not know, in my carriage, which is in the stable yard, but we must add, backed up by the personable manners of a single man we do not know, you, Miss Dolby, handed over our one and only daughter, an heiress, to 2 complete strangers. Is that the sum of it? Stop snivelling, woman. Is that it?
Yes. Ellen seemed very willing to go, sir.
So she would, believing that her mother needs her help over the move to a new house. That much is true.
William, I don't understand. What has happened?
It is certainly a fraud. It may also be an elopement.
Elopement? But But Miss Dolby says...
If Miss Dolby is gullible enough to swallow what these scoundrels told her, she is gullible enough to be taken in by our daughter.
But Ellen would never elope without telling us.
Wouldn't she? It's all the rage these days. No, I trust her. But anything is possible. Did this Wakefield say which direction he was taking?
He said he was to meet you in Manchester, sir.
Well, that's a start. My dear, I must go at once to Manchester and rouse Mr. Grimsditch, alert sheriff's officers, and arrange an arrest warrant. I must stop them wherever they are. I'll keep you posted. As for you, Miss Dolby, I suggest you return to your school and look for another pupil. Our daughter will never return to you. You are an idiot.
Oh, but William, if it is an elopement, how can she marry? She's 15.
So she is. And there are places that will turn a blind eye to that.
Where?
Across the border, at Gretna Green.
Are you tired, Ellen?
Yes, I am.
Here. You want this extra rug? Here. And I suggest you have another brandy. It'll help you to sleep.
Anything you say, Edward.
Now, listen carefully, because a decision has to be made that affects both of us.
Both of us?
Yes. You remember I informed you that your father's bank in Macclesfield had failed? Well, I have an uncle, a rich and cunning old miser, who offered to lend your father enough money at huge interest to tide him over all of his troubles. £60,000, in fact.
Interest?
Yes, that's the extra you pay for the privilege of borrowing. Well, that wouldn't be so bad, except that my uncle's bank in Blackburn has failed as well. I've no special sympathy for my uncle, but I have for your father. And now for you. What's gone sadly wrong is this. Your father gave my uncle the house at Shrigley in pawn as security for the loan. Do you follow me?
Yes, I think so.
Now, your father has failed to pay up. My uncle's bank has failed, so what he intends to do is to take possession of Shrigley. Your mother, your father, and yourself can be turned out of the house at any moment.
Oh, Edward, more and more. Is that why Papa is running away? To escape? Surely he would never leave Mamma behind to face all that.
No. As I see it, he's simply holding out as long as he can away from English law. And with the benefits of Scots law and a clear head, he can work out a solution.
But my inheritance, won't that solve his situation? I don't give a fig for my inheritance.
Well, according to the note Mr. Grimsditch left me at Halifax, your inheritance can go as well, unless it can be secured in some way. Now, do not shock yourself. Mr. Grimsditch knows his law. He has a solution which will make everything right. Are you warm enough?
Yes, I'm sleepy. What is what Mr. Grimsditch says?
Now try to keep awake, Ellen. Mr. Grimsditch tells me that the law, as it is in England, is that your inheritance is secure if it is in the hands of your husband.
My husband? What husband? You have to have bands call when you go to church. Mr. Grimsditch must be mistaken.
No, he's not mistaken. Your property becomes your husband's when you marry.
But I am underage, surely.
Not in Scotland. Did you know that the Duchess of Marlborough was married when she was 15?
No, but I must have Papa's consent.
Oh, yes, in England. But your father is so desperate, he's already given his consent. I have a note from Mr. Grimsditch here. You know his handwriting?
No.
It's here. Shall I read it to you now?
No. I have to marry in Scotland, is that right?
There's only a little more to explain to you. Ellen, are you awake?
Yes, Edward.
Mr. Grimsditch has calculated for everything. He knows that I am heir to my uncle. Everything he has will be mine. Ellen, are you awake? I see. Now, little one, I will put my arm around your shoulder. So.
Oh, I'm tired, Edward.
We both need some rest. Put your head on my shoulder. That's it.
Stop, Teveno.
What is it, sir?
Come over here. Away from the carriage.
Another plan? Have we not succeeded well so far? It's cold. Have you some brandy?
I gave you a bottle in Halifax.
That was gone before Kitley.
It's a wonder we're still on the road. Here. And give some to the post boys, but keep it quiet. She's sound asleep. She's had a long and worrying day, poor girl.
It's all very well for you two in there. Snug as bugs in a rug. She's very pretty.
She's 15.
No, she would pass for 16 or 17 anyway.
Even so, we must not get caught. Now, I want you to go easily through the night till we reach Kendal. I've given her a strong draught of brandy and water, which she's never had before. I don't want her alarmed. I'm banking on her not waking up at Kendal. If she does, I've got to use the same story I used in Halifax. It's wearing thin. So I want to get on from Kendal to Carlisle as quickly as possible.
What?
I don't want her suspicions aroused. She may be innocent, but she's not stupid, Pierre.
Drive all night, change horses, then another 45 miles to Carlisle? That's asking a lot. Now my reward for this little adventure should be reconsidered, with the addition of more brandy.
You're a rogue, Pierre.
I have been taught by a master, sir. Have you considered, sir, that my silence is worth at least double what you're paying me?
Yes, I have. Have you considered that if we get caught, you will be charged with conspiracy just as I will?
Oh, touché. Very well, Carlisle it is, but I guarantee nothing. What happens if she wakes at Kendal?
If that happens, I want you to fetch a sheriff's officer to the carriage to speak with me.
You are mad?
You will simply make an arrangement with one of the locals, the landlord, if he looks promising, just to ask me who I am, and leave the rest to me.
Oh, I wish we were back in Paris.
We will be. We will be. Good night to you.
Well, now, landlord, when did they arrive?
Here in Manchester, sir. About 12:30.
Landlord, I am Mr. Turner's solicitor. My name is Grimsditch. Could you describe the conveyance?
It were a coach and four, sir. A green coach.
Ah, that's significant, Mr. Turner. Suggests a long journey in prospect.
It might just as easily suggest a journey completed.
Oh, I hadn't considered that.
Begging your pardon, gentlemen. I know for a fact the coach was only purchased day before yesterday, here in Manchester, sir.
Ah, so whatever journey this man Wakefield had in mind began here and was to be a long one. Landlord, how long were they here?
Oh, a short while, sir. Mr. Wakefield has to be informed as soon as the coach was ready.
The young lady with Mr. Wakefield, was she in good spirits?
As far as I could tell, sir.
I see. Did you know where he was going?
Mr. Wakefield said nothing to me, sir, but I heard the postboys grumbling that they might be travelling late. There was talk of making for Lancaster.
Lancaster? Well, that surely would be an overnight journey.
What kind of man was this Wakefield?
A young man, sir. Very personable. I understood from his servant, sir, that he's a widower who has some government post in Paris.
Thank you, landlord. That will be all.
Thank you, sir.
Grimsditch. Some unpleasant light begins to dawn. A young unmarried man lures a young heiress. Everyone knows Ellen is an heiress. He lures her from her school. Then on some pretext whisks her off to Lancaster. Now, why would he do that? I'll tell you why. It's a guess, but Lancaster is on the road to Gretna Green.
Gretna? Good heavens! Do you mean to say he intends an illegal marriage? Your daughter is underage.
I think we are dealing with a clever rogue. Grimsditch, I want you to follow the likely route. Pick up what information you can and keep me posted. I shall return to Shrigley to comfort Mrs. Turner. There's no time to lose.
But my business, Mr. Turner...
For the time being, my business is your entire world. My purse is open to you. If it's not too late, Ellen must be returned home, as innocent as she left. I hope.
What a night. I must have a rest.
Oh, my bones ache.
Your bones ache? Well, what about mine? And the post boys? We're all frozen.
Of course. I'm sorry. You must rest and eat. We all must. This is Kendall, I suppose?
Yes.
Let me see. Even if Turner heard what happened yesterday, it could hardly have been before the evening. He'd need to make arrangements. He'd need to find out what route we'd taken. All that takes time. Yes, we can afford an hour or so here. You stay with Miss Turner a few minutes. I'll go inside to arrange a room.
Don't be too long. I'm hungry.
Edward!
Good morning, Miss Ellen. You slept well?
It's you, Taverner. Where are we?
Kendall.
I see. How far have we driven?
More than 100 miles.
A long way from home. Where's Mr. Edward?
He went inside the inn to make some inquiries.
About my father?
Of course. He is almost as anxious as you are to find him and Mr. Grimsditch. I inquired at Skipton and Settle and Kirby Lonsdale, but it was the same everywhere. What you call a moonlight flit.
Oh, dear me, I can hardly keep my eyes open. Poor Papa and poor Mr. Grimsditch, they must be so tired and worried. And poor Mr. Wakefield, he must be sick of the sight of me and my family problems.
Oh, never, Miss Ellen. He is looking very well even at this early hour. I have travelled many times with him. He is strong, determined.
Did you know his wife and his children?
Yes, of course. She was very sweet. He was devoted to her and Nina and Jerningham. He's been very lonely without them. It's not good for a man to live alone.
No, I suppose not.
Here. Over here a minute.
Excuse me, mademoiselle. Something wrong?
No, but we cannot take any chances. You remember the plan we discussed on the road? Well, discarded. Huh? There's a real sheriff's officer here. Look over there.
So, what of it? We cannot possibly know about this affair. We can eat.
Of course he doesn't know yet, but if he sees us, he'll remember us. A big carriage with 4 horses always attracts attention. And once they catch up, as they probably will, what could point to us more directly than the carriage with 2 men and a young lady?
I'm hungry.
So are we. We'll take our chance at Shap. That's only 17 miles.
Well, I'm thirsty.
You and your brandy. Oh, very well, but be quick. Here's some money. Buy some bread and cheese to keep us all going till we get to Shap. And some brandy for me, too. I've seen to the horses and postboys. Helen? You all right?
Yes. But why are we travelling on? Is Papa not here?
On the contrary, both he and Mr. Grimsditch are here.
Oh, at last! I must go to them. We can settle everything here and now.
No, you stay where you are.
But why, Edward?
Keep well back and peep out of the window. Do you see a man in a tall hat in that group of men by the door of the inn?
Yes.
Well, he's a sheriff's officer. The landlord told me he's been asking questions. What he doesn't know is that your father and Mr. Grimsditch are hiding in a back room. They bribed the landlord heavily, and so did I.
Oh, Edward, will they be discovered?
I hope not. Just by being here, we're diverting the officer's attention. He probably takes note of all travellers, just in case they're fugitives from the law. That's why I'm standing out here, so that he can take a good look at me.
Oh.
A fugitive would hardly do that.
But, Papa...
I saw him, just for a moment. He sends his love to you, but begs you to cross the border as fast as possible. He hopes to join us there. And Mr. Grimsditch begs you to marry at once, so that even if your father's caught, your inheritance is safe. I'm sure he'd prefer you to marry the man of your choice, but, oh, there it is.
I just don't know what to do.
Well, there is one consolation about a Scottish marriage. It's very easy to dissolve in England. If you should choose me, I'm willing. Here, let me get in beside you.
But you, Edward, my family owes so much to you already. What have you to gain from marrying me? We've known one another for only a day and a night. You're a man of the world, and I'm...
True marriages are made in heaven, Ellen. I knew after only 2 hours with you that I would come to love you. You have trusted me implicitly, and that means a lot to me. I believe we've got on very well in difficult and uncomfortable circumstances. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
I have observed you very carefully. I know you are young in the ways of the world. That is natural. This year you'll be 16. Next year, 17. Time will narrow the gap between our ages and experience very quickly. You are very attractive to me. Can I hope that you have some feeling for me?
Yes. You have shown me every kindness.
I've been very lonely these 6 years. My children need someone to take care of them. Do you like children?
Yes, very much.
In France, they say that love often follows an arranged marriage. I've known many examples of it. I can see no reason why we should not be as lucky. I'm not rich, but I'm not poor. We'd be comfortable. We could travel.
Would you show me the world? Your world, Paris, Genoa.
Everywhere. The pyramids of Egypt, Constantinople, Jerusalem. That is only if you stayed with me, of course.
I will do anything to help, Papa.
Of course. But do you think you could come to love me?
Yes, Edward. I believe so.
Thank you. Then I am content. What the devil? Ellen, stay quiet. I'll deal with this. Yes?
Forgive the intrusion, sir. I approached your coachman, but he can only speak French.
That's not surprising. He is French.
I see. Well, the only reason I trouble you, sir, is that there have been several robbery attempts on mail coaches and coaches of late. May I ask if you noticed anything on your journey from...
Dover, originally.
And may I ask your name, sir? It's just to keep a record.
Certainly. I'm Lord Braxfield. This is my daughter, the Honourable Alison Braxfield. We're bound for Glasgow, then on to Edinburgh.
Lord Braxfield of the High Court of Justiciary, my lord?
Yes, man, yes. Must we suffer any more of your questions, or may we continue?
My lord, I beg your pardon, my lord. Just doing my duty.
Just so. And what is your name?
Young, my lord.
Young, is it? I must make a note of that name. I want to commend ye to your masters.
Thank you, my lord.
Wait till you hear what I have to say. Coachman?
Oui, seigneur.
Go.
Edward, what a liar you are. I could never do it.
Oh, years of practice, my dear. Wait till you're my age. Women are much better at it than men.
Never. Where are we going now?
Shap, for a slap-up breakfast. I'm sure this is not how you imagined it, but this is your wedding day.
Landlord! Sir? Are you the landlord?
The Lancaster Arms. At your service, sir. Will you partake?
No, no, no. No, landlord, listen carefully. Has a green carriage and four passed this way on the road north?
A green carriage?
Yes, man. Green, with a young man and a young woman in it.
Well, a young man and a young woman in it. Yes, now.
Ah, you've seen them?
No. Oh, but wait a moment, sir. I did serve a young couple in a carriage a while back.
Was it green?
Well, couldn't rightly say, sir. In the dark.
Well, were they travelling north, did they say?
No, sir. They come from north. They came from Gretna. Just married, sir.
Oh, this is hopeless. Listen. If a young man called Wickfield and a young lady called Miss Turner should pass here, you are to inform a sheriff's officer and have them detained.
On whose authority, sir?
On the authority of the High Sheriff of Cheshire, Mr. Turner. Miss Turner is his daughter. I am Mr. Turner's solicitor, Mr. Grimstitch. Do you understand?
Well, they could be anywhere, sir. They could even be at another inn here in Lancaster.
I cannot spend hours touring every inn in Lancaster. I'm going back to Manchester. Here, my man, here's a shilling for your trouble.
Oh, thank you, sir. I will detain Mr. Turner as soon as I see him.
No, fool! Mr. Wakefield! Oh, coachman, turn around. We're going back to Manchester.
This is a very common occurrence in these parts, sir. A wedding and a bidding for some Bank of England notes.
I understand your price is £20.
Do you understand so, sir? When I was young, the price for a legal certificate of marriage was £20.
That was the figure I understood.
Ah, yes, that is so. In the old days.
Huh?
Now, am I right in thinking, sir, that you are the companion of an English gentleman, sir? A very smart gentleman.
He is a gentleman, yes.
With a carriage and 4 horses.
4 horses?
Aye. Well, we have it arranged here, sir, that the price is by the horse. 1 horse, £10. 4 horses, £40.
When this matter was before you there was a question of £20.
I am 75, sir, and very hard of hearing. Now, seeing that you're in a hurry, I must readjust my marriages accordingly. The price, when I consider the time lost to me, is £50.
Oh, is that how you do it in Gretna?
Aye, we cut our cloth to the situation. £50.
Are you a Scotch clergyman?
£50. No, I am not. I am an honest man. A blacksmith.
Honest are you? I think that you are a thieving old rogue.
A rogue, am I? Well, and you see this hammer?
Of course.
Do you wish to have an argument with me or with the hammer?
£20.
45. Would you care for me to put this hammer to your Frenchified skull?
£30.
Now we're getting closer.
Correction, £15.
No.
£20?
You're a rascal.
Yes.
Very well. £20 it is. And a bottle of champagne.
£20 and a bottle of champagne. Agreed?
Oh, well, agreed. You have the ring, Mr. Wakefield.
I have. They're more expensive in Gretna than in London, I assure you.
Well, sir, the price, as you might say, travels with urgency.
Mr. Lang, how long have you been engaged in this traffic of granting certificates?
Oh, near on 50 years, sir.
And have you ever had any trouble with them?
No, with the couple, sir. They're generally in too much of a hurry to have done.
No, I mean the courts of law.
Oh, no, I have been in the courts in Edinburgh and Dublin, and my marriages have always been held good. Across the border, you may get an argument or two, but there's no bother if the father has given his consent.
Oh, that's all right, then. He's done that. He's trying to get here, but I think he's been delayed. He's asked us to press on with all speed. There are special circumstances.
There generally are.
Thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, no offence, sir. No offence.
Here she is. Ellen, you look charming.
Thank you, Edward. It's all thanks to you. I love my new bonnet and these gloves. But have you had any word from Papa?
No. For all I know, he may have doubled back on his tracks. He may have gone anywhere from Carlisle. But I have an idea. As soon as we are married, I will arrange for an announcement to appear in the London Times and in all the local papers. If he hasn't been arrested, he's bound to see it. It'll put his mind at rest, and your mother's mind as well.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Now, Devno and one of the postboys are witnesses. Are you ready?
Yes, Edward.
Mr. Lang?
Hey, will you join hands? Good. What is your name?
Edward Gibbon Wakefield.
And what is your name?
Ellen Mary Turner of Shrigley Hall, Cheshire.
Good. Will you place the ring on the lady's finger? Aye. Good. Edward Gibbon Wakefield, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
And do you, Ellen Mary Turner, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Ye have agreed to take one another for man and wife. So, by the laws of Scotland, and by the right of custom invested in me, I do declare ye lawfully man and wife. So, now, Mrs. Wakefield, let me be the first to congratulate ye. You may kiss the bride's arm.
Congratulations, madame. That's the shortest 20 pounds worth I ever witnessed.
Thank you, Tivano.
And now for the champagne.
Also at Gretna prices?
Aye, sir, but it's new every day. You're wed to such a bonny lassie.
That's true. Well, we must eat something as well. We have a lot of travelling to do yet.
Shall we be back at Shrigley by tonight?
No, that's not possible. We shall have to spend the night on the road. I must get word of your father.
Yes, we must do that.
The question is, where is he? If he'd crossed the border, he'd certainly have come here. As things stand, he doesn't know we're married and must still be on the run. Most certainly he will not have gone back to Shrigley. That would be too dangerous. I think what I'd better do as soon as we reach Carlisle is to get word to Shrigley via the mail coach.
Well, at least we know that he is saved.
Yes. Yes, that's the main thing. I think what we will do now is retrace our route, spend the night, and see if any message has come from him. What do you think, Mrs. Wakefield?
Oh, of course. I'm not Ellen Turner anymore, am I?
You'll soon get used to it.
I must write to Mamma at once.
Good idea. And now, let's enjoy ourselves. Where's Tivano? You can be quite sure he'll be close to the champagne. Have you ever had champagne?
No.
Will you now?
Yes, please.
Tivano?
Yes, sir.
I think you had your fair share of champagne at Gretna,
Very pleasant, sir.
We'll go and order 3 bedrooms for Mrs. Wakefield, myself and yourself, and a decent meal, and a bottle of brandy.
3 bedrooms, sir?
3, Tivano. 3.
Amazing.
Now, Ellen,
Yes,
let's get you up to your room, have a rest, and then we shall eat. I must go and see what news there is of your father. I don't see any sheriff's officers about, so they may have moved on elsewhere. Off you go with Tivano. I'll come to see you later. And now, Mr. Wakefield, the biggest test of all. Come in. Tivano. Huh? Do you want something?
Just to wish you joy on your wedding night, sir.
It'll be an unusual one. Here, pour me a brandy, will you?
Sir?
No, a large one.
Large, sir?
Yes, large. Do you know what a rogue is, Tivano?
I look in the mirror, sir.
And do you know what a rogue is with gentleman's feelings?
No, sir, I am not a gentleman, thanks be to God.
Well, there's a subtle distinction. You've done a lot for me, so I'll pour you a glass of oblivion and offer you some advice.
Advice, sir?
Never be a gentleman, Tivano. It's a condition that breeds scruples in a man.
Scruples.
A man who has scruples can pass himself off as a gentleman, but he can never succeed as a rogue. And that is the reason why I'm in this room, drinking brandy, and my young wife is alone next door. Can you follow me?
I have never suffered from scruples, sir. Later, I shall see if the chambermaid has any.
Well, in your condition, I think you'll be wasting her time.
You have everything you need, sir.
Just bring me another bottle of brandy. I must sleep on my scruples. Come in.
Good morning, Edward.
Oh.
Did you sleep well?
Well enough. I was up late last night.
Those empty bottles. Did you have a gentleman's party last night?
For one, yes.
Oh, I see. Well, have you any news for me about Papa?
Yes. You may not like it.
Now that we have done what Papa wants, I feel that nothing new would surprise me.
Will you ring the bell for some shaving water? I'll feel better then.
My first wifely duty. A pleasure, sir.
Then order a hearty breakfast for us. We have a long way to go.
To Shrigley?
I've had word from Grimsditch, who was here last night. It seems your father managed to elude the sheriff's officers. He has doubled back, as I thought. Of course, he will not know yet that we are married, but Grimstitch has already set off to tell Mrs... your mother.
But, Papa...
He's taking your mother to your uncle, and then he plans to travel south to London and, on to France.
France? Whatever for?
Well, all I can imagine is that your father's not heard our news, still imagines that all is lost, and is crossing the water where no one here can touch him. If we go to Shrigley, we shall find the house empty. Mr. Grimstitch begs you, if you can bear it, to make one last effort.
You mean we are to follow him to France?
To Calais, yes. I have an address. It's not so inconvenient as you might imagine. I have friends and business there. We can begin our marriage en route for...
The pyramids?
Well, why not?
I turned back at Halifax, sir, when I got news that Wakefield was, as you said, making for Gretna Green. Your papers this morning confirm what he has achieved. There's no chance of catching up with them.
Achieved? Ah. Here it is. This morning at Gretna. Married. Proceeding to Paris via Calais. What's the law on this?
If Miss Ellen is not party to an elopement, that is to say, if she was taken to Gretna and married by some deceit, it is a clear case of abduction. If the servant or anyone else is involved in the matter, it is also a case of conspiracy.
But is the marriage legal in England?
That may be very difficult to settle one way or the other.
Abduction, conspiracy, I don't give a fig which it is. When I catch up with this fellow, I will blow his brains out.
With respect, sir, that would make your daughter a widow and yourself a murderer.
Well, what does the damned law say? Am I to shake this new son-in-law by the hand and give him the keys to Shrigley?
The case may prove to be unique. There is no doctrine in Scottish law which lays down that any deception short of a mistake in the identity of the person invalidates the marriage.
Very good, Grimsditch. Very smart. There is no case of mistaken identity here, is there?
No.
So the marriage is legal?
Well, yes.
In England, this is classed as a felony, yes. So it's a felony on one side of the Tweed and a meritorious action on the other. That is very singular. In England, we send the thief to prison, and in Scotland, they reward him with his booty. Can Ellen testify in court?
Wakefield, if we get him to court, would argue that being legally married, she's incompetent as a witness against her husband.
So she can be abducted, deceived, married underage without my consent, and she may not make any complaint in a court of justice. This is what we do, Grimstitch. We pack our bags for Calais.
Now?
10 minutes ago.
Dear, oh dear, what will Mrs. Grimstitch think?
Well, at least I can horsewhip him.
Have a care, Mr. Turner. We do not yet know the state of Ellen's feelings in the matter. If you horsewhip her husband, she may appear as a witness against you.
You mean to say she may have taken to the man?
Well, he is by all accounts a handsome and charming man. She is undoubtedly an attractive girl, much more of a woman than of a schoolgirl. And they have spent 2 days and nights together.
You don't think he...
Why not? They are married.
I don't know how I am going to break the news to my wife. It will break her heart.
Come and look out of the window. It's a beautiful morning.
Yes, it is. Oh, put your arm round my waist. I mustn't fall out.
That would never do. You look lovely this morning, Ellen. You happy?
Ever since I was a little girl, when Papa told me stories about the war against Bonaparte, I've dreamed of coming to France.
And now you are here. Do you like it?
Oh, yes.
Well, what do you like to do today? Shall we do some shopping for you? Perhaps we could have 2 days' rest. Go to the play tonight.
You're so kind and gentle with me, Edward.
Kiss me. No, not like that. Like this.
Edward?
What is it, my love?
I want to be completely happy with you now, but
But what?
Nearly 4 days and nights have passed, and still I have no word of Papa. My happiness will be complete when I see him. I must see him.
And so you shall. He must know where we are by now. I'm sure he's in Calais.
I do hope so. I have written again to Mamma. Will you post the letter for me while I dress?
It really matters to you, doesn't it?
Of course. Up to now, my mamma and papa have meant more to me than anything else in the world. I married you to help papa. You said that love might come after an arranged marriage, and I believe you. You're already very different to me now than when I first met you.
And now?
Like this.
Hello, wife. Shall we be in one room tonight?
Hello, husband. Yes.
Ellen, I want to ask you a simple question. Supposing that you'd met me in the ordinary way, at your father's house, without all the business we've been through, do you think you would have come to feel the same way?
Yes, I do. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I'm just cursing my impatience and fate and the irony of things. Ellen, if you knew I had done something wrong, if I had lied to you, if I had deceived you in some way, would you hate me?
How strangely you talk, Edward.
No, but would you?
I think I should be very hurt. But you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Now come. Be happy and post my letter.
I'm sure this is the place. How's your French, Grimsditch?
Somewhat erratic.
Monsieur?
Vous désirez, monsieur?
Avez-vous une chambre avec un monsieur?
Comment? Let me try, Mr. Turner. Avez-vous une chambre ici avec un monsieur, avec une mademoiselle?
Oh non, c'est un hôtel comme il faut.
Monsieur Wakefield.
Wakefield? Oh oui, madame est très gentille. Ils sont mariés depuis 4 jours.
What's the fellow say?
He says they're on the 4th floor.
Ils sont au premier étage.
What's that?
I don't know. He seems to have changed his mind.
Forgive me, gentlemen. Can I be of any service to you?
Oh, thank God for someone who speaks a proper language. My name is Turner, sir. This is my solicitor, Mr. Grimsditch. I understand there is a Mr. Wakefield here with his wife.
Gentlemen, yes, there is. I'll take you up to the apartment. Mrs. Wakefield, a surprise for you.
Surprise, Edward. How lovely. Oh, Papa! Papa, you're safe!
Child, my child.
Oh, Papa, I can hardly believe it. Is Mamma all right?
Yes, child.
Oh, Papa, we have been chasing after you everywhere to give you the good news that your money is safe.
Eh?
Well, Papa, this is the man who made it all possible. This is Mr. Wakefield, Papa.
Your servant, gentlemen?
You are the scoundrel who carried off my daughter.
But, Papa, I tried to speak with you in Carlisle, but the sheriff's officers were looking for you.
Has he turned your mind, child? I was never in Carlisle in all my life.
But Kendall and the bank failure.
Kendall? What lies are these? Bank failure? Our affairs are in perfect order.
But, Edward, what is this?
I had better leave you a moment with your father, Ellen. I'll be next door with Mr. Grimsditch.
Consider yourself lucky I am unarmed. Ellen, come sit here. Some terrible trick has been played on you.
Trick? I don't understand.
I hardly know how to begin with you, sir. You got possession of a mere girl whom you had never seen before by means of a forged letter.
Yes. I'm sorry, but yes.
You have destroyed the peace and happiness of a family. Mrs. Turner is beside herself with anguish, and is now almost as ill as you pretended in your letter. You deserve to be shot.
I have a daughter myself. If any man were to take her off in the same manner, I believe I should send a bullet through his head.
Well, you are cool enough. But why? Why did you do this dreadful thing?
I eloped with my first wife, Mr. Grimsditch, and her people were reconciled. I thought the same possible. I needed money to bring up my children. I was lonely. Ellen was represented to me as a fine girl and heiress to a large fortune, and I determined to possess her. It's as simple as that. If I had any doubts about convincing you and her family of my sincere regard for her, I should have left Calais with her long before you arrived.
Convincing me hardly matters. Your story is for a judge and jury.
Ah, you intend to prosecute me?
We do indeed. I have a warrant and a dispatch from the Secretary of State to Lord Granville in Paris.
Well, that will not take me across the water.
Perhaps not. But if you have any genuine feeling for Ellen and for her reputation, you will return to England and face trial.
But the marriage is legal, isn't it? If it is, I must keep her. If it is not, I can have no claim on her.
Your offence was committed in England, and it is under English law that you will be judged. And in English law, your marriage is illegal. Have you no scruples at all? You have spent 4 days and nights with her, and all that implies. What does it matter what the world says about you? But what will the world say about her? And what about that fellow Thevenot? Where is he?
He's gone on to Paris.
Edward? Edward, is this true?
You have heard everything?
This letter to Miss Dolby, you did this?
Yes.
All those stories about Papa and Mr. Grimsditch running from sheriff's officers, all lies?
Yes, Ellen, everyone.
Oh.
Ellen, I asked you only a few minutes ago if you would forgive me if I deceived you.
Deceived me? Yes. Yes, I think I would have forgiven you for deceiving me, but that's not all you have done. You have brought misery and anguish to my papa and my mamma, who is ill.
I did not intend to hurt them, Ellen.
But you have hurt them.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Miss Ellen, this fellow calmly asks me if your marriage is legal. All he wants is your money.
Oh, the money. I feel as if I've grown up very fast. I believed every word you said, Edward. Oh, I could beat my brains out. I was so stupid. The money, that's what you wanted.
At first, yes, I admit that. But afterwards, do you remember a few minutes ago how we were? How we could be?
Oh, Papa, can we go home?
Of course, child, of course.
Ellen, you will acknowledge before your father and Mr. Grimsditch that I have behaved to you as a gentleman. We have these 4 days and nights been as brother and sister.
You have said enough, Wickfield. I am taking my daughter home to Shrigley.
Ellen, I want you to stay with me.
Stay with you? Edward, I would stay with you if you could undo the damage you have done to my papa and mamma. You can't do that. The great adventure is finished. I don't care about the hurt to me. Oh, I was so looking forward to buying new clothes with you.
Ellen.
No.
My child, come with me.
You see how the land lies, Mr. Wakefield? I leave it to your honour, if you have any honour. It seems that the French law will not allow us to take you back under arrest. Well, what do you propose to do now? Somehow, I don't think that you're an entirely bad man, Mr. Wakefield.
Bad? I hope not. Well, not entirely. Thevenot told me it was Rouge et Noir.
What's that? Some gambling game?
Yes, it's called roulette. If I'd been the banker, I would have won, perhaps. Mr. Grimsditch, we've not met before. I give you my word that as soon as I've made some necessary arrangements for my children in Paris, I promise to you that I will submit myself for trial in England.
At Lancaster?
At Lancaster.
You realize what may happen?
Oh, yes. I will do what is right by Ellen. Will that suit you?
Yes. Let's get it settled.
What time does the court convene tomorrow, Grimsditch?
8 o'clock, Mr. Turner.
How do you fancy our chances? The man's held up proceedings for a whole year. Is he going to slip through the net?
No, there is no question of his guilt. Everything hinges on Ellen. Will she give evidence against her husband?
Yes. Well, she has grown up a lot in the year. Sometimes I think she has some feeling still for the rascal. But will the marriage be declared null and void?
I don't think the Lancaster court can decide that. If all Gretna marriages were declared illegal, it would make bastards of hundreds of men and women from the aristocracy downwards. My dear Helen, all ready for tomorrow?
I am quite composed, William, but Ellen is being very mysterious. Oh, Papa, we have been through all this over and over again. It's all such a long time ago. 4 days and nights. No one came to any harm. You young people have short memories. No. I remember it all as if it were yesterday, and I haven't the heart to destroy Edward. He did me no harm.
Forgive the indelicacy, Ellen, but suppose his counsel suggests that there had been some intimacy between you.
You mean, did we consummate the marriage?
Ellen! Facing the rumours, Mamma. You know what has been suggested in the newspapers here and in France? That we, as man and wife...
Scandalous.
Is it? What do young women think about, talk about, and hope to do?
Ellen! Such talk.
Is it? It's the way of the world. If you and Miss Dolby had taught me something about men and women and a little less about arithmetic, I would not have been so naive. I would have seen through Edward's scheming. I would have asked questions. Oh, he was wise to pick out an ignorant girl of 15. But now, after a year thinking about it, I realise I need his help.
His help? How so?
Why, Papa, if I wish to marry again, and I do...
Are you planning to marry young Andrew Lee?
I have been thinking about it, but he's not likely to ask me if he hears in court that I may be a scarlet woman.
Rumours.
Yes, Mamma, but they exist. Now, Mr. Grimsditch, I am willing to give evidence against Edward on one condition.
A little late for conditions, Miss Ellen. The trial's tomorrow morning.
Ellen, I realise that it is unusual for a wife to give evidence against her husband.
Everything that happened was unusual. My condition is this: I must speak to Edward.
Impossible.
Unless I speak to Edward, there is no telling what tricks he will play. I have got to appeal to his better nature.
He is all evil, that man.
No, Mamma. He is devious, yes, but he has scruples. I was his wife in Penrith, in London, in Calais, and he never touched me.
Never touched?
Not what you mean, Mamma. Well, Mr. Grimsditch, you will arrange it.
It is most irregular, but Wakefield will need to be escorted from the jail to the court tomorrow morning. I will see what can be done.
Good morning, wife.
Good morning, husband. Edward, you know I am on the list for Crown witnesses.
But you can't give evidence against me. You are my wife.
I told you I would never forgive you for what you did to my mamma and papa. So whatever the outcome of this trial, I will never come to you. I shall do everything in my power to dissolve this marriage.
I see. Is that final?
It is. You were 4 very exciting days and nights in my life, and I shall never forget them. I could almost thank you for them.
I wish things had been different.
So sometimes I do too. But there it is. With all my money, we could have been in Venice now.
Or the pyramids.
You know, Edward, one thing about you puzzles me. From what I've learned, you planned the whole affair down to every detail. You have a great brain. Could you not put it to some better use than the abduction of foolish schoolgirls?
I fancy I will have time to think about that a great deal when this hearing is over.
And what has happened to Tevenot?
He's disappeared.
No scruples.
No scruples.
If you still have any, Edward, will you do me a favour? When our marriage comes to an end, I hope to marry a neighbour of ours, a Mr. Andrew Lee.
And you don't want me to stand in your way?
I don't want to be cross-examined by your counsel about whatever passed between us those 4 nights.
No details?
It would hurt him dreadfully, and I would be tainted forever.
If it will give you any comfort, Ellen, I have already instructed counsel not to press for details.
I see.
Thank you, Edward.
I could have made you love me.
You did.
Goodbye, wife.
Goodbye, husband.
Scruples. Edward Gibbon Wakefield went to Newgate Prison for 3 years. It took a special bill passed by Lords and Commons to declare his marriage null and void. Ellen did give evidence against her husband and was not severely cross-examined. She did marry Mr. Lee and died in childbirth in 1831. As for the villain of the piece, Wakefield wrote one of the most important books there are on capital punishment, another on colonial reform, the famous Letters from Sydney. He became an eminent colonial statesman, the founder of an empire and builder of the Commonwealth. He inspired the Durham Report on the affairs of British North America. He helped to found South Australia and New Zealand. His influence on British colonial policy was colossal. His name is remembered with respect and even reverence. Edward Gibbon Wakefield never married again.
In The Road to Gretna Green by Peter Hunt, Martin Jarvis played Edward Gibbon Wakefield and Rosalind Ayres, Ellen Turner. Thieve Not was Sean Barrett, Miss Dalby, Daphne Oxenford, Mr. Grimsditch, Geoffrey Banks, Mr. Turner, Paul Webster, and Mrs. Turner, Rosalie Williams. The blacksmith was David Marlowe, and other parts were played by Howard Benbrook, Myra Stoll, and Peter Wheeler. The play was produced in Manchester by Tony Cliff.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. You want Mr. Wolf to what?
Mr. Wolf will do nothing of the sort, Archie. Mr. Wolf is thirsty.
Hold on for a moment. The bottle opener's in the left-hand drawer of your desk.
Thank you, Archie.
Mr. Wolf, I've got a man named Denby on the phone. He wants you to umpire a card game.
The man is insane.
He's offering a fee.
The answer is no. I know nothing of card games, nor do I wish to learn.
Okay. Well, the answer's no, Mr. Denby. Sure, I'll ask him again. After he finishes the beer he's working on. Goodbye.
People appall me. The fantasies they indulge in. Bah, what on earth made that maniac think I might consent to preside at a card game?
Well, it seems he expects one of the players to be death.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Wolf would not attend, but the card game went on anyway. At the home of a Mr. Stephen Denby.
Jean?
Yes?
LaCosta? Mr. Piper? I think we're ready to begin, eh?
I'm ready.
Yes, Jean. You always are.
How I like that remark, I'll have to decide later on.
Yeah, please do. LaCosta?
It's all right with me.
And Mr. Piper?
I brought a deck.
No, as host, I shall supply the cards.
Before we play, I examine them, yes?
Of course. Here you are. Chuck?
Yeah, Mr. Denby?
You will remain outside the door until called. No one is to enter this room under any circumstances.
Got it.
LaCosta?
The cards look all right.
Thank you. Now then, shall we make things absolutely clear?
You mean, should you make a speech? I don't mind.
But make it short, huh?
I shall. The four of us seated at this table are joint owners of the Candy Club, A rather successful institution devoted to the sale of food, liquor, entertainment...
And the gambling.
And games of chance. For some time now, we have all resented sharing the profits. Some of us have attempted to buy out the others.
Denby, you needn't babble on. No one wants to sell. We know that.
True, Mr. Piper. Which is the reason for this little game of cards. One hand shall be dealt to each of us. A hand at poker. Whoever wins gets the club. The others retire as gracefully as they can. Agreed?
That's why we're here.
Agreed. Very well. The cards are shuffled. I'll place them in the center of the table. Lacasto, would you like to...
I cut.
Good.
If nobody minds, I'll cut them too. After Mr. Lacasto.
Nobody minds. Happy now, Mr. Piper?
Let's get going, huh?
Very well, unless Jean would care to.
Oh, thanks. We're all crooks here, which sort of cancels out any funny business with a card.
Very well. We shall all draw a card in turn until 5 cards are drawn by each player. Shall we start, Jean?
Sure.
Lacasto?
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, of course.
And myself. We just keep going in rotation.
This is fun.
Fun? No. There's too much money which rides on these cards.
That's what makes it fun.
Would you mind keeping quiet? I'm nervous.
We all are, one way or another. I think we all have our 5 cards now.
We all got them.
Very well, then. In the same order that the cards were dealt. Jean?
A pair of 3s.
Lacasto?
Nothing.
Mr. Piper?
Kings. 2.
The light!
Piper. Well, what?
Da-da-da-da-da. Hey, I don't like to seem stuffy, mister, but will you take your elbow out of my back?
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Goodwin, but it's not my elbow.
I don't care if it's your tibia maximus. Just take it away.
Chuck wouldn't like that.
Oh, we have company. Mind if I look around?
Keep right on walking, pal.
That would be Chuck behind me, huh? And you are...
My name is Denby. You may remember it.
Oh, yeah. You phoned a couple of hours ago about a card game. Now, look, just what is your boy poking in my back?
I think it's a 38.
You're not sure?
It might be a 45.
Chuck, is it loaded?
Make a funny move, pal, and you'll find out the hard way.
Yo, wait a minute. It's just a passing curiosity. Where are we going?
My car. Get in.
If you insist. I guess you do. Okay.
I'll drive, Chuck.
The car bulletproof?
No, that's hardly necessary. Chuck shoots first.
Well, that's a saving, I guess. The only thing is, I hadn't figured on taking a ride. I told Mr. Wolf I was going for a walk. He disapproved,
You're
but...
going for a ride.
Isn't that a little corny?
Now, there's a minor difference. Usually the guest, shall we say, is killed at the conclusion of the ride. In this case...
Let's not make the difference too minor. Huh?
You will survive the ride. It's what comes afterwards that might kill you. You see, Mr. Goodwin, my friends and I have a little mystery to solve.
You want me to solve it?
No. We want Mr. Wolf to solve it. In order to do so, he must leave his house and come to mine. He has to in order to find the solution quickly.
Why?
Neither my friends nor myself have any desire to improve our acquaintance with the police. Therefore, we want the mystery solved before the police are even called in. Hence our need for Mr. Wolf. Hence our detaining you.
Detaining is a pretty word in the circumstances.
And this is my home, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, well, I don't like the architecture. I think I'll stay out.
Get going, pal.
On second thought, Mr. Denby, what makes you think Mr. Wolf is going to leave his house and come here?
You. Unless he does so, he will lose you. Forever. The door, Chuck.
Okay.
Mr. Mr. Goodwin, may I introduce you to my associates in business and in poker? To your right, Mr. Lecasto, a charming but impulsive fellow.
Hello.
He's only the stooge. Where's the fat fellow?
In time, Lecasto. The lovely lady whose back is to you is Jean. Jean something or other. She's always changing her name.
Hello.
Hello.
And the gentleman facing you is Mr. Piper.
How do you do? Is he exclusive or just... Hey, he's wearing his red carnation a little low, isn't he? Over his heart. Except that's no carnation.
That, Mr. Goodwin, is blood. Lifeblood.
Archie. Oh, Barry's always taking walks. Come in, the door's unlocked.
Are you... Yeah, you're Wolf.
Having made a magnificent discovery, suppose you remove your hat?
No, come on.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Denby wants to see you.
Mr. Danby can see me here.
Here ain't where he wants to see you.
Here, at the risk of minor monotony, is where he'll have to see me.
Don't you want your boy Goodwin to keep on living?
No one has ever been able to discourage him.
Mr. Denby will.
Archie's in custody?
No, in Mr. Denby's house under a gun.
I don't have to believe that.
Take a look at this.
Wallet. Archie's wallet. I shall accompany you. And permit me to warn you that if Mr. Goodwin has been harmed, nothing short of murder will satisfy me.
It's getting late. Wolf isn't here yet. Maybe he doesn't worry about you, Goodwin.
Well, he could have been delayed. Maybe an orchid needed a pollen transfusion or something. Besides, only the good die young.
Then you must be very, very good, Archie.
That remark I didn't care for.
We sit here and wait for the fat one, but in the meanwhile, the police...
The police will come when we notify them.
But they will not like the delay we make to notify them. I say we waste time. I say the fat one will not risk coming.
You say entirely too much.
Is that so? Maybe I kill you myself.
Picasso, put that gun away.
Yes, darling Archie should have a chance to live. Not long if Wolf doesn't come.
Stop looking so pleased.
Are you afraid to die, Archie?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to it. It's so final. Besides, I didn't eat a hearty dinner, and... Oh, the Marines have landed.
Who is it?
Chuck, with Nero Wolf.
Let him in. Shut the door, Chuck. Stay outside.
Archie?
Hello, Mr. Wolf. Oh, am I glad to see you.
I regret I cannot say the same thing. Blast you, why couldn't you stay at home instead of taking those confounded walks? I warned you it'd be dangerous.
Yeah, but Mr. Wolf, it wasn't the fresh air that got me. It was Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I knew you wouldn't come here without some sort of pressure. I thought the method I used would be most effective.
Would you really have killed Archie if I hadn't come?
I would have had no choice. I would have been stuck with a witness to an unsolved murder.
Suppose I cannot solve it.
I should be forced to apply the same logic to two witnesses.
Mr. Wolf, you really came here to save my life, huh?
Nonsense. I came here for a fee, Mr. Denby.
I have a check for $1,000 already made out.
Clear it up. You forget. I left my home. I traveled unprotected through the streets of this city, exposed to motor accidents, to fresh air, too. You offer me $1,000.
Will $2,500 do?
Barely. Archie, will you take the check? Now, I presume you want me to find who killed the gentleman at the table, the one facing me, huh?
His name is Mr. Piper.
The name is no importance. Will you all sit at the table in the same position you were at the time of the shooting?
Of course. Jean? Picasso?
Good. Now for a look at the wound. The lights, I should imagine, went out for a while when the shooting occurred.
They went out?
Yes. Of the three of you at the table, which one had the best motive for the murder?
We all have the same motive. The club.
Helpful. There was no one else in the room at the time?
No one.
The door?
Locked, with Chuck on guard outside of it.
So much for that. The windows, I notice, are closed. They were closed when the murder took place?
They were closed.
The window panes are all unbroken, which eliminates the possibility of the shot being fired from outside of them. unless one of them was raised and lowered.
That wouldn't have been possible. The windows are secured by catches.
Archie, will you check that?
Okay, Mr. Wolf.
I shall for the moment assume that the windows are neither lying nor untrustworthy. Does anyone remember anything unusual occurring at the time of the shooting?
Well, someone whispered Piper just before the shot.
Indeed. You all heard that whisper?
We heard it.
Man's voice or woman?
Well, I can't say. A whisper doesn't reveal much of anything.
The windows weren't open, Mr. Wolf.
Which leads to...
The fact that it had to be one of us in this room. But which one, Mr. Wolf?
The murder weapon. Ah, yes. Has it been moved?
Nobody touched it. It's laying on the floor where it was dropped.
Interesting. If you look closely, you would observe 2 oil spots staining the rug between the revolver and the lady's chair, indicating... who sat at the right of Mr. Piper?
I did. Why?
Mr. Denby.
Yes?
If I were you, I would turn Mr. Lecasto over to the police.
You are a liar.
I warned you about that gun, Lecasto.
Was it necessary to shoot Mr. Lecasto?
In the arm, yes. He was reaching for a gun. He'll live, however, till the police take him away. What do I tell them?
You could point out the angle of the wound. As you notice, Mr. Denby, the bullet entered Mr. Piper's heart from the right.
Yes, so it did. Therefore, whoever sat to his right, well, that was Lecasto.
Archie, you have the check?
I have it.
We may as well leave.
Mr. Wolf, you're sure Lecasto shot Piper?
I have indicated the evidence. The rest will be up to the jury. Come, Archie.
Jean,
Yes, Archie.
now that my life expectancy has increased, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Archie?
I got a scram.
Lancaster 7583.
I'll be ringing your bell. Oh, Mr. Denby, you better do something about Lucasto's arm or he won't live to be executed. You see, the executioner likes them warm before he chills them. The old homestead looks very nice, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, Archie. You should stay in it more often.
Yeah, but you never get to meet babes like Jean that way.
You never get kidnapped either. Nor would I have had to leave my home in order to rescue you.
Yeah, well, you earned a nice fee, fast.
Indeed?
You seem doubtful about it.
I'm positive, Archie. I know. I have not as yet earned my fee.
Huh? You mean Denby might not turn Lucasto over to the cops?
Of course he will. The trouble is, you see, Lecasto did not murder Piper.
No? He just thought a bullet in the heart might be good for Piper's rheumatism, huh?
As it happens, Piper suffered from asthma. But that's beside the point.
Fine. Mr. Wolf, I'm going to take it for granted that you know who did kill Piper. I'm also going to take it for granted that you won't tell me until you're ready. But why turn Lucasto over to the police?
2 reasons, Archie. First, I had no proof against the real killer. Secondly, we had to supply a scapegoat in order to be permitted to leave the Danby home. You were unarmed, helpless.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Nonsense. It was an interesting problem. I enjoyed it.
It was, huh? Well, to me, it's still in the present tenses. Which reminds me, as old Dr. Tidmouse said, there's always a future tense. And in that future tense, Jean.
No, Archie.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, stop. That girl's got a love for blood that appeals to the ghoul in me. Besides, did you notice what she does to her dress?
Archie, I was merely about to say that I have no objections to your dallying with the girl.
Oh, I don't believe it. My ears need overhauling.
I objected only to the future tense. Why not call her now?
Yeah, well, I won't pretend I understand this sudden enthusiasm on your part about my love life. Probably there's some foul, scheming motive at the bottom of it. But who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Now, let's see. Her number was,
Lancaster 7583, of course.
This is the most beautiful bar and grill I've ever seen, Archie.
Drank, you mean?
What?
Never mind.
All right. Archie, did anybody tell you you were beautiful, too?
Well, a girl here and there has mentioned it.
Oh, were they liars?
Tell me, Jean, how did you ever get into the gambling den racket?
Because I'm a crook?
Well, I suspected that, but
I want another drink.
you've had enough.
I want another drink, and when Jean wants another drink, no gentleman who is a gentleman...
Gene, get down.
Oh, let me go. I don't want to climb under the table.
You'll stay under here until the barrage stops. I guess the war's over. All right, Gene, get up.
No, now I'm here. I like it. I'm going to stay here for months and months.
Gene, do you realize that somebody just tried to kill you?
And I thought you had such a nice, honest face.
No, not me. Somebody out in the street. I don't know why, but Mr. Wolf will. Come on, pull yourself together and let's go see him.
The nice fat man? All right, I like him.
You do? Why?
Because he'd make such a big corpse.
Is that you, Archie?
Plus Jean.
What made you think I wanted her here?
Well, she's one of your fans. She thinks you'd make a lovely corpse.
What was the reason for bringing her here?
She was shot at. Did you expect her to be?
I expected her to be killed. That's why I sent you to her.
It didn't occur to you I might be killed, too?
It did. I was willing to take the chance.
You were willing? Oh, Mr. Wolf, Jean's a little under the weather.
Splendid. In vino veritas.
Watch your language.
I mean that people in their cups often tell the truth, a proverb of some antiquity. Who shot at you tonight, Jean?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see.
Has it occurred to you that you might just as easily have murdered Piper as not?
But Lucasto killed Piper. You said so yourself.
I lied. Furthermore, why the attack on you if Lucasto was the murderer?
Well, I don't know.
Did you also not know that Lucasto escaped from jail earlier this evening?
You're making that up.
Why should I? Mr. Denby turned him over to the police, but Lucasto managed to get away before being jailed.
That's not cricket.
Incidentally, Mr. Denby will be joining us at any moment. I expected you to bring Jean, Archie. Therefore, with the exception of Mr. Piper, who is resting in the morgue, and Mr. Lucasto, who is at large, we shall have all the participants in the card game. With them, perhaps we can deal a new hand, Archie?
Okay. Maybe it's the morgue to tell us Piper escaped. Oh, wrong again. Come in, Mr. Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I'm upset. I heard over the radio about Lucasto's escape. He'll try to kill us all.
Why?
Well, because we can testify that he murdered Piper.
True.
I beg your pardon?
Lucasto did not kill Piper.
But you said that he did.
The only evidence against Lucasto was the angle of the entrance of the bullet that lodged in his heart. May I remind you of the whisper you all heard in the darkness preceding Piper's death?
The whisper that said Piper?
Precisely. We must assume, then, that Piper turned his body in the direction of the whisper. Therefore, the angle of the wound would be wrong for Lucasto, but the correct one for...
Whoever sat opposite Piper.
I sat opposite him. But that doesn't mean I killed him.
Wait, you must have. Once he turned, the bullet must have come from opposite him. Only possible way. That means you, Jean.
No, it's a frame.
May I interrupt for a moment? Mr. Denby, if our present analysis is correct, it must have been you who whispered to Piper. Did you?
I hadn't thought about it before, but...
Denby, you're lying.
No, he's not lying. Continue, Mr. Denby.
Well, when the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me, and that's when he was shot.
Archie, you've taken all this down.
In my prettiest shorthand, Mr. Wolf.
Good.
I don't know why you're doing this, Denby. Maybe you think if I take the rap, you'll get the club. But remember, Lucasto's still free. He's gunning for all of us. But it'll be you. Especially you he'll want. Maybe you can talk a jury into sending me up for something I didn't do, but you won't live to gloat about it.
Oh, shut up, Jean. You killed Piper and...
Who's that?
This is, of course, the murderer of Mr. Piper. No comments? Archie, the door, if you please.
But you said I was the one who...
What kind of idiocy is this?
Archie, I said the door.
Okay, but shall I ask him in or sock him?
You will act as the situation demands.
Yes, sir. But for once, I'd like to know what the situation is.
Raise him, Goodwin, and keep him that way. Now back up into the living room.
I don't back up good. My gears...
You want it here?
Never mind. I'll strip a gear.
Archie, what are you doing?
Just what the situation demands, backing up. In case your knowledge of armaments has failed you, our little friend Chuck here is pointing a .38 revolver at me.
Won't save him from the chair.
Maybe not, but it could give me quite a pain in the stomach.
Chuck, what do you think you're doing?
You double-crossing louse.
Gentlemen, if you
So
please.
you thought you'd run to the fat dick and pin it all on me, huh, Denby?
You don't know what you're talking about. We haven't even mentioned you.
You sure of that, huh? Then why did Wolf phone me and tell me you were about to sing?
Wolf phoned you?
Yeah. Said you were getting ready to feed me to the electrician up the river.
Oh, he was making a stab in the dark, Chuck, trying to start something.
That's so, Wolf?
Archie, will you read Chuck your notes about Mr. Denby's statement regarding the whisper?
Well, that doesn't mean it could be misunderstood.
Read me the notes, Goodwin.
Here it is, I quote. When the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me
That's
and...
all I need to hear.
Chuck.
You were selling me out after hiring me to knock off Piper.
You dumb gunman. Now you've given Wolf what he wants, a confession. I was trying to pin it on Jean.
That's what you say now. It's kind of late, though. Too late for you.
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Denby. Nice shooting, Chuck.
Stay put, Goodwin. The rest of you, I'm leaving.
Police wouldn't approve. But let me have your gun. huh?
Wise guy. You know something? I've been thinking.
Can you think?
If I was to knock off you and Goodwin, me and Jean could split the club between us and nobody'd ever know who killed Piper.
Very whimsical, Chuck, but if you don't mind...
Archie, don't be an idiot.
Well, if I have to get shot, I prefer it to happen when I'm moving forward.
Archie.
Okay, come and get it, Goodwin. March right up nice and easy and take it.
I'm coming. Would somebody mind telling me why I don't fall down?
Fool.
I've been shot. Well, that's not the way to talk to a man who's just been... Hey, Chuck is lying down.
Is he dead?
Well, there's been a mistake. I didn't shoot him. He shot me.
Archie, stop blabbering. Neither of you shot the other. As a matter of fact...
I shot the Chuck.
Lucasto.
Lucasto, Archie?
Well, I thought he escaped.
No, I'm not crazy. I do not escape. The fat one, he phones the police to tell them how I'm innocent.
Yes, I had the police announce the escape, however, for reasons of, shall I say, strategy?
Well, on account of there are no bullet holes in me, you can say whatever you like, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Archie. That announcement helped heighten the tension our murderers were under.
And then they explode. The fat one, he says to me, Lucasto, wait in the next room. Watch careful. Maybe there's trouble. I watch. And now? Now there's no more trouble.
Well, place looks a lot tidier now with all those bodies removed, huh?
Indeed. Archie,
I'll get you the bottle of beer. But first, make with an explanation.
The case was crystal clear, Archie.
Maybe, but I'm no crystal gazer. Sure, I know. Denby had things arranged in advance with Chuck in case anybody held a better hand than his own. Piper did. So Denby whispered to Piper after kicking the light switch and set him up for a shot by Chuck from the doorway. The angle would provide evidence against Lucasto.
True. However, we had only Denby's word for it and Chuck's that the door was locked.
All right. We know, but you knew before Denby and Chuck blew up. How?
The oil spots on the rug, Archie?
Well, they only showed the gun had bounced when the murderer threw it away. Spattered oil, very well-kept gun.
They showed more than that. Where were those spots in relation to the gun? Think back, Archie.
Spots in relation to... Oh, sure. They were between the gun and the door.
Therefore, the gun must have been thrown from the door. Bounced twice, staining the rug before reaching its final destination.
Oh, I get it now. That told you who'd fired the gun. But there wasn't proof enough, so you set up a nice atmosphere of suspicion and had the boys give each other away. All right, Mr. Wolf, you're a genius, and you may have your beer.
Thank you, Archie.
As for me, I'm not a genius, but I remember a phone number. So if you'll excuse me, Mr. Wolf.
You're excused, Archie.
Thanks.
But before you call that number, may I remind you that Jean is a girl of macabre tastes who appeals to the ghoul in you.
Sure you may, but why bother?
In order to be able to warn you that a ghoul and his money are soon parted. Good night, Archie.
I've been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Jay Novello, Howard McNear, Barney Phillips, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Calculated Risk. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
We present now a special transcribed Christmas message from the President of the United States to the American people.
My fellow countrymen, all over our country and in many other parts of the world, men, women, and children are preparing to celebrate the birthday of Christ. Never before in our lives has a Christmas seemed so important. I'm not thinking of turkey dinners and stacks of gifts. I mean the quiet, reverent celebration of faith, hope, and love, born in a manger in Bethlehem. Across all the continents of this world, peace-loving people today feel apprehension and loneliness and fear. Many have forgotten the humble surroundings of the Nativity and how from a straw-littered stable shone a light which for nearly 20 centuries has given men strength, comfort, and peace of mind. At this Christmas time, we should renew our faith in God. We celebrate the hour in which God came to man. It is fitting that we should turn to Him. Many of us are fortunate enough to celebrate Christmas at our own fireside. But there are many others who are away from their homes and loved ones on this day. Thousands of our boys are on the cold and dreary battlefield of Korea. But all of us, at home, at war, wherever we may be, are within reach of God's love and power. We can all pray. All of us should pray. We should ask the fulfillment of God's will. We should ask for courage, for wisdom, for the quietness of soul which comes alone to them who place their lives in His hands. We should pray for a peace which is based on righteousness. The nation already is in the midst of a crusade of prayer. On the last Sunday of the old year, there will be special services devoted to a revival of faith in God. I call upon all of you to enlist in this common cause. I call upon you no matter what your spiritual allegiance may be. We're all joined in the fight against the tyranny of communism. Communism is godless. Democracy is the foundation of faith. Faith in oneself, faith in one's neighbors, faith in God. Democracy's most powerful weapon is not a gun, a tank, or a bomb. It is faith. Faith in the brotherhood and dignity of man under God. Let us pray at this Christmas time for the wisdom, the humility, and the courage to carry on in this faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard President Truman's Christmas message to the American people. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In answer to many thousands of requests from its listeners, the National Broadcasting Company is happy to bring you Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. Dimension X.
This is the story of Riesling, the singer of the spaceways. You've probably sung his songs in school, in English, French, or German. The language doesn't matter, but it was an earth tongue. But the real story of Riesling is not found in the footnotes of a scholar's critique or a publisher's biography. It is in the memories of the old-time spacemen, the pioneers who pushed the thundering old-fashioned rockets to the far, strange ports that are our commonplace heritage. These men know the true story of Riesling.
The arching sky is calling spacemen back to their trade. All hands stand by, free falling, and the lights below us fade. Outright ride the sons of terror. Far drives the thundering jet. Up leaps the race of earthmen. Out far and onward yet.
When I first met Riesling, he was hustling drinks in the Twin Moons Bar at Drywater, Mars. He'd won a guitar off a Chinese barkeep at Luna City by cheating at one thumb, and he made his whiskey by singing in the bar and passing the hat.
Listen to her, Hudson. Don't she strum pretty? Like a 16-year-old gal.
Say, how much you collect on that last song?
$3 Martian and a slug. Al grabbed it from my bill. He don't trust me no more. Funny, never did have no luck with hound dogs nor Martian barkeep.
Hey, Riesling, look over there by the bar. There's an Institute 4 striper giving you the eye. Know him?
Captain Hicks off the Goshawk.
He's sure giving you the once-over. Maybe he's got a job.
They don't make never no mind to me. I've been blacklisted. Hicks logged me for making up a song on watch. Right fine song, too.
Hold it. Here comes the brass arm.
Riesling, I've been looking for you.
I've been right here, Skipper. You saw to that.
I need a jetman on the Goshawk.
Interesting. Real interesting.
Well?
I got news for you, Skipper. You blacklisted me, remember?
Well, you kept your nose clean, and we need an experienced man.
Been a little changing down aft in the Goshawk, ain't there, Skipper?
How'd you know that?
You got that new atomic pile drive. Last 3 of them tea kettles blew somewhere in the asteroids.
Look, it's double pay, but if you're scared...
Scared? Listen, fella. For double pay, I'd jump off the top of the Harriman Tower if you allowed me rubber heels for the landing.
All right, then. You show up tonight to sign the book. Sober.
Got no choice, Skipper. Money and me is total strangers.
We lift at 11:30 Mars time. Sober, you understand, Riesling?
You taking the job?
Well, that Goshawk is one stinking old tub. Her engine's got more bugs than a beagle dog in spring. And that new drive is about as safe as a pretty gal in the Ozarks. But I reckon she'll do for one more trip.
Welcome home, Riesling.
Hi, Jimmy Legs. Meet my friend Hertzman. He's signing on as a wiper. This here's Jimmy Legs Casey. He's bosun. Can't hold his liquor no more than a sieve, poor boy.
Mr. Casey.
Riesling, you sober enough to sign the book?
Drunk or sober, I'll make my mark. Stand aside.
3 X's?
It took me a middle name.
Yeah, you 2 lay below. And Hertzman.
Aye, sir.
Get him sobered up before the skipper makes rounds.
Jimmy Legs, I'm sober as a hanging judge.
Yeah? Well, you can leave that bottle here.
What bottle?
The one in your back pocket. Oh, glass buttons, maybe, huh? Give it here.
Jimmy Legs, I swear I'm going to write a song about you.
Go ahead, threaten me. Now get below. We raise ship in 30 minutes.
Hi, Skipper.
Riesling, what the devil are you doing up here on the bridge without permission?
Figured I'd take a little stroll.
Riesling, get below before I have...
Hold on, Skipper. You'll have that gold braid just crawling up your arm. I'm up here on business.
Well?
That number 2 jet ain't fit. Cadmium dampers are warped.
Why tell me? Tell the chief engineer.
I did. He says they'll hold.
Well?
He's wrong.
He's wrong. He's got a Harriman Institute degree in power electronics. And some drunk space rat says he's wrong.
Skipper, I was damping jets when that shirt-tail Tad wore pins for buttons.
I've got no time for you, Riesling. Casey, sound takeoff.
Aye, sir.
I'm telling you, Skipper, that number 2 jet's gonna blow. Dampers warp crooked like a turtle's back.
Riesling, drag your deadhead out of here. Get below.
Go ahead from the control tower, Captain.
All right, Casey. Fire 1 and 4.
Had to blast for 3 watches before going into free flight. Riesling and I had the second watch. Damping was done by hand in those days with a multiplying vernier and a danger peeper. And as long as the peeper ticked off slow and steady, we knew the ship was safe. For a while. Hey, Riesling, you better stow that guitar. If Jimmy Legs catches it, he'll blow a gasket.
Don't worry, I can damp this tea kettle in my sleep.
How's number 2?
All right so far. Did you ever hear that song about Hicks, the one that got me blacklisted?
Oh, the skipper is the father of his crew, a gentle guiding light to me and you. But on Mars he likes his women if they walk or if they're swimming or if they've got 6 arms instead of 2.
Hey, the second verse is better.
Now the skipper likes his liquor by the quart. Yes, he'd go from Mars to Venus for a snort. He'll drink rocket fuel and...
Hell, hi, Skip. Didn't see you come in.
You were too busy, eh? Who's watching the gauge?
I got an eye on it. Don't you fret none.
Riesling, I'm going to fix it so you can't get a berth on a rocket-powered pogo stick. Report to Casey under arrest.
I don't rightly think I will.
You what?
You kind of forget, Skipper. According to Space Code, you can't remove a jetman till the end of the watch, right?
Now, look, you corn-fed space lawyer.
Now, is that a rule or ain't it?
Riesling, your shift is over at 2300. And I'll see you ride the rest of the way in slop locker.
Maybe. Maybe. In the meantime, you clear out of my power room. I gotta make me up a third verse for my song.
I got it. Power room.
Damp number 2 a point.
Number 2, all right.
Hey, let me have that mic. Jimmy Legs, is that forced dry boil up there?
Give me that, Casey. Riesling, I've taken just about enough from you.
And I've got a little news for you, Skipper. Number 2 jet is bulging like a fat lady in a satin skirt.
Listen, you clown, that's
Skipper, I think I'm gonna junk my song and start over. I can do much better
This
on
is
you.
the last time, Riesling. Damp number 2 a point.
Sure. Look out, Hertzman. I'll take it. You watch the gauge. Now.
Riding easy here.
She's bucking a little. Riesling, hit the emergency. She won't. Damn! It's that door. There go the lights. Riesling! Stay down behind the baffle. I've got to take a look. It's radioactive. Look out! I've got to piece the hot stuff out of the tube.
What's going on down there?
Shut up, Jimmy Legs. I'm busy. Hey, she's tight now.
What happened?
Number 2 blew, you lunk-headed space rat.
You all right?
A little sunburn. The lights are gone. What's the matter with the emergency circuits?
Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, get some lights down here. It's dark. Get the emergency light on.
They're on, Riesling. They went on after the blast. The lights are on.
What are you talking about? Jimmy Legs. Jimmy Legs, turn on the lights. It's dark. Turn on the lights.
That blue radioactive glow from the jets was the last thing Riesling ever saw. His optic nerve was burned out in an instant. He was in sick bay on the rest of the trip, and on the swing back, we set Riesling down at dry water Mars. Look out for the cable, Riesling.
Thanks, Hertzman.
Hey, Riesling.
That you, Jimmy Legs?
Hold up a minute, will you? Oh, Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, I promised I'd write a song about you, didn't I?
Sure, Riesling, sure.
Can't seem to sing like I used to.
Look, Riesling, the men up on the bridge feel kind of bad about this.
Yeah? Why didn't they think of that when Riesling told them that damper was shot?
Now, Hertzman, that's all over.
Sure. That's all forgotten. Riesling, let's get out of the Twin Moons before I vomit.
Now, hold it. The skipper feels pretty bad about the whole thing, Riesling.
Kind of late for that, Jimmy Legs. Feeling sorry don't hold no corn.
The boys passed the hat. The skipper kicked in half a month's pay.
Did he now? Then on principle, I suppose I ought to tell him to stuff it back up the jets. But you can't buy no drinking whiskey on principle. I'll take it.
Here you are. I'll get it. I'll be seeing you, Riesling.
Sure, Jimmy Lee. Sure. Come on, Hertzman. Let's get that drink.
That was all. Just another space bum who didn't have the good sense to finish before his luck ran out. Well, Riesling holed up at the Twin Moons till his money was gone. Then he hooked a ride on a crawler over to Marsopolis. It was a boom town then, with an industrial district mushrooming between the Lesser and Grand Canals. I ran into Riesling about 2 months later, playing his guitar on a jetty that ran out into the canal. He had a dirty rag tied over his eyes with a jetman's knot, and his hat was on the wharf beside him.
Riesling! Who's that? Wait a minute. Hertzman.
Yeah, how you been?
Passable. Say, is this a Venusian dime?
Ah, it's a slug.
I figured.
Well, how's it going? Singing again?
Some. Working saloons, mostly. I've been thinking some funny songs, Hertzman. The words come out different than they used to. Come on along the canal with me.
Sure. Here, take my arm.
I know the way. That's a funny thing, Hertzman. I figure I know it better than other folks. Look back there, towards the city. What do you see?
Factory towers. Smell them from here.
But it don't seem that way to me. I remember them old buildings, old before Bible times on earth. Thin and graceful like the fairy palaces my Grammy used to tell about down home in the hills.
They've torn them down now, or else blocked them up with cinder bricks.
Hertzman, when I stand out here on the canal, I can see it the way it used to be. The water, ice blue with the stars shining up out of it. Way off there, the city with the towers sweeping up like a bird flying off a tree. I can see it.
It's the dirtiest stinkhole in the system.
Not always. Depends on how you see it.
Bone tired the race that raised the towers, forgotten are their lores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath this icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die.
You make that up? Why don't you go home, Riesling?
Home? Earth. I've been thinking about that, Hertzman. When I was a youngster down in the Ozarks, I used to climb a big old oak tree my daddy had in the dooryard. You could see the hills for miles, green and cool. I've been thinking about that.
Why don't you go back then?
I couldn't see them hills no more now. I couldn't stand to see black when I knew they was lying all around me, cool and green in the sun. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to town, Hertzman. Today I made $3.50 mush, and I'm all set to drink it down before dawn. Come on!
I lost track of Riesling after that. I shipped out on a slow freight of the Condor class for Luna, and he hitchhiked a ride to Venusburg on an ore ship in the Tri-Planet run. So he beat around the system, Venusburg to Layport to Drywater to New Shanghai and back. Any spaceport was his home, and no skipper had refused to lift the extra mass of Riesling and his battered guitar. He made up his songs, sitting out watches down in the power rooms with old shipmates, while the monotonous beat of the jet shook the hull plates.
Hear the jets.
Hear the jets.
Hear them snarl at your back when you're stretched on the rack. Hear the jets. Feel the pain in your ship. Feel the strain in your grip.
Hear the jets.
Feel her rise, feel her drive. Strange steel come alive on her jets.
Little by little, his songs began to travel along the spaceways ahead of him. Raw spaceman songs with titles like Since the Pusher Met My Cousin and The Spacesuit Built for Two. But more and more, we began to hear a different kind of song. Strange, sad songs, the ones you find printed in the centennial editions. Dark Star Passing, Death Song of a Woods Cove. And then, finally, The Green Hills of Earth. It grew for 20 years, that song. They say it started way back when Riesling was down in the labor camps on Venus, singing for the indentured men.
Now, if someone will kindly pass a bottle. Oh, it is not much, Riesling. Here. It'll do. What is that stuff?
Tequila. You cannot make him good here on Venus.
What do you use?
Carac bush. Home it is different.
Where are you from, son?
Tasco, Mexico.
That's a long way from here.
See, a long way.
How'd you come to sign on?
The man comes out to the village from the city in the shining automobile. Very big. He says there is work. You signed the paper for 10 years and you work. Yeah, work. There is work here, all right. 10 stinking hours in the jungle with machete. I tell you, when I get home to Earth...
What'll you do, son?
What is the use? We aren't getting home. You know how many men die out there in the swamp today? 10 men, 10! What is the use? My mother, she's dead. My father don't care.
A girl?
Oh, she says she wait. I don't know.
Sure, son.
You sing some more, Riesling. We drink, you sing.
Maybe a new song, son.
We rot in the molds of Venus. We wretched her tainted breath. Foul are her flooded jungles, a-crawling with unclean death. Let the...
What is the matter? Finish the song, Riesling.
I can't. Can't yet. It just don't come. I'll finish it when I go home. That's it. When I go home to the hills. Now pass that bottle. The dawn whistle don't blow for 4 hours.
That's where the Green Hills started. And I was there when it was finished. It was 20 years after that. And there wasn't a man flying or on the beach hadn't heard of Riesling and his songs. He was getting old now for a spaceman. He was a familiar figure through the whole system. Tall, gaunt, and with that dirty bandage tied across his blind eyes. I was chief jetman then on the old Falcon. We were cradled at Venus Ellis Isle, scheduled for a direct jump to Great Lakes, Illinois, on Earth. I was checking in dunnage when Riesling felt his way up the gangway and came through the lock. Riesling!
Who's that?
Mike Hertzman.
Hertzman.
Well, what are you doing on this old hog?
I figured I'd ride her back to Earth.
Earth? Are you going home, Riesling? I thought you were never going to make that run.
I've been hankering to set foot in the Ozarks again.
How about those hills?
I've been singing about them so long now, Hertzman. I got to finish the song. I got to set foot in the dooryard and hear the wind through that oak tree. About the last thing I'll be doing. I got to get home before it...
Riesling, there's a new company policy in effect.
You see, Hertzman, I'm getting just a little old.
Riesling, listen. No more deadhead rides. The new code book is in force.
Oh, I seen code books come and go.
The skipper's one of them youngsters fresh out of Harriman Institute cadet training. He's liable to throw the book at you.
At me? I've been around space as long as Halley's Comet and Brewster's Ridge. I'm going back to Earth, the cool green hills of Earth. I'm going home.
All secured, Hertzman. What are you doing here?
That's Riesling, Captain.
Riesling, huh?
I'm dragging it back to Earth, Captain.
Not in this ship. Hertzman, have this man removed.
Funny thing, Captain, I sprained my shoulder suddenly.
Look, Skipper, you're a youngster. You're pretty new out here. I'm going home. You don't know what that means to an old man, going home.
I can't take you. Against the Harriman Code.
Oh, now look, Skipper. You can slide me by under the distressed spaceman's clause in that code book.
Distressed spaceman, my eye. You've been bumming around the system for 30 years.
Skipper.
You make me do something I never done for no one before. I'm an old man. An old blind man, and I want to go home. I ain't never crawled in front of a four-striper in my life, but you gotta let me drag home. The law says a man's got a trip coming to him. You can stretch for a poor old blind man, now can't you? You got it, Skipper.
All right, you old space rat. But keep out of the way. I run an efficient ship, and I don't want any trouble.
No, sir, no trouble. I'll just lay down to the power room. I kind of like to be near the jets when they blast off for Earth.
Sit down, Riesling. Take a load off your feet.
Thanks, Mac.
Stand by for lift. Stand by.
Best seat in the system. Power room and an old Hawk glass ship.
Power room, fire 3.
Aye, sir.
The cool green hills of Earth.
You still singing that, Riesling?
Oh, some. I changed her a little. Gonna finish her now, Mac. Going home to finish her.
Yeah. Have you seen those new automatic dampers, Riesling? Don't have to do nothing but sit and watch.
Where's the peeper?
Turned off. She's all automatic.
You have it soft nowadays. When I was twisting her tail, you had to stay awake. You got an old hand damping plates on?
All but the links. Iron shipped them. They cover up the dials.
You might need them.
No, the automatics handle everything. Well, you're finally going home, Riesling, huh? Won't seem the same out past the moon.
I've been waiting for this a long time, man. Gonna be good to get home, I reckon.
The argent sky is calling spacemen back.
Mac! Hey, Mac, you all right? I got the emergency. The hand dampers. Where are the links? Mac, you gotta be on the wall here somewhere. I got him.
Power room, what's the alarm? Emergency squad coming in.
Stay out. The place is hot. Radiation blast.
Stay behind the baffle.
I got the link shift. I can hand damper now.
What's going on in there?
I'm still in Jet 3.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Riesling on watch.
Riesling, get out of there. You'll kill yourself.
Don't worry, Skipper. I know this power room like the inside of my shirt. Somebody's got a damper.
Riesling, I'm sending in a crew.
No use. The whole room will be hot for an hour and the other jets won't hold. Skipper, throw on the recording tape.
What?
Throw on the recording tape. I want to get something down.
Tape's on, Riesling. Stop it, Riesling. The radiation will burn you down.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, pretty sharp sunburn. Pick me out of here with the tongs and bury me in a lead shield coffin. Okay, Skipper. She's clean. Radiation's getting brighter. I can almost see it. Bright, rosy like the sun. Like the sun over the hills down home. I got my song figured right now. Here it comes.
We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleecy skies of the cool green hills of Earth.
I can see him now. The hills. The sun. I can see the sun.
That's the way he died. Riesling, the blind singer of the spaceways, singing of the home he never reached, the cool green hills of Earth.
Next week, we bring you another story many of you have requested that we repeat. It's the strange tale of man's first visit to another planet and why he decides that Mars is heaven.
Be with us at this same time next week for another adventure into the unknown world of Dimension X.
This program was transcribed. Now, dynamic Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show on NBC.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe, transcribed in 30 seconds. The chimes are all set to wish you a Happy New Year this Sunday with a gala broadcast of The Big Show. The unpredictable Tallulah will MC with a host of leading stars of stage, screen, and radio, including Ken Murray, Gloria Swanson, Margaret O'Brien, Jose Ferrer, and many more. And there's a carnival of fun with Theater Guild on the Air also this Sunday when the sparkling Lockhart family, Jean, Kathleen, and daughter June, co-star with Van Heflin in Theater Guild's presentation of the exciting story, State Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, I see. Oh, and you think Mr. Wolfe might be interested in going over and... Hold on a minute.
Archie, I'm not interested in going anywhere. Ill-considered movement is the curse of our times. Not to mention the mania for fresh air. Phew. Bottle opener, if you please.
Here you are. But that was Zabro's flower shop, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed.
Got a new shipment of orchids from upstate.
In that case...
Mr. Wolfe, remember the curse of our times? Not to mention the mania?
I'll be there.
He'll be there.
After all, a man must risk his life sometimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-borne genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Orchids don't grow up overnight. They have to be carefully planted, tended, watered, and watched. And the same thing goes for murder. Take Zabro's flower shop minutes after we got that phone call.
Zabro! Oh, Mr. Hansen, I did not notice you are here.
I'm here, and what's more...
You like the way I display your orchids, hmm?
I don't like the way you've been avoiding meeting your obligation.
Please, it is better not to shout.
It'd be still better if you paid me what you owe me.
Mr. Hansen, business has not been so good. I will pay.
You'd better.
I intend to...
My lawyers aren't going to be satisfied by intentions.
Your lawyers?
I've no particular desire to own a flower shop, but it looks as if I'm going to, unless you raise some money.
Mr. Hansen, I have worked years. I have given of my blood to make a success of this establishment. You cannot take him from me. You are a rich man.
I intend to stay rich, too. You've got 24 hours, Zabro. A man can accomplish a lot in 24 hours.
Yes, Mr. Hansen. Even maybe murder.
Mr. Zabro?
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Hansen.
Is Uncle here?
Yes, he is here. At the display, towards the back of the store.
Thanks. How is he? Oh,
He is the way he always is. Hard, vindictive.
Mr. Zabro.
I am sorry. Excuse me now.
Uncle?
What is it, Enid?
Have you seen my display?
The lilies?
Uh-huh.
Yes, pretty.
Oh, thank you.
He's not here.
Well, I didn't say...
He didn't have to. John Arndt is not here. Why he is not here, I don't know. His job was to look after my display. Perhaps he doesn't need a job anymore.
You know he does.
Fiddlesticks. After all, if he marries my heiress...
Uncle!
My dear girl, John Arndt is a fairly capable man with orchids. Outside of that, I have no use for him whatsoever, especially in the role of your husband.
Well, isn't that for me to decide?
Of course it is, except that, pretty as you are, John Arndt is seeing you through a golden haze. To be precise, the money that will come to you from me when I die.
That's nasty.
It's the truth.
Well, you can't know that.
I'm going to find out.
What?
I saw my lawyers this morning. Among other things, I instructed them to draw up a codicil to my will. A codicil to the effect that all my money goes to you on one condition.
Oh, you couldn't.
I did. The Condition was that you refrain from marrying John Arndt, either now or at any time in the future.
Well, that's not fair.
It's a very good way of discouraging Mr. Arndt. What'll you bet his ardor cools off quickly,
You told him?
Yes. Probably why he hasn't appeared as yet. He's sulky.
You really signed that codicil?
I will, as soon as the papers are drawn up. Where are you going?
I don't know. I've got to get away someplace and think.
Very well. Think about forgetting John Arndt. Best thing in the world for you.
Uncle, do you really think you can manage other people's lives for them?
I don't see why not.
No? Well, people don't like to be managed. They get desperate sometimes. And sometimes they kill.
Mr. Wolf, what are you doing?
Getting up. I'm up.
Well, that makes you eligible for the Explorers Club or something.
Ah, my coat and muffler, Archie.
I got him here.
Thank you.
You're really going out into that weather outside?
Archie, must you try to be witty?
It amuses me no end. Haven't you seen enough of those weeds yet?
An orchid is not a weed. Another muffler, Archie, the woolen one.
You've already got 2 on.
Please, fresh air clogs the lungs, Archie.
Sure, everybody knows that, but they won't admit it.
Of course not. A conspiracy of silence. Archie, I'm ready.
You sure? I can see a square inch of skin showing.
Come. You're driving me to Zabras.
Mm-hmm. All right, careful. And take a deep breath. I'm going to open the door. You ready?
Yeah, very well. Open it.
Be brave, Mr. Wolf. We'll keep the car window shut, and maybe you'll make it. Careful.
The risks one takes.
In you go. Well, okay, boss. Now, where is Zabros?
45th Street.
Gee, 10 blocks. Grit your teeth, Mr. Wolf. We're off.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, I'm glad you are here.
Those orchids you wrote me about had better be worth a trip.
The trip? But I think you live only a little way from here.
Don't forget it had to be made in the open air, Mr. Zabro.
Where are the orchids?
Towards the back. They are from Hansen's place. He is a fine grower. I have made an exhibit.
Good.
Oh, excuse me. Others are here. You go look for yourself, no?
Very well. Archie.
Oh, I was just noticing
Did a girl just enter the store?
A girl, a goddess, tall, graceful, Venus de Milo with arms. Arms that were made... Never mind, let's go look at orchids.
Thank you. Very fine.
The exhibit is laid out like nature, huh? Reminds me of a spot in Central Park that I spent some of my happiest moments in.
Then you do like flowers?
I don't go to Central Park to look at flowers. I went there to, forget it.
Exactly. Now go away and annoy someone else.
Venus?
I want to concentrate on these orchids. Goodbye.
Okay. I'll leave you alone with your loved ones. Let's see, maybe I can arrange to be left alone with something I could very easily learn to love. Hey, boss.
Don't bother me, Archie.
Oh, this is serious. There's a lily display just like this one over at the other end of the store.
Nothing connected with lilies could possibly be serious.
Maybe not, but there's a corpse planted among these lilies.
Indeed?
A lot of ferns were banked up in back of the display. I saw a foot sticking out, so I slipped back, lifted a few ferns, and found a body.
Fresh?
Very. The wound was still bleeding. Knife wound.
Sad, very. Now run along.
Oh, aren't you going to do anything about it?
Why should I? Anyone who'd permit himself to be found dead or alive among a display of lilies is beneath contempt.
Well, maybe the poor guy didn't have a chance to crawl into an orchid display before he died. However, if that's the way you feel, I'll tell the police all about poor Mr. Hansen and let them...
Who?
Hansen, the orchid grower.
He's one of the finest in the country.
Not is. Was. Wasn't me who pushed him under the lilies.
Under lilies? Bah. He would have hated that. Have you told Zabro?
No. Zabro's been busy up front.
Where is this display?
Ah, right along here.
There's been a number of people in the store since we came. Someone else may have noticed that dead man's foot.
I covered it.
Satisfactory. At times you give the illusions of intelligence. Is this the display?
Yep. Come around to the back. There's a little space between the back of the display and the wall. Yeah. Now here, right under this pile of ferns.
Yes, Archie?
Hey, that body.
What about it?
It got bashful. It's gone.
Indeed.
The corpse was dead.
Corpse is off now. Confound you, Archie. Have you been drinking too much milk again?
Now, look, boss, I saw him there. The blood's still coming out of his back, and I tell you that...
Let me understand you. Are you suggesting the corpse rose and walked away?
No, but somebody could have dragged it away. Somebody who put it here in the first place.
Pictures, no doubt. Come along, Archie. If this is some half-witted trick to distract me from the orchid...
Oh, no. I never come between a man and his love. Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Wolf.
Yes?
Do ferns bleed?
Let me see. Oh, indeed. Yes, there is blood, fresh arterial blood on these ferns. Bright red color, which means there was a wounded person among these lilies recently.
Thanks for the late vote of confidence.
Whoever killed Hanson apparently found a better place for him.
Mm-hmm. Took him home to put him over the mantelpiece.
Unlikely. Hanson wasn't very decorative.
Okay. Now, shall I yell for the police?
You have nothing to show them except a fern leaf covered with blood? No.
Don't tell me you smell a fee among all these flowers.
Hanson was a man I admired. Good heavens, Archie. The number of first-rate orchid growers is small enough without one of us being murdered.
Mm-hmm. Unsportsmanlike, huh? Okay, we won't stand for it. What next?
The body was removed from the building. How?
Well, I wouldn't swear to it, but there's a window here that leads out to an alleyway.
Could the alleyway be seen from the street?
I don't think so. There's a bend in it.
Wide enough for a car?
Yep.
Bring Zabro to me. Oh, don't bother. He's coming himself.
Well, Mr. Wolf, what do you think of the... Mr. Wolf, I do not believe this.
What don't you believe?
You are looking at lilies.
Not exactly. Whose flowers are these?
Mr. Hanson's niece grows lilies.
I see. Zabro, did you get all your orchids from Hanson?
Oh, yes. He is an artist.
Practically an old master at the moment. How much money did you owe him?
Who tell you I owe him?
You do, don't you?
Well, yes. Business has not been so good. But did he speak to you?
No, I guess you owed him money.
But I do not understand.
Was Hanson in the store today?
Yes, he came. You hear us quarrel, eh?
Where is he now?
I do not know. He leave, maybe.
I rather think he did. Zabro, who else was in the store within the last half hour who might have known Hanson?
Oh, Miss Hanson was here, and John Aaron. He is Mr. Hanson's assistant, and how you say, sweet on Miss Hanson.
Was she the tall girl came in shortly after we did, Mr. Zabro?
Tall? Yes, I think so.
Are either of them still here?
No, they go.
Together?
Miss Hanson go first.
Very well. Come along, Archie.
Okay, Mr. Wolf.
You will not tell Mr. Hanson you know of my debts.
No, Mr. Zabro, I won't tell him. As a matter of fact, even if I wanted to, I don't think he would listen.
I love these long drives in the country. Where are we going?
Hanson's place.
Oh. You think he returned to it to haunt it, huh?
He was returned there, I suspect.
Uh-huh. In order to cast suspicion on himself.
Miss Hanson lives with him. Mr. Arndt works for him on the premises, therefore...
Miss Hanson will be there?
I imagine so. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Boss, can we stop at the next town?
Why?
I want to buy a book on lilies.
This sudden... You mean Miss Hanson grows them and there?
Uh-huh. You see, that way we'll have something in common.
Perhaps, but Archie, is an interest in flowers what you want to have in common with her?
this is the house that Orchid's built, huh? Snazzy.
Very handsome country home.
For streamlined zombies.
Hello.
I take that back.
Miss Hanson?
Yes.
I'm Nero Wolf. The person ogling you is my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh. Well, Uncle's spoken of you, Mr. Wolf. Oh, come in, please.
Thank you.
I was not ogling. I was merely tracing a resemblance
Oh, between Uncle and me?
between you and my heart's desire.
Archie, stop being poetic. It doesn't become you.
In here, please. My uncle isn't at home yet, but... Oh, John, this is Mr. Wolf, Mr. Goodwin. John is Uncle's assistant.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Hanson hasn't returned from town yet, Mr. Wolf.
Are you quite sure?
Why, yes. Unless Enid saw him.
No, I didn't, John.
Indeed. In that case, if you don't mind, we'll wait for him.
Well, of course, we'd be delighted.
Sure. Excuse me, won't you? I've got some work to do.
On orchids or lilies?
The orchids.
Well, then go right ahead.
See you later.
Oh, can I get you something to drink?
Beer will do, thank you.
I'd better help you bring the bottle in, Miss...
Archie.
On the other hand, maybe you can manage alone.
Well, of course I can. I'm a big girl, Mr. Goodwin.
I noticed. I mean, why not call me Archie? It takes less time.
Oh, I'd like to, Archie.
Swell. Remember what old Dr. Tidmouse said?
I want a bottle of beer.
Said, I want a bottle... Oh. No. Never mind, Enid. You'd better go gather some beer for Mr. Wolf.
All right. I'll be back in a minute.
So much of her and all so nice.
Archie, are you forgetting why we're here?
I don't care why you're here.
We're waiting for Uncle.
Uh-huh. Mr. Wolf, it's unlikely that Uncle is going to walk in through that front door.
True. That is why you're sneaking out the back door to find him.
How do you know he'll be around here?
This is where he lives, isn't it, Archie?
Yes, but if you'll remember, Uncle gave up living earlier this afternoon.
You mean he was persuaded to? Nevertheless, I rather think he'll be around, body and all.
He wasn't in the house, so I tried the conservatory, hothouse, what have you. It was hot in that steam-heated orchid paradise. Also, it was full of orchids. Unfortunately, it wasn't full of Miss Hanson. I wandered hither and yon for a moment, dreaming of her, until I noticed a foot. Same foot I'd seen back at Zabro's, and peculiarly enough, the same corpse was attached to it. Uncle's. I was bending over to take a closer look when I felt a thud. I realized that thud was the sound of something hitting my head, and I began to realize, too, that I'd been knocked almost unconscious, which the second blow did.
I can't understand where my uncle is, Mr. Wolf.
His staying away so late is unusual, then.
Of course it is.
Which reminds me, Archie's been gone for several hours.
Yeah. Where did he go, Mr. Wolf?
To look about? Were you in the hothouse, Mr. Hunt?
No, I was packing some plants.
You, Miss Hanson?
Well, after I brought your beer, I went upstairs and rested for a while. Why?
Because if either of you harmed Archie, I shall personally murder you.
Oh, Mr. Wolf.
Come on, we got to find the boy.
Why should either of us want to harm him?
Because he probably found your uncle's body.
His body? What are you...
I don't understand.
Mr. Hanson has been murdered.
Oh no.
Enid.
Oh, stop that, Miss Hanson. You're a perfectly healthy young woman. There's no reason for you to swoon.
Now, look here, you.
Besides, I rather suspect she lost no love for him. Am I right, Miss Hanson?
He was my uncle.
You're aware of the fact? He opposed your marriage to Miss Aunt here, huh?
That's none of your business.
Which means he did oppose it. Mr. Aunt, Mr. Hanson was a friend of mine. I intend to find the murderer after I find his body. It shows a lack of proper respect to transport a corpse about the countryside. Come, both of you, we must find Archie.
This whole thing's like a nightmare.
So if you can't wake up from it, let's go on with the search.
Oh, look, there on the ground.
Archie.
I'll see if he's all right.
Why, this is fantastic. Mr. Hanson stabbed to death, and now Goodwin.
He's just been stunned, thank heavens. He's coming to.
Oh, I died. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm dead.
Archie, Archie, speak to me.
Oh, I went to heaven.
Are you all right, Archie?
Uh-oh, the other place.
Get up.
Sure, if somebody will hold my head. Oh, this. Are we having an earthquake?
You poor boy. Take my arm here.
I'll take both.
Ooh, he's normal. What happened, Archie?
Somebody hit me when I wasn't looking.
Yes? Why?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I remember.
Yes?
I found Uncle lying right there. Right there.
The poor boy's delirious.
Don't tell me he's gone again.
I'm afraid he has, Archie.
Are you sure you saw him?
I'm positive, and then somebody slugged me. That corpse is the shyest one I've ever met.
Blood would have dried. There'll be no signs of his having been placed here. Bad.
Why?
Your testimony would be valueless, especially since you were found unconscious. The jury would suspect you of having hit the bottle.
Why didn't we stay the night? I'm a sick man. Enid would have nursed me.
You're not sick. And I won't have you taking advantage of that girl.
In my condition, I couldn't have. But maybe she would have taken advantage of me.
Ooh.
Is that what they called it in your day?
There's Zabros. Stop the car.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, I can manage. I'm not entirely helpless.
Yeah. Place is closed. Dark.
I was afraid it might be.
Don't tell me Zabro's gone traveling, too.
Possibility, Archie.
You mean he killed Hanson to cancel the debt he owed him, and then followed us out to the country house and dumped Hanson there, hoping to pin suspicion on Enid and John?
Perhaps.
Uh-huh. Slugged me when I found the body too soon, and then... Guess we better get into the joint.
Door's locked?
A guy I know got out of jail the other day.
Yeah?
He's reformed, so he gave me all his skeleton keys.
You have them with you?
Mm-hmm. And we'll find out in a minute just how good a burglar he was. Very good. Will you come in?
Shut the door.
Okay.
Now. What's that?
Somebody's been hurt. The lights. Nothing up front here.
Back of the store where the exhibits are.
I'll go see. Maybe you better stay here.
Nonsense.
Oh, where? Uh-oh, among the lilies again. But this time there are two bodies there.
Sabro. Quick, Archie.
Mr. Zabro? Mr. Zab? He's been shot, boss. Bad.
He's trying to say something.
In the lilies. Mr. Hanson.
Yes, we know about him. Who shot you?
From the window. Alleyway. Came in.
Mr. Zabro, who?
He inherit money. Inherit.
Down, Mr. Wolf, quick. Somebody's shooting from that window.
Archie.
All in one piece. Are you all right?
Yes, that car.
It's gone. Brought the body here and...
Zabro.
He couldn't duck. He's dead.
Yes.
Police, boss, this time we've got more than a fern leaf smeared with blood to show them.
Not yet, Archie. I'd prefer handing the murderer over to them along with the victims. I'm going home. Archie, get Miss Hanson and Mr. Arndt there as soon as you can.
Well, suppose they don't want to come.
Knock them unconscious and drag them there.
Not Enid, boss. Enid's... Hey, what Zabro said about inheriting.
Don't anticipate, Archie. When you get them to my office, we'll identify the murderer then.
Mr. Wolf, don't you think this is all a little high-handed, dragging us here in the middle of the night?
Murder is even more high-handed, Mr. Arndt.
Please, John.
Miss Hanson, do you inherit?
Well, I guess so. I'm Uncle's only relative, so I suppose.
Wait a minute, Enid. Mr. Wolf, are you suggesting that she had anything to do with this invisible corpse?
The corpse is no longer invisible, Mr. Arndt.
You've seen Uncle?
Yes, dead in Zabro's establishment. Lying with a knife in his back in his own orchid display.
Now you're trying to pin something on me. You know I set up that orchid display.
Indeed. The police will be interested in that information.
But he wasn't found in the orchids. He was...
Yes, Mr. Arndt. He was found where?
I don't know.
You were about to say the lily display, weren't you?
I wasn't going to say anything.
You're a little late. You already informed us that you knew his body was not placed in the orchid display. How did you know?
I just guessed.
The jury will be very much impressed by your remarkable clairvoyance, especially since Archie asked Mr. Zabro to come in.
Mr. Zabro? Okay.
Don't bother, Goodwin.
John, that gun.
Shut up, you little fool.
Enid's a big girl.
I don't know how you tumbled, Wolf. Lucky guessing, maybe.
Oh, come now. Neither of us has indulged in guesswork. You killed Hanson, placed his body in the lily display to attract suspicion towards Miss Hanson. You felt sure she wouldn't be convicted, so you were safe. She would inherit, you would marry her, a marriage which your uncle opposed. But when you saw that Archie had discovered the body too early for you to establish an alibi for yourself...
Then he sneaked the body out of the window into his car and then dumped it in the hothouse.
For time.
Go on, Mr. Wolf.
He didn't intend it to be discovered there, which was why he knocked you unconscious, Archie.
Oh, I'm so glad he had a good reason for it.
He had a body on his hands. He decided to double back, put the body in its original place, and carry through his plan. But Zabro caught him at it, poor fellow.
I thought Zabro was in the other room.
Lost you, you fool. Do you think I, too, am addicted to carrying corpses about? Zabro is dead. And you've given yourself away unnecessarily. Archie?
All right.
Archie, quick.
Let's go, Edith.
I've got his arm.
I'll give him mine with a fist attached.
Very satisfactory, Archie. Now call the police. Inform them you have 2 corpses and a murderer for them.
You should have heard Mr. Arndt's language, boss, when the police took him away. Oh, I don't think he loves you.
I don't think it matters anymore.
It used to me.
Growing pains. You'll get over it, Miss Hanson.
You trapped him, Mr. Wolf, but what made you so sure he did it?
At the hothouse, when you were unconscious, Archie, Mr. Arndt deplored the fact that Mr. Hanson had been stabbed in the back. And no one had mentioned how he was killed. Therefore...
The reason Arndt knew was because he himself had killed Mr. Hanson. Murderers seldom get away with it, no matter how tightly they button their lips.
Well, mine, however, are not buttoned up. Archie?
Oh, the beer is on your desk.
Thank you. Miss Hanson, stop brooding. Try some of this beer.
But, Mr. Wolf, my heart's broken.
As a man who's lived a good many years, Miss Hanson, permit me to assure you that the easiest way of mending a broken heart is by filling the stomach.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin and Gigi Pearson, Jay Novello, Herb Butterfield, and Byron Kane. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Deadly Sellout. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday means another visit with that entertaining eating establishment, Duffy's Tavern.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? You're expecting Mr. Wolf at your place in 3 hours? Your place is where? Yes. Well, I'm expecting Hetty Lamar in 15 minutes. Yeah, but, mister, we're both out of luck.
Archie, what are you babbling about?
There's a character on the phone who's laboring under the naive delusion that you're about to make a trip upstate.
His name?
Finley, he said.
In that case, he's quite correct.
Yeah, he's quite yes, Mr. Finley. Mr. Wolf will be there. Yeah, goodbye.
I shall need some beer, Archie.
The bottle opener's in the right-hand drawer.
Thank you.
What one of us needs is a psychiatrist. You're voluntarily leaving your happy home, exposing yourself to the elements, entrusting your only life to a savage automobile?
I am.
Oh. Somebody's offered you the United States Treasury, huh?
Mr. Finley happens to grow orchids. Among them, he has developed a plant possessing spurred labilli. I have an opportunity to purchase a couple of the plants, therefore...
I don't believe it.
But, Archie, according to the reports I have received, he has produced a strain of black cypripedium.
Oh, well, in that case. But, Mr. Wolf, while it's true that black may be the color of your true love's hair, it is also true that black is the color of funerals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
The beginning of the case of the Phantom Fingers actually had nothing to do with black orchids. The first act was played in an old house at the end of an old dirt road. It was short and simple. As short as life. And as simple as murder.
Joe, I didn't believe the letters I got. Didn't believe them until now. I've been a lonely man. No wife, children. Joe, it was all coming to you after I died. There was no need for you to steal from me. All you had to do was wait. Joe, that gun. Put it down. No.
Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolf.
How much longer?
Oh, an hour, maybe. Why?
I'm a fool.
Yeah, well, payday's tomorrow. I refuse to agree with you. Besides, the trip's been fine so far, huh? So there's snow on the road, but,
Phooey.
Well, it's nice snow. Pretty soon it'll be spring, and in the spring...
If you mention old Tidmas once more, I shall strangle you.
No, it's against the law. But you know, that snow melts much faster, the trees won't look so pretty.
Trees, are they really necessary?
Uh-huh. People cut them down and make paper out of them. And they take the paper and make dollar bills. Mr. Wolf, we're surrounded by future thieves.
I prefer the finished product. What on earth is that?
Sounds like a river.
Indeed.
Except there aren't any rivers around here.
Hey!
Yeah?
Up ahead.
What? Huh?
It's a river. Only it isn't a river.
It's wet.
Yeah, it's wet and it's got waves on it. Had to start raining, too.
Nature. Phooey.
The road behind us is covered with water. We just have to keep going onward and upward.
Would you like to recite Excelsior to me?
Why, sure. Shades of night were falling fast when through an alpine village passed...
An idiot of your caliber, no doubt.
Oh.
That infernal engine has died.
No, the road dips up ahead. And where it dips, there's a junior Mississippi growing up.
Splendid.
Not so splendid. We can't go back and we can't go forward.
Why not?
They didn't build this model to swim.
No foresight. What do we do now?
Well, we could abandon the car and,
Walk, are you mad? Are you seriously suggesting I indulge in a foot race with the flood?
Yeah, well, not seriously, but,
You've decided to give the car a swimming lesson?
No. There's what looks like a cow path leading off the highway. To your right. Maybe it's a road.
We progress. We now follow the footstep of the cow.
It is a road. An old dirt road. Not only that, it goes up.
Is that good?
Theoretically. We might get above the water that way.
And if the theory fails?
Mr. Wolf, how are you on the Australian crawl? Hey, it's
been another car on this road before us. You can see the tire tracks in the mud.
Interesting. An indication that there are other maniacs about. I myself would not have chosen this particular spot to picnic in.
Well, it's not that. There's somebody lying on the road.
People have peculiar habits. Ignore him and drive on.
Hold on a moment. Mr. Wolf, you better come out here.
My madness has its limits. The answer is no. Serious, Archie?
Very serious.
Oh, very well. Good heavens.
Yeah, still alive, but...
The man's being shot. He's mumbling.
Joe.
He's yelling for Joe.
Be still.
Don't forgive stealing. Don't.
So much for that. Pick him up, Archie. Put him in the car.
Might be bad for him to be moved.
No, there is nothing that can be bad for him. He's dead. Is this blasted road leading anywhere, Archie?
Well, seems to be a clearing up ahead. Maybe... Hey, it's a house.
Splendid.
I'm not so sure. It's perched up on top of a cliff, surrounded on three sides by nothing. On the side facing us, there's a deep ravine and a small wooden bridge.
An island in the air.
Yeah, high enough to keep above water, maybe, but... Now, that bridge doesn't look too good. Rain may have weakened it.
I have no choice, Archie. I have no intention of being drowned in these barbaric surroundings. The bridge, Archie.
Okay, hold on. No, the thing's collapsing under us.
How momentum, sir.
Well, if it doesn't, 37 blondes are going to be wearing black. Correction, 38. I forgot the one in Gimbel's bargain basement. Hey, we made it. The bridge will never be the same, though. There's a car ahead of us in front of the house.
The car from which our dead friend, was thrown. Only one set of car tracks in the mud along the road, and here...
And all we have to do is walk in, ask for the owner of the house, and,
Possibly, and possibly not. Archie, go through the corpse's pockets.
Oh, that's not cricket. Yeah, all right. I'm going through. Not much on him. Handkerchief, silver, driver's license. The name was, James Miller. Address Garner Lane, Walden. You know, I've got an idea this is Garner Lane, Mr. Wolf.
In which case, someone named Joe was looking after the house for him, committed theft, and murdered Miller. Miller's body was then dumped on the road in the hopes that the floods would wash the body away. No one at the house seems to have noticed our arrival.
No. Well, let's go in and ask for Joe, huh?
Very well. Hard. With the bridge down, there's absolutely no way of getting on or off this place.
Except for a mountain goat. I don't know any mountain goats. I used to know a plain goat once, though.
Indeed.
He ran at the 5th at Jamaica.
Stop maundering.
I never maundered. Also, I never win bets on horse races. That's why I continue to work for you.
That is also why you had better ring the doorbell.
Okay. Nobody's going to break a leg rushing to open the door.
I suppose you try it. I have had more than enough of the weather.
Is that polite? Besides, the killer may have some more bullets in that gun.
Are you afraid?
Sure.
Fooey, the door, Archie.
But old Dr. Tidmouse would say... Well, never mind. Hey, somebody was careless leaving the door open like that. On the other hand, has a spider ever shut its web? The answer is no. Are we flies? Yes.
Out of my way, Archie.
There are lights up ahead. Must be the living room.
Excuse me.
Sure. You're excused.
Do you live here, sir?
Do we? No, don't you?
Of course not. This is very strange. I came out to see the people who live here, or the person. I found the door open and no one about. I've been sitting in this corner now for a long time.
Oh, it's a pity no one offered you a plum pie. Then you could have stuck in your thumb.
You saw no one enter, sir?
No one at all. I didn't want to go any further. It would have seemed like prying.
Perhaps you had better come along with us.
Well, all right. You know, this place, it has an evil atmosphere.
Certainly has. What it needs is fresh air.
Phooey. This would be the living room door. Ajar a bit.
It is. Looks as pretty as a picture. Oh.
Hello.
Well, just think of it. 5 minutes ago, you know, I didn't know you existed. And you didn't know I existed. And now...
Archie, your existence would have a sudden end unless you keep quiet. Excuse us for intruding, Miss...
Intruding? Oh, but I really should ask you to excuse me.
You do not live here?
I wish I did, but... You see, I've been out walking. I live maybe a mile from here, and then when the flood began, I thought I'd come in here and stay for a while.
And you found?
An empty house.
That's not what I found. As old Dr. Titmouse has often said...
Go through the rest of the house, Archie.
Go through the... Well, never mind. I'll,
That sound?
Somebody's walking. Coming downstairs. I'll go and see. Hey, you! Come on into the living room. Meet your guests in one or several pieces, as you prefer.
What? Oh. Hiya, folks.
Ah, a host at last.
That's very funny. I think I'll laugh.
May I ask why?
Because this here ain't my dump. I was just casing the joint. I was just taking a stroll.
Through the house?
I'm eccentric.
Oh, clever. However, I think you'd better stay.
Why?
Because you may turn out to be the owner of this house after all. I rather think introductions are in order.
Well, I'm Peg Shirley.
My name is Wagner.
Joseph Wagner?
Lewis.
How about you, Stroller?
Cregan. Sam Cregan.
Peg, Louis, Sam. Mr. Cregan, while you were strolling upstairs, did you notice anyone else about?
No.
There was no one outside when Archie and I entered. The bridge is down, effectively cutting us off from further visitors. We may assume, therefore, that we are the only people in or about this house.
Yeah, it's cozy, ain't it?
Which further means that one of you three is a murderer.
What did you say?
The murderer is the person who owns or lives in this house. All three of you denied being that person. Conclusion, one of you is a liar. I hardly expected a full immediate confession. However, we are absolutely isolated here. No one is going to come or leave until we have a killer.
You know, you can't really keep us here.
The flood can and will. Remember, the bridge is no longer. So you see, just the five of us alone. No one else inside the house, no one outside. Therefore...
Correction, Mr. Wolf.
Maybe it's a branch or something tapping against the door.
Unlikely. Archie.
Okay, I'll go see who or what it is.
Hey.
Who in the world is that?
What?
I got him. Somebody shut the door.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
A disreputable and unwashed gentleman, head badly hurt. Is he conscious, Archie?
I don't know. He's mumbling something.
Legs pushed off. Fell from the ledge.
He's passed out. I guess he was trying to say that somebody pushed him out on a ledge. On the side of the cliff, maybe. He must have regained consciousness and crawled to the house. Where'll I put him, Mr. Wolf?
Bedroom, I suppose. We'll need first aid. We can't get a doctor. Cregan, where are the bedrooms?
Yeah, one right up at the head of the stairs. And don't ask me how I happen to know.
We shan't. Archie.
Okay. I'll need somebody to help me carry him up without shaking him too badly.
Cregan?
Okay. Let's go.
As for the rest of you, Mr. Wagner, Miss Shirley, I suggest we return to the living room.
But I don't see any reason why we should take orders from you.
One of you is a murderer. I include Mr. Cregan, of course.
Oh, but that poor man wasn't dead.
Not for lack of trying. However, I was not referring to him.
You mean someone else has been killed?
Precisely. That is why I hope we shall not hear another knocking at the door. It could only be a corpse. Archie.
And Cregan.
Yeah.
The injured man?
Still out. Probably got a concussion.
Did he say anything further?
Well, he babbled a bit. I don't know if...
We should assume we're among friends, Archie. Exactly what did he say?
Well, he was pushed over the edge of the cliff because he saw Miller killed.
Did he also see who?
No, passed out before he had a chance. He's an old tramp, Mr. Wolf. He was bumming his way through the country when he saw the murder.
He must have decided on a touch of blackmail and receiving a concussion instead, which may last for hours or for days.
Somebody's playing with the lights.
Some fool.
The switch was over this way. Lights are on again. Whose idea was that?
I had nothing to do with this.
Me neither.
Miss Shirley, why did you scream?
Well, someone brushed against me in the darkness.
You were standing?
Near the table, this table.
Archie?
No, nothing on the table except a bunch of keys on a ring.
Something screwy. Why should a guy put the lights out just to deposit a bunch of keys on a table?
Obvious. Without doubt, those are the keys of this house. Possession of them would have disclosed which of you lives here and which of you therefore killed Miller. It's late. I shall sleep down here, lacking an elevator to transport me upstairs.
The elevator's lacking.
Yes, the rest of you should be able to find bedrooms upstairs. Good night. Archie.
Yeah?
Follow them upstairs. Spend the night awake.
Okay.
Good heavens, Archie.
On my way. What's cooking up here?
Somebody's playing with the lights up.
Strike a match.
You don't have to. I got a flashlight.
Oh,
Yeah.
here it is. Light switch. You know, this putting out of lights is getting to be somebody's bad habit. Well, all three of you seem to be okay. Stay here.
Where are you going?
Tramp's room, right here at the head of the stairs. Think of all your good deeds while I'm gone. All right, downstairs again.
What, again?
Oh, dear. What happened?
Well, there was more than a bunch of keys this time.
Oh, that knife. There's blood on it.
There should be. I just pulled it out of a man's heart. Well, Mr. Wolf, one of these three babies doused the lights, popped into the tramp's room, deposited the knife in his chest, and popped right out again.
The knife you're holding?
Yeah.
Intelligent of you to wrap a handkerchief around the handle.
Well, whoever killed the tramp didn't have time to fool around with gloves, so...
There should be prints on the knife handle. Satisfactory, Archie.
That's mild enthusiasm.
Archie, on that desk, an ink pad.
Yeah.
Miss Shirley, you carry face powder, of course?
Yes, I do.
Archie will need it to bring out the prints on the knife. He will then fingerprint each of you. Compare your prints with those on the knife, and we shall have a murderer to hand over to the police. Archie, will you begin, please?
Here they are, Mr. Wolf. 3 cards labeled with Miss Shirley's name, Cregan's, and Wagner's. Their respective prints are on each card.
Good. I have the knife here. Several quite distinct prints on it. It should be child's play to, Archie.
Yeah?
Take your own prints and mine.
What?
Do as I say quickly.
Yes, sir. All right, give me your thumb. Thank you. That's it. Now mine. Thank me. That's it.
There's something wrong. Something wrong and deadly loose in this house tonight.
Well, there's a card with your prints and mine.
Thank you.
Now you got 5 cards altogether.
So I have. Archie.
What now?
Take the ink pad and a fresh card with you.
Where am I going with them?
Upstairs?
But, Mr. Wolf, there's nobody upstairs except the corpse.
Precisely. It is his prints I want.
This is so
ridiculous. It's over with.
Tired of this.
Archie?
Yeah, I got the dead man's prints.
Will all of you please sit?
All right, but it's...
Good heavens, young woman. Be careful. We want no accidents.
Sorry, I caught my high heels in the rug.
Archie, the card with the corpse's prints on it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I've had quite enough of this nonsense.
Have you, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, and so have I, Mr. Wolf. Also, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Perhaps not. However, I have something rather interesting to tell all of you. There is no one in this house besides yourselves, except, of course, for the dead man upstairs. There is no one on the rock on which this house stands, except for another dead man in our car.
Look, we already know all that.
Bear with me. We may rule out secret passages, unusual hiding places, or anything of that esoteric and childish nature. We may also rest assured that no one has come to or left this house or rock within the last few hours.
Well, that means we're kind of hermetically sealed here, huh? Meaning also that whoever was here when the tramp was killed is still here. Still here in this room.
Correct, Archie. Now then, I have checked the dead tramp's prints against those on the knife. Theoretically, suicide was possible. However, the prints do not match.
That guy was in no condition to kill himself anyway.
True. And I checked Archie's prints and mine against those on the knife. No similarity.
Oh, but no one suspected either of you.
Thank you, but I had to be thorough. That left only the three of you. I compared your cards and the prints on them with the prints on the handle of the knife.
And?
I want you to remember one thing very clearly. We are the only living people in this house or on this rock of land. No tricks are possible and may be ruled out.
All right, so what?
This. The prints on the handle of the knife that pierced the heart of the man upstairs do not match his prints or the prints of anyone in this room.
Yeah, no, mine wouldn't match.
Would you mind saying that again?
He doesn't have to. And those cards, Mr. Wolf, has the prints of everybody here. And yet none of them match the prints on the knife handle.
But, well, in that case, who or what killed him?
Why, there must be someone else in the house.
I give you my word, there is not.
Hey, you thinking about ghosts or something?
Ghosts never leave fingerprints.
I've got to get away. I can't stand this.
Me too. Come on, lady.
But I'll come along with you if you don't mind.
Mr. Wolf.
Let them go. The bridge is down. They can't get far.
Okay. But I don't get it.
Get what?
Well, the fingerprint business. And who killed Miller plus the tramp?
The identity of the killer, Archie, is quite obvious.
It is? To who?
To whom?
Who's whom? That's a joke. Yeah, I'm stalling for self-respect. You know?
Of course I do. I have no conclusive proof, however. I had hoped the fingerprints would be of assistance there, but they proved to be phantoms.
I'm still smarting about the other thing. You know, it's at times like this that I almost agree with you about my intelligence.
Lack of intelligence?
Yeah, well, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. Just go ahead. Yeah, well, maybe you better rub it in. From now on, you may refer to my brain in the negative.
In the negative? Bless you, Archie.
What I've just done, I don't know, but can I have a raise?
No.
I'll take it back.
You can't. Get the others in at once.
Mr. Wolf, you now have the appearance of Mr. Wolf being surrounded by several dozen bottles of beer. What have I done?
You've explained the fingerprints, Archie. Hurry. I don't want to keep the killer in suspense.
I don't care. No, I'm very nervous. I don't like this.
Archie.
They're all here.
Yes, but they're all making a noise. Stop them.
Miss Shirley, Mr. Cregan, Mr. Wagner, will you please shut... Mr. Wolf, they have.
Thank you, Archie. Now then, I have known for some little time which of you killed the tramp and Miller. I lack proof, however.
And you have it now?
I will admit for a while I was flummoxed by the negative evidence of the fingerprints. They seem to indicate that the tramp was murdered by a phantom. However, the word negative itself has solved the minor problem.
Minor to who?
To whom? Never mind. Shh.
Archie, what is the salient feature of a film negative?
Well, I suppose it's the fact that the darks are light and the lights are dark, huh?
Precisely. A reversal, then, of the actual appearances. Now, are there any similarities between filmed images and fingerprints?
Oh, in a way. You could call the whorls and hollows that determine the individual characteristics of a fingerprint the lights and darks, huh?
You could. I shall. Miss Shirley, yes. Would you help in an experiment?
Well, of course.
Thank you. Archie, I want you to take Miss Shirley's fingerprints once again.
Okay. Pad and card. Here you are, Miss Shirley.
All right.
Archie, quick.
Huh?
Grab her arm.
I got it. Well, usually I don't have to be coached, but...
Let go of me. What are you trying to do?
Miss Shirley, you already had pressed your fingers on the ink pad once. Why were you about to do it a second time?
Well, I just wanted to make a better impression.
Hurry. Archie, wipe some of the ink off her fingers.
Oh, but then it won't be any good.
It'll be very good, Archie.
I've done it.
And take the print.
No, let go of me.
Maybe. I never hurt women if I can help it, but right now I won't be able to help it. Mr. Wolf wants your prints all over again, so down on the nice white card.
No.
There, thanks.
Will you let me have that card now, Archie?
Sure.
In the meanwhile, hold on to Miss Shirley.
A pleasure.
Indeed? Would you continue to think so, Archie, if I told you that Miss Shirley's first name is not Peg, but happens to be Josephine, for which the diminutive is Joe?
Glad they're fixing the bridge. I was beginning to think we'd be here forever.
Phooey, we have been.
You know, if those black orchids have been holding their breath waiting for you, they're going to be red in the face. Hey, new breed, red orchids, huh?
Archie, must you talk?
Well, it's fun. Also, you've been holding out on me about the case.
I surrender.
Okay. You know, when we compared the new prints of Josephine with those on the knife, you could have knocked me over with a sash weight. They were identical.
Naturally. She stabbed the tramp.
Yeah, but what was the fingerprint gag?
She merely loaded her fingers so heavily with ink that she falsified the markings. She filled up the hollows and walls with ink. The result was that ridges became hollows and vice versa, in the same fashion that a photographic negative falsifies lights and darks.
You got that when I mentioned the word negative. It works, huh?
Try it sometime.
Yeah, the very next bank I robbed. But you said you knew who killed Miller and the tramp even before you exposed the fingerprint gimmick. How?
We knew Miller's murderer lived in this house, had been stealing from him and so on. Stealing what? Cash, of course. He, as the girl admitted, was an eccentric, kept his money on the property. Cregan had probably heard of it, hence his casing of the house.
Yeah?
Our problem, therefore, was to discover who lived in this house. All three suspects denied it. Josephine Shirley told us, as you may remember, that she'd gone for a walk and then been driven by the flood to this house where we found her.
Well, that's what she said it could have been.
No, because as you may also remember, she tripped at one point over the living room rug and mentioned why.
Sure, she said she was wearing high heels. Uh-oh, because out in the country there are no pavements, so girls don't go for a walk in high-heel shoes. Therefore, she hadn't gone for a walk. Therefore, she was lying. Therefore, she killed Miller, and... I should have noticed those heels myself.
You should have, Archie. Your trouble, I suspect, was that you didn't notice the feet for the legs.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Howard McNear, Tim Graham, and Eddie Fields. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Vanishing Shells. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is compiled through arrangement with Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson is the curator of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. He will brief you on today's case from the official files of Scotland Yard, number 899MR952.
Good afternoon. If you're a murderer by trade,
I would suggest that there is no surer way to hasten the end of your career than to select a policeman as your victim. Now, this thing is the running board of a motor car. It was concerned in the brutal death by violence of a police constable. Now, Chief Inspector Quentin Tabsit of Scotland Yard knows more about this case than any other person.
I think that's true, John. Although there were two other men who knew more about it than I.
But they're not living.
No, they're not. Comparatively few men survive hanging. The Chief Constable of Essex telephoned the CID from Romford at 9:05 on the morning of Tuesday, September the 27th, asking that officers be sent to Stapleford Abbots, a village halfway between Romford and Ongar on the London-Chelmsford Road. I was first on the Chief Inspector's rota, so I was assigned to the case. Accompanied by Detective Sergeant Philip Melanchthon Wise, I went at once to Stapleford Abbots, which is about 4 miles outside the limits of the Metropolitan Police area. I was shown the body of Police Constable William George Greenley, who had been stationed there, and which had been found alongside the road a few miles from the village at 6:30 that morning, the 27th. The constable explained to Wise and me what had happened.
We know it happened sometime after 1:30 a.m., Chief Inspector, because I met him at a conference point at that time.
Where, Constable?
Near Grove House, on the road to Ongar, about 600 yards from where the body was found, sir.
Go on.
He'd been shot 4 times, sir. Twice through the head and these other 2.
That's...
Oh, yes, sir. They shot the poor chap square in each eye.
Horrible.
Well, they drown in their own blood, sir.
At least they'll hang.
Bill Greenley and I was kids together, sir.
They'll hang.
He had his pencil in his hand, sir. His notebook was lying on the road near him. He'd evidently stopped a car and was talking to them.
Marks on the road?
I'll show you, sir. It isn't far. I'd rather like to get out of here.
Wise and I followed the constable along the road to a spot where it had been cut to a small hill. The banks on either side at the edge of the road shoulders were about 6 feet high.
That's the place, sir. Here's where they found him, sir, where the grass is pressed down.
Little blood here.
Not as much as one would expect, sir. Over there on the other side, you see there's quite a blood stain on the grass. We think he was first shot there, and then he dragged himself across the road and he shot his eyes out on this side.
Yeah. There's a motor car here, all right?
Yes, sir, we saw that.
Where's my sergeant, Sergeant Wise?
Down the road a bit, sir. Back there.
Oh, yes. What are you looking at, Sergeant?
Come down here, sir.
Come along. What?
That car was going pretty fast. See here.
Skidded off the road, didn't it?
When he flagged it down, no doubt.
See, it skidded through the grass on this side. Tire marks where it stopped.
Right toward London, wasn't it?
No doubt about that, sir, from the marks.
Was there anything written in Constable Greenley's notebook that would give us any idea?
Nothing, sir, after the notation about meeting me at Grove House at 1:30.
Much traffic through here, Constable?
Not much, sir.
This chap was certainly going pretty fast.
Especially on a twisty road like this one, I'd say.
Many fast drivers around here?
No, sir, none I know of.
Stranger then, probably.
Except he must have known these twisty roads pretty well, sir.
Which puts us right back where we started, doesn't it?
Well, he had a good reason for wanting to.
What'd you say, Wise?
I said either that, sir, or he had a good reason for wanting to get back to London in a great hurry.
Now, why would a stranger take the chance of breaking his neck by driving this kind of a road at 40 miles an hour? He's going at least that fast along here by the tire marks.
And why should he murder a policeman who stopped him?
What do you think, Sergeant Wise?
Well, what we need to look for is some crook running away from something. Running back to London to hide.
It's a pretty shrewd guess, Wise.
Well, I think so myself, sir. But what was he running from?
Well, I wonder if that was a stolen car he was running away with, sir.
the tiny police station back in Stapleford Abbots, I asked to have someone remove the bullets from the body of Constable Greenleaf. A local surgeon volunteered to do it for us for the usual fee provided by the Home Office. After some difficulty, I was put through to Whitehall 1212 in London. I asked for Inspector Bailey.
Inspector Bailey speaking.
Hello, Pat. Tabsett here.
What are you up to, Cranston?
Need to know something, old boy. Got any reports of a car stolen last night in this part of the country?
What part of the country are you in?
Oh, Stapleford Abbots, Essex, I'm sorry.
I have to look it up. Where shall I call you?
Well, I'm at the police station in Stapleford Abbots. Ring me back as soon as you can, will you, please?
Right. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think, Wise?
Well, it isn't a bad guess, sir. We'll see. By the way, I had a look at those powder stains on the face of the dead chap.
Oh?
Had a smell, too. They're from black powder. Old-fashioned black powder, not modern nitrocellulose. That'll be something else to check on if we do find anybody. If he has a gun that shoots black powder cartridges...
Right.
Excuse me, sir. There's a telephone call for you, sir.
Who is it, Constable?
London, sir. You can take it on that same phone you were using, sir.
Thanks. Don't go away. Chief Inspector Tabsett here.
It's Bailey here, Chief Inspector. You used second sight or something up there.
What?
The first item on my list of stolen cars for last night is a four-seater Morris Cowley touring car. Painted blue, index mark TW6120. Stolen at about 2:30 a.m. from the garage of Dr. Kelm Haggerty of Billericay. Guess you don't know the names 12 miles east of where you are.
Just a second. Blue Morris Cowley, four-seater, TW6130.
No, 6120.
Right, TW6120. Dr. Kenelm Haggerty, Billericay, about 2:30 a.m. Thanks, old boy. Do as much for you one day. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that might be our car, gentlemen.
All we have to do now is find it, sir. If it is.
We'll find it, Wise.
I hope so.
Now, look, Wise. This car was taken from Billericay at about 2:30 a.m. What I want you to do is to get around the countryside between here and Billericay and talk to people.
Yes, sir.
I want you to find out if any of the people around here happen to hear a car driving at high speed sometime between 2:30 when it was stolen and 6:30 when they found the constable's body.
Yes, sir.
We'll accomplish two things, you see. A, whether that's the car we want, and B, by plotting on a map when and where it was heard, its probable destination. You see?
Right you are, sir.
You see?
Oh, certainly.
You said there's not much traffic in these parts, Constable.
Well, there isn't, sir. Somebody will be sure to have heard it.
Well, let's get cracking then.
Yes, sir. Where will you be?
I'll be back at the yard. I'm going to check up on known motor car thieves. I'll be in touch with you. Good luck, boys.
Thank you, sir. Come on, Constable.
I returned to my office at Scotland Yard. Before setting in motion our machinery for checking the whereabouts of known criminals who were at liberty, I dispatched Emmons Carlson, an expert on motor car tires, to Stapleford Abbots to see if he could identify the tire prints the motor car had left on the road. He'd hardly left London when I had a telephone call from Sergeant Wise.
We've already had some good luck, sir. A farmer 4 miles this side of Billericay heard a car traveling at high speed at 2:40 in the morning. And a widow, a mile and a half further along, heard it, she thinks, at 2:45 or thereabouts. She says it sounded like a Morris Cowley, like her own car, sir.
Better and better, I thought. A little later, reports began coming into me on the known criminals who had been checked in London. 14 had already produced alibis. One, a smash-and-grab artist who had dabbled in motor cars, a chap named Whitey Wogan, was having difficulty proving his. The search went on. Information on the stolen Morris Cowley, identification number TW6120, was given general circulation. With no results. 3 reports the next day from Sergeant Wise.
One from a retired colonel of the Cherubim, sir. 5 miles east of Ongar. Heard a car at 3:15 a.m. One from an apartment
26 more people with criminal records were checked. All had alibis. Whitey Wogan still refused to talk. Emmons Carlson reported him from Stapleford Abbots.
Here it is, sir, on the chart. I made these photographs on the spot. You see? Pretty blurred they are, sir, but you can identify them. Now here, on the chart, type B, 1/32, or 1/23, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
4 parallel lines round the circumference of the tire. Diagonal lines at the edges of the tire.
Mm-hmm.
Short diagonals the other direction, in the center. Oblique parallelograms, you might say. Can't be anything but a Dunlop Fortuner tire.
Does that do us any good, Carlson?
I telephoned Dr. Kenwin Haggerty, sir, at Billericay. The stolen car was equipped with Dunlop Fortuners.
No doubt now that was the murder car. Another report from Sergeant Wise placed the car 5 miles north of where the constable was murdered at 3:30 a.m., still headed south. I ticked off the reports on a map of the area. It was a circuitous route, but there was no doubt of it. The car was headed for London. But then the trail was lost. A report from Percy Young in the ballistics laboratory.
About those bullets taken from the body of the constable who was shot near Stapleford Abbots, Chief Inspector.
Yes, Percy, what'd you find out?
They're all from a Webley 38 caliber revolver. Seems to be, I should say, somewhat obsolete manufacture, but I'm not sure of that.
You could identify the particular gun they were fired from if we got hold of it, could you, Percy?
Of course. Take it in.
Unfortunately, I haven't got it, Percy. Unfortunately, I haven't got anything. Unfortunately, all I've got is the knowledge of the car the murderer rode in. And the fact that the car is probably somewhere in London. With the murderer, I hope. Unfortunately, I have no idea who he is. Yet. But we'll find out. You can't murder a policeman and get away with it. I'll bring you the gun sooner or later. Sergeant Wise came in.
Afternoon, sir.
Hello, Wise.
Got some news for you.
Good. What?
They found the car.
They have? Why didn't they tell me?
Your telephone was busy, sir.
Ah. Brixton.
Been there all night, apparently, they said.
Sure it's the car?
Blue Morris Carley, 4-seater, number TW2160.
Mm-hmm.
Fingerprint people and all are there now. Looking it over.
Brixton, you said?
Brixton, yes, sir.
That's where Whitey Wogan lives.
Who, sir?
Car thief.
Oh.
Won't tell us where he was the night of the murder.
I'll bring him in, sir.
Better. I'll go and have a look at the car first, though. Here's his address. See you later there.
Right.
Could be possible, I thought, as I drove over to Brixton in the police car. We'd see. They were going over the Morris Cowley with a fine-tooth comb as I arrived. They hadn't found much, according to the sergeant in charge.
Nothing very much, sir. Let's see that list, Factory. Ah. Drops of what appears to be blood on right-hand running board, sir.
You collected them?
All right, sir. Laboratory's got them already, sir. Bits of grass and daubs of clay on the edge of the same running board.
We'll want that to compare with clay from the spot where the constable was murdered, Sergeant.
See to it, Zachary. Oh, yes, and between the cushions of the front seat, this revolver cartridge, sir.
What kind is it?
Obsolete type, sir. For a Webley 38, but the issue of this kind of black powder cartridge was discontinued in 1913, sir. I'm quite an expert on firearms, sir.
Good. That's just the kind we were looking for, Sergeant.
I'm very happy, sir.
That all? What about fingerprints?
Not a sign of one so far, sir. Still looking, sir, but so far clean as a Coldstreamer's boots, sir. And who might you be, miss?
My name's Miss Winnie Clapsaddle, mister. And I'm here because I come with a sergeant, so don't give me none of your back chat or I'll dot you one over the ear all like I done him.
Oh, don't
open your fly trap to the cops, Whitey dear.
What's going on here?
Excuse me, Chief Inspector.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant White. What?
Excuse me, sir. This is Whitey Wogan.
Don't say a word, Whitey.
And, who are you, please, miss?
I'm his sweetheart. I'm the barmaid at the Saracens Head Public House, and I'll thank you for none of your back chat neither, mister.
Now, look here.
She insisted on coming along, sir, when I picked up Wogan here.
But I'll do the talking, too.
Perhaps you can tell us, then, young woman, why your sweetheart is in possession of all those newspaper cuttings referring to this murder case.
It's still Whitey Duck. He's in possession of these here blinking newspaper cuttings because he wants to find out what it is you coppers is badgering him for. The poor lamb.
Oh. And the blood-stained bandages I found in your room, Wogan?
Don't blush, Whitey, dear. It happens to anyone.
What are you talking about?
Hold your temper, Whitey, love. I'll tell you why they're there, and I'll tell you why my poor little Whitey don't want to tell you where he was while this murder was going on. It's because I hit him over the noggin with a Guinness bottle when he refused to kiss me in public. And it took 2 constables to drag us to the police station. That's why.
Is this true, Wogan?
Of course it's true. And you can prove it by looking at the police charge sheet for that last night when we was both in the clink for disturbing the peace. He never murdered no one, mister. He's just plain embarrassed.
It was true. Our only suspect had been nursing a broken crown in jail, which his 13-stone sweetheart had inflicted on him. We were at a dead end. The evidence had run out. Here was the murder car. Here was the victim's blood. The forensic laboratory established that the stains were of the same blood type as Constable Greenlee's. We had a cartridge which we were certain was from the murder gun. Scotland Yard had traced everything but the murderer himself. The coroner's inquest on the body of Constable William George Greenlee returned a verdict of death at the hands of person or persons unknown. He was buried with full police honors, and the bugler sounded the last toast at his funeral, because he had once been a soldier. The Home Office began paying his wife her pension. We kept on. We questioned more than 1,500 persons who might conceivably have committed the murder. Our man was not among them. But he was still at large. And no policeman ever forgets the murder of another policeman. The months went on, and Wise and I were assigned to other cases. One day, almost a year later, Wise came into my office. Hello, Wise.
Hello, Chief Inspector.
What's up?
You ever had a hunch?
I never had a good one.
Yes.
You have had, though.
I have one now.
Forget it. What's it about, Wise?
Well, I was reading in the Police Gazette about a case. A very unimportant case in Sheffield the other day. It was quite interesting.
Don't be so bloody mysterious, ma'am. What was it?
A lorry driver had some trouble with a reckless driver. The driver shot down a side street and disappeared.
Yes?
I said it was a hunch, sir.
Go ahead. I've already got this report together.
This lorry driver noted down the number of the car.
Well, what?
It was a stolen car.
Thinking about that poor blighter that was murdered, the Essex constable.
I haven't forgotten how somebody shot that poor chap's eyes out, Chief Inspector.
Neither have I. Go on.
Well, they picked up the driver of the stolen car, and this chap told them who he bought the stolen car from.
Who?
Got it from a garage man in London here named Frederick Guy Sears.
Sears? Name means nothing to me.
It didn't to me at first. But out of habit, I expect, I looked him up a little. He has a record. He's been sent down twice.
Have the Sheffield police picked him up?
No, they can't find him.
Oh. What's your hunch?
Well, he's a car thief.
Apparently.
He was in the Royal Engineers, and...
Well, that's no crime, so was I.
Yes, but you didn't steal a .38 Webley revolver, old boy.
Did he?
So I hear, Chief Inspector. That boy in Essex was shot with a .38 caliber Webley. We still have those bullets they took out of his head?
Mm-hmm.
Then they could tell us if they came from that gun.
If we find the gun.
Let's go and look for it.
Well, I don't know.
That doctor's case of instruments that was in the Morris Collie, they were never found either.
Right.
They might be at his garage, too.
Hasn't anybody been in that garage looking for him?
No, I know the sergeant who was there. He didn't look around very carefully. I think I could get a warrant of search.
You said the man was missing.
I know where he is.
Where?
Dartmoor.
In prison?
No. A friend of his is being released after a 3-year term. He went up to welcome him out of prison.
Coming back to London?
Today.
You seem awfully anxious to find this fellow, Wise.
I hate a cop killer, Chief Inspector. Don't you?
Get your search warrant. The garage was closed, of course, but we got inside all right. I doubt anyone saw us. It was a relatively empty place. One big, concrete-floored room and a desk in one corner behind a wooden railing. A few tool shelves along one wall. Filing cabinets or two alongside the desk. We walked across the floor first.
Not much of an office.
Let's have a look in the desk drawers.
Right. Empty.
This one's empty, too.
This, too.
Try them all.
Doesn't he keep anything here?
Pretty careful man. Nothing incriminating for anybody to find.
Well, you must keep some papers here or something. What's in here, I wonder?
Cabinet. Open it.
It's locked.
Open it.
Is there a pinch bar?
Here on the wall.
That ought to do.
Anything interesting?
Alarm clock. Wrenches. What's he want to hide this stuff for?
Because it locks up, I guess. Doesn't trust his friend.
Suppose so. Look here.
What is it?
One of those gadgets the doctor puts in his ears and listens to your heart with.
Stethoscope. What else?
Oh, I dropped it.
What is it?
It's 2 or 3. Look like... That's what they are.
What do you mean?
My hunch was right. These are doctor's instruments.
What was that doctor's name, the one that owned the car?
Kenelm Haggerty.
You've got a good memory.
Oh, not so good. It's stamped right here on the handle of this lancet or whatever it is.
Well, indeed. Now, all we have to do is find that Webley revolver and somebody's going to hang.
Well, this cabinet's empty.
Wonder about those tool shelves.
Have to look, I expect. Hope he doesn't walk in on us before we...
Speak of the devil, boy.
What?
Somebody's coming.
There's only this one door.
Get on that side. I'll take this one.
Right, sir. See anybody?
Big husky chap coming.
Alone?
Seems to be.
What do you want me to do, sir?
Pick up that spanner there and tap him gently on the sconce if he leaps on us.
Right, sir.
If you have to hit him, be careful. We want to save him for the hangman, you know.
If he's the right one.
If he isn't, he'll do till the right one comes along. Are you Frederick Guy Sears?
Who's this? Only you.
I'm Chief Inspector Tabbs of the Scotland Yard, and I arrest you on...
Look out, he's got a revolver.
You!
Look out!
Drop that. Get off my neck! Get off!
Are you hurt, sir?
Get off!
That one did it.
Is he out cold?
Doesn't seem to be, sir.
Right. Well, in that case, I arrest you on suspicion of the murder of Constable William George Green.
All right, sir.
I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing. Maybe using evidence. You got the gun, Wise?
Have a look at it, sir. It's what we're looking for. A Webley .38 revolver. And unless I'm much mistaken, these are old-fashioned black powder cartridges. Come along with us, Mr. Sears. There's a man that wants to see you.
He was the man. He and an accomplice whom we found easily from the directions Sears gave us had murdered Constable Greenlee. You wonder at the brutality of shooting out his eyes. Sears told us why.
I heard the picture of the last thing a man sees before he dies stays right on his eyeballs. I was the last thing he seen, but he didn't have any eyeballs left when I got done with him.
Sears and his accomplice were tried at Old Bailey a year and a month after they'd committed the murder. They were both hanged. One at Pentonville and one at Wandsworth. Same day.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 were Harvey Hayes, Horace Graham, Lester Fletcher, Guy Spall, Winston Ross, Peter Forrester, Maurice Gosfield, and Beulah Garrick. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. If you were offered odds of 4 to 50, you'd think they were pretty poor, wouldn't you? Well, then just imagine how hopeless a person suffering from cerebral palsy must feel. His chances of getting any kind of treatment are exactly that, 4 out of 50. Well, you say to yourself, why? Why is that? Because it takes money to train the needed specialists, to build and equip the necessary treatment centers, to solve the mysteries of this baffling condition. Although many of the 550,000 sufferers from cerebral palsy are virtually helpless, their cause isn't helpless. No, that's where you come in. They can be helped by accurate diagnosis, by active treatment and loving care. Make it possible for them to become useful, productive citizens. They have the will. You can help provide the way. Enlist today in this fight. Send your contributions to United Cerebral Palsy in care of your local postmaster. Forget them not. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orson Welles. The late William Archer was as formidable a gentleman as you would wish to meet. From 1884 to 1923, he wrote dramatic criticism for almost every important paper in England. And almost every American and English playwright at one time or another winced beneath his pen lashings. Then later in life, he developed a secret passion, a disgraceful passion for a dramatic critic. He wanted to write a play. Mr. Archer was a very thorough old gentleman. The first thing he did was to write a book in which he explained exactly and in great detail how plays should be written. It became a classic. No young playwright since then would dream of writing a play without carefully consulting and following the rules and dictates laid down by Mr. William Archer. No young playwright, that is, except Mr. William Archer, who at the age of 63 sat down and wrote a play in which he took care to break every single one of the rules that he'd set down in his manual. It was called The Rajah of Rook. It was changed to The Green Goddess. Opened on December 27, 1920, at the Walnut Street Theater in Philadelphia with Mr. George Arliss in the leading part. and was an immediate and overwhelming success. Ladies and gentlemen, it only remains for me to tell you that our guest tonight is the star of such fine motion pictures as The 39 Steps, The General Dies at Dawn, The Prisoner of Zenda, and the new Paramount picture Cafe Society, the beautiful and talented Madeleine Carroll. But before we begin, a word from Ernest Chappell.
Not so many years ago, tomato soup and cream of tomato were unusual dishes, enjoyed very much, but not very often. Today, of all the soups in the world, tomato soup is the one most often served. Not because women have taken to making tomato soup frequently. No, on the contrary, few housewives ever attempt it anymore. There's just one reason for tomato soup's popularity, and it is this: the magic, matchless flavor of Campbell's tomato soup. There's a lively verve, a dashing zest about this flavor that people take to at once and come back to and enjoy again and again. The first racy taste of it has a way of arousing a desire to eat, and yet there's a pleasant feeling of satisfaction when the last spoonful is gone. So this soup is a happy choice for the main dish at lunchtime or at supper, and it also is a fine way to start the day's main meal. Serve it sometimes, too, as cream of tomato, made with milk instead of water. You can always be sure that it will be received with pleasure, because this, of all soups, is the one people like to have most often: Campbell's tomato soup. And now for Miss Madeleine Carroll, Mr. Orson Welles, and the Green Goddess.
Yes, Doctor? Did you do anything about the wireless? Straight north. Coil's gone. How far's Bahari? I'll make it soon.
Anthony, I'm frightened. The fog's getting thicker.
Here, Lucilla, take a drink of whiskey. Rest you up.
No, thanks. You've been drinking enough for both of us.
We'll have to get my warmth somewhere. My wife certainly doesn't provide any. Now, do you, my dear?
Anthony, I'm sure we should have landed at Bahari by now. Ask Dr. Traherne.
Don't tell me you haven't perfect confidence in our silence, Lucilla.
Please, Anthony, this is no time.
On the contrary, it's a very good time. We have to sit still and listen to me for once. Lucilla, I know very well what's on your mind. What's been on your mind for months. You're cursing the mistake you made in marrying a poor devil of a soldier man instead of a first-rate scientific genius like our Dr. Traherne. Come on, make a clean breast of it.
I have nothing to say.
Well, my dear, if you only have patience for a year or two, I'll do the right thing for once and drink myself to death.
Well, Dawson?
No use, Captain. The air's dead. We're out of contact.
The colonel's worried. He sent me over. Major Chesterton and his wife were passengers on Dr. Traherne's plane. How long ago was his last message?
40 minutes.
That's not so long.
1 minute longer to be flying blind in a Himalayan fog, sir.
Oh, you're a confounded pessimist, Dawson.
Well, I've done some flying over the Himalayas, Captain.
Could Traherne possibly make a forced landing?
Yes, in one of the valleys. But I'd almost rather he'd take a mountain right in the face. Those wild beggars in the interior.
Oh, no, nonsense. They wouldn't dare molest British subjects.
Oh, wouldn't they? 3 of the devils just shot down one of our deputies right here in Amulsarai.
Yes, and they're going to hang for it.
Well, you can't hang all the savages in those mountains, Captain. Not even the British government.
Try him again, Dawson.
Right-o, sir.
Yes, what is it, Traherne? I'm afraid the fog's thrown us so much fog. We're running short of petrol. I've got to make a landing.
There's nothing but mountains all around.
Have to take a chance with the valley. I'm trying to get under the fog. Looks like a peak straight ahead. I see it. I'll nose down to the right.
There's a hole in the fog. Anthony, your glasses. Quick, on my side.
Good. I see a green patch. Right below it. Circle as you drive. Steady. I'll bank. If the petrol holds up, there's a clearing in the woods. Castle or something.
I see it. About 1,000 feet, a little to the left.
No use. Petrol's gone. I'll make the castle. Made to the door of Mrs. Preston's side. Open it. Hold tight, everybody. Here we go. Easy there. Easy. Take it easy, everyone. Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right.
How about it, Traherne? No use. Fella smashed.
It happens to depend on the natives.
Perhaps we could get word to that palace we saw up on the hill.
Well, the natives did that for us, Priscilla. Listen.
Keeping at a safe distance. They're scared of us.
No wonder, the way we landed.
I wonder what sort of place we struck.
Look over there, right above us. That statue.
By Jove. What a creature.
Oh, isn't she?
1, 2, 3, 4. 6 arms.
What a horrible color.
Some goddess they worship. Kali, I shouldn't wonder.
Well, let's have a close look at the lady.
Anthony, they don't want you near the statue.
The devil's what they want.
Make sure I wouldn't anger them. Think of your wife.
I'm quite able to take care of myself and my wife, too, Dr. Traherne.
Please, Anthony, we've got to show them we're friendly. Try talking to them in Hindustani.
Hello!
You were splendid, Lucilla, all through.
I had faith in you.
If I'd had another pint of petrol. But I simply had such a luck.
It wasn't luck. It was you that saved the statue.
There's no use. They can't understand it. We must be well into Central Asia. Rock? Where's that?
Why, I've heard that name recently. Look, I can't remember exactly.
I remember. Anthony, see that Calcutta paper still in the cockpit.
Yeah, I got there. I was reading it on the way. I may have thrown it in. No, yes, it is still in my pocket.
I read something just this morning. Let me have it.
Probably on the province dispatches.
Yes. This is the paragraph. Abdalabad, Tuesday. Sentence of death has been passed on 3 men found guilty of the murder of Mr. Haredale, agent of His Majesty's government. It appears these criminals are inhabitants of Rook, a small and little-known independent state among the northern spurs of the Himalayas.
That's it. Luke, I read it, too. And by the way, this news isn't the best possible passport for 3 Englishmen.
But if we're 100 miles from anywhere, it can't be known yet.
Oh, they won't dare touch us.
Still, I think I'll burn this page. Have you got a match, Chester?
There you are.
Thanks. Well, there she goes. Just in case there's anyone here who can read.
Look out. They're watching us, Doctor.
What's that?
Look. Figures moving through the trees.
It's procession of some sort.
Soldiers? By the heavens. In uniform. Oh, putting out their best foot for us, eh, Doctor?
Well, I hope it's a friendly gesture.
I don't like their looks very much. What's that in the center? They're carrying someone on a letter. Look at the gold on it.
Probably the Raja. Try to feather my revolver.
Steady, Major. Let us take our chances on it being friendly.
Anthony, try to explain to him.
Now, see if he knows the Hindustani. Yapura Kagaran. Yapura Sija Pida Daba. Yamur Tapa. There's no use. The ignorant beggar probably only knows some tribal language. With luck I have with that gun. Raja! Ginunga, say!
I bid you welcome to my humble kingdom.
Your Highness speaks English. Then I can apologize for our landing uninvited in your territory.
Uninvited, but I assure you, not unwelcome.
Where we are given to understand that this is the state of Rook.
To the kingdom of Rook, Major. Major, if I rightly read the symbols of military rank on your cuff.
Major Custer. Permit me to introduce my wife.
I am delighted, madame, to welcome you to my secluded dominions. You are the first lady of your nation I have had the honor of receiving.
Your Highness is very kind.
And this is Dr. Basil Traherne, whose aeroplane, or what's left of it, to see.
Dr. Traherne. The Canadian Dr. Traherne, whose name I have so often seen in the newspaper. The pasteur of malaria.
Well, the newspapers make too much of my work. Very incomplete.
But you're an aviator as well.
Only an amateur.
I presume it is some misadventure, most fortunate misadventure for me that has carried you so far into the wilds of the Himalayas.
Yes, we got lost in the clouds.
Pity.
On our way to Pahari from Amil Sarai. Major Preston is stationed there. I offered to take them in my plane. I'm afraid it was a rash suggestion.
Madame is a sportswoman, then.
Oh, I've been up many times.
Yes, many times.
Well, you've made a sensation here, I can assure you. My people have never seen an aeroplane. They are not... Sure, simple souls. Whether you are gods or demons. But the fact of your having descended in the precincts of a temple of our local goddess, allow me to introduce you to her, is considered highly significant. Is your machine past repair, Dr. Traherne?
Utterly, I'm afraid.
Let us look at it. I guess. Propeller smashed. Plane crumpled up.
Undercarriage wrecked.
I am afraid we can't offer to repair the damage for you.
I'm afraid not, sir.
A wonderful machine. Yes. Europe has something to boast of. I wonder what the priest here thinks of it. He says it's the great rock, the giant bird, you know, of our eastern stories. And he declares that he plainly saw his goddess hovering over you as you descended and guiding you towards her temple.
Hope so. We shall find no difficulty in obtaining transport back to India.
To civilization, you were going to say. Why hesitate, my dear sir? We know very well that we are barbarians. We are quite reconciled to the fact. We have had some 5,000 years to accustom ourselves to it. This sword is a barbarous weapon compared with your revolver, but it was worn by my ancestors when yours were daubing themselves blue and picking up a precarious livelihood in the woods. But Madame is standing all this time. Watkins!
Your Highness?
Watkins, what are you thinking of? Some cushions, a litter for Madame, and mountain chairs for gentlemen. They'll be here in a few minutes. And then I hope you will accept the hospitality of my poor house.
I'm afraid we're giving you a great deal of trouble, Your Highness.
A great deal of pleasure, Madame.
I hope, sir, there will be no difficulty about obtaining transport back to India.
Time enough to talk of that, Major, when you have rested and recuperated after your adventure. You will do me the honor of dining with me this evening, I'm sure.
Your Highness, there's nothing to wear but what we're in.
Oh, I think we can put that all right. Watkins,
Your Highness.
You are in the confidence of our mistress of the robes. How does our wardrobe stand?
Fresh consignments of Paris models come in only last week, Your Highness.
Good. Then I hope, Madame, that you may find among them some rag that you will deign to wear.
Paris models, Your Highness? And you talk of being uncivilized.
We do what we can, Madame. I sometimes have the pleasure of entertaining European ladies, though not hitherto English women, in my solitudes, and I like to mitigate the terrors of exile for them. And then, as for civilization, you know, I always have at my elbow one of its most finished products. Watkins, Your Honor. You will recognize in Watkins, gentlemen, another representative of the ruling race. I assure you he rules me with an iron hand, not always in a velvet glove. Hey, Watkins.
Your Highness, we'll have your little glove.
Yes. He's my Prime Minister and all my cabinet, but more particularly my Lord Chamberlain. No one can touch him at mixing a cocktail or making a salad. My entire household trembles at his nod. Even my chef quails before him. Nothing comes amiss to him, for he is like myself, a man without prejudices. I have sometimes thought of instituting a peerage in order that I might raise Watkins to it, but I mustn't let my admiration for British institutions carry me too far, must I? Here comes the litter. Permit me, madam, to hand you to your palanquin.
Thank you, Your Highness.
I see you have a newspaper, madame. A recent paper is such a rarity. You must allow me to glance at it.
Of course.
The telegraph news is gone. What a pity. In my seclusion, I hunger for tidings from the civilized world.
Well, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I tore out that column.
Well, I know your motive, Dr. Treherne, and I appreciate it. You destroyed it out of consideration for my feelings, wishing to spare me a painful piece of intelligence. That was very thoughtful, but quite unnecessary. I already know what you tried to conceal.
No.
I know that 3 of my subjects, accused of a political crime, have been sentenced to death.
How is it possible?
Sir, we have a saying here in the East. Good news travels on the back of a tortoise, but bad news flies with the eagle. But one thing you can perhaps tell me, is there any chance of their sentences being remitted?
I'm afraid not, Your Highness.
Remitted? I should rather say not. It was a cold-blooded, unprovoked murder.
Unprovoked, you think? Well, I won't argue the point. The execution's to be...
I think tomorrow or the day after.
Tomorrow or the day after, yes. Forgive me, madame, I've kept you waiting. We'll proceed at once.
Your Highness seems so interested. Does Your Highness know anything of these men?
Know them? Oh, yes. Yes, Doctor, I do know them. They are my brothers.
Omnipost to Anil. Your message received. No sign plane you describe. Ready to seek missing plane. Please advise location last known. Hurry.
No, they're down all right. Petrol couldn't last. If they'd only made a landing.
If they had, Crespin would have rigged up their wireless on the ground. He's a good hand at it.
You're a comforting soul, Dawson. One of those born obituary writers.
Well, I don't see no reason to feel cheerful.
Well, keep it coming. I lost the colonel about orders for Pahari. Oh, by the way, advise mountain stations The 3 murderers of Haredale are sentenced to be hanged tomorrow at sunset. Might serve as a warning.
Right, Chief. To all Mountain Station. 3 murderers of Haredale are sentenced to be hanged.
Excellent dinner, Roger. High dinner, how you manage a gourmet feast in this
Savage country. Major, you English feel civilization is your peculiar possession.
Oh, my husband didn't mean that, Your Highness. Naturally, we didn't expect such splendor in your mountain kingdom.
Thank you, madame. My humble castle is indeed splendid if it pleases you. But I must replenish this salon one day. My ancestors had no notion of comfort.
They had considerable notion of a view, I should say, when they built this lotion. I never felt closer to the stars.
My dear doctor, is that a premonition or an observation?
Dr. Traherne is quite an astronomer.
Oh, well, not exactly an astronomer. I can pick out a few constellations, that's all.
For my part, I look at the stars as little as possible. Today I was guilty of a little showing off when I met you with fanfare and troops. Think of the Maharaja up yonder, who night after night whistles up his glittering legions, as much as to say, see what a devil of a fellow I am. I think it's quite in good taste.
I'm afraid you're jealous, Roger. You don't like having to play second fiddle to a still more absolute ruler than yourself.
Yes, perhaps you're right, madame. That's his party, then. But there's something much more to it. I can't help resenting. Let me recommend the brandy, Major. I think you'll find it excellent.
It is indeed.
What is it you resent, Your Highness?
The respect paid to mere size. To the immensity, as they call it, of the universe. Are we to worship a god because he's big?
But if you resent his bigness, what do you say to his littleness? The microscope, you know, reveals him no less than the telescope.
And reveals him in the form of a death-dealing speck of matter, which you, I understand, Doctor, are impiously proposing to exterminate.
I'm trying to marshal the life-saving against the death-dealing powers.
To marshal God's right hand against his left, eh? This mosquito that I've just killed, I'm glad to see you smoke, madame, to help keep them off. This mosquito, or any smallest thing that has life in it, is to be far more admirable than a whole lifeless universe. What do you say, Major?
I say, Roger, if you'd give me another glass of brandy, I'll let you have your own way about the universe.
It's a very satisfactory trade. Your glass, Major.
Thanks. I say, Your Highness, all this is rather out of my depth. We've had rather a fatiguing day. Mightn't we...
To be sure, to be sure. We are now going to committee upon your position here.
Hey, you please, sir.
I'm afraid you may find it rather disagreeable.
Communications bad, eh? We have a difficult journey before us.
A long journey, monsieur. Not precisely difficult.
Well, it surely can't be so very far, since you'd heard of the sentence passed on those assassins.
I'm glad, Major, that you have so tactfully spared the pain of reopening that subject. We should have had to come to it sooner or later.
But when Your Highness said they were your brothers, you were, of course, speaking figuratively. You meant your tribesmen.
Oh, not at all. No. They are sons of my father. They're not of my mother.
And we come upon you at such a time. How dreadful.
Oh, pray don't apologize. Believe me, your arrival has given me great satisfaction.
How do you mean?
I'll explain presently, but first,
let's understand each other. You surely can't approve of this abominable crime.
My brothers are fanatics, and there is no fanaticism in me. My education was wholly European. I shed all my prejudices. I became the open-minded citizen of the world whom I hope you recognize in me. My brothers, on the other hand, turned to India for their culture. The religion of our people has always been a primitive idolatry. My brothers naturally fell in with the adherents of the same superstition, and they worked each other up to a high pitch of frenzy against the European exploitation of Asia.
You mean, sir, you defend this wicked murder?
Oh, no, I think it foolish and futile. But there is a romantic as well as a practical side to my nature. And from the romantic point of view, I rather admire it.
Then, sir, the less we intrude on your hospitality, the better. You'll be good enough to furnish us with transport tomorrow morning.
That is just where the difficulty arises.
Oh, transport, eh?
Materially, it might be managed. But morally, I fear it's, excuse the colloquialism, madame, no go.
What the blazes you mean, sir?
Will Your Highness be good enough to explain?
I mentioned that the religion of my people is a primitive superstition. Well, since the news has spread that 3 Feringis have dropped from the skies, precisely at the time when 3 princes of the royal house are threatened with death at the hands of the Ferengi government, and dropped moreover in the precincts of a temple, my subjects have got it into their heads that you have been personally conducted hither by the goddess whom they especially worship.
The goddess?
Here's her portrait on the mantelpiece. Much admired by connoisseurs.
Then the upshot of all this palaver is that you propose a whole lot of hostages in exchange for your brothers.
That is not precisely the idea, my dear sir. My theologians do not hold that an exchange is what the goddess decrees. Nor, to be quite frank, it is altogether suit my purpose.
Not to get your brothers back again?
You may have noted in history, madame, that family affection is seldom a strong point of princes.
But I don't quite see, Your Highness, what all this has to do with us.
We are approaching the crux of the matter, a point which I fear you may have some difficulty in appreciating. I would beg you to remember that though I am what is commonly called an autocrat, there is no such thing under the sun as a real despotism. All government is government by consent of the people. It is very stupid of them to consent, but they do. If I defied their prejudices or their passions, they could upset my throne tomorrow.
Will you be so kind as to come to the point, sir?
Gently, Major, gently. We shall reach it soon enough. Please remember, too, that I am a slave to theology. The clerical party can do what it pleases with me.
Please, Your Highness, you're torturing
The point is, dear lady, that this theology on which, as I say, my whole power is founded, has not yet emerged from a very primitive stage of development. It demands an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for life.
You mean to say...
Unfortunately, I do.
You kill us?
Not I, madame, the clerical party. And only if my brothers are executed. If not, I will merely demand your word of honor that what has passed between us shall never be mentioned to any human soul. You should go free.
But if your brother assassins are hanged, as they certainly will be, you'll put us to death in cold blood?
Oh, not in cold blood, Major. There is nothing cold-blooded about the clerical party when white goats, as their phrase goes, are to be sacrificed to the goddess.
What of Mrs. Cressman? Does your goddess demand the life of a woman?
Well, on that point, she might not be too exacting. If Madame would be so gracious as to favor me with her society.
Your Highness, not a word, and I'll shoot you.
Anthony.
No use, Major. That gun wouldn't help you a bit. If you killed me, you'd only be torn to pieces instead of beheaded.
We'll take our chances.
Besides, I've had your pistol unloaded. That precaution was taken while you were at your bath.
You devil.
Anthony, please.
I gather, madame, that my offer does not please you. Well, I scarcely hoped it would. I do not press the point. Nonetheless, the suggestion is open.
But what's that sound?
Interesting. If you wait a few minutes, I may have some news for you. I recognize the service call, a message to the air base at Amitsara. Excuse me. Well, Watkins?
The Army Post, Bahari, Your Highness.
What do they say?
Just a moment, Your Highness. Bahari, Army Post, Bueni Sarai. No sign, plane, you describe. Ready to seek missing plane. Please advise location. Last.
Now, much good that will do them. Now, contact, Watkins?
Here's another, Your Highness. It's from Annie Sarai. 2 all mountain stations. 3 murderers of Airedale sentenced to be hanged tomorrow at St.
Turn it off. That's all I need to know.
Yes, Your Highness.
I find your friends are very interested in your whereabouts.
What's that?
Amir Sarai is transmitting messages to Bahari and Bahari to Amir Sarai.
How'd you know?
Why, Major, you're an army man. You must know something of wireless.
Never had occasion. I had operators at my command.
And you, Dr. Traherne?
I know even less than the Major. We heard those sounds, of course, when you went out.
You see, Doctor, we are not entirely benighted. We have a wireless installation.
Did you have anything further to tell us, Your Highness?
Yes. I'm afraid not very good news. My brother's execution is fixed for tomorrow.
Then tomorrow?
Yes. Sunset. But meanwhile, I hope you will regard my poor house as your own. I should not advise you to pass the palace gates. It will not be safe.
Your Highness.
Yes, madame.
I can't believe that you really mean what you've told us tonight. Perhaps you're testing us, having fun at our expense. Will you please now For my sake. Communicate with Anil Sarai and bring about an exchange. Your brother's lives for ours.
No, madame, I am desolated to have to refuse you. It is always difficult to refuse a beautiful woman anything. And you are a very beautiful woman. But you must not ask for the impossible. I've already given you my reason.
And what's to prevent us from throwing ourselves from that low, John, to the rocks below? From cheating your goddess?
Nothing, dear lady, except that clinging to the known and shrinking from the unknown that all of us feel. And besides, you cannot read my mind. As you suggested a moment ago, I may only be playing a little joke on you. You have observed that I have a sense of humor. I'm afraid I've been talking a great deal. Madame, my servant will take you to your room. Ya. See, Thomas. You will see that Madame has everything she needs for her comfort.
Baka.
And may I hope that you will rest well in my humble abode.
Good night, Anthony. Basil.
Good night, my dear. Good night, Lucilla.
If there is anything, Madame, that is not entirely to your liking, I trust you will not hesitate to make your wishes known. Good night, Madame. And now, gentlemen, tomorrow we have all day. Shall we start with a game of billiards? Say 10 o'clock. Now, last whiskey and soda. No? Then good night. Good night.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Orson Welles and Madeline Carroll. Leaving our guest star as an uneasy dinner companion at the Rajah, whose table talk was so disturbing, though the service, I'm sure, was flawless, let's consider this question of food in the drama. So many plays have been written around meals or have featured meals, you can't get through an English drawing room comedy without at least one afternoon tea, or a Noel Coward play without breakfast. In Old English, George Olive solved all his problems by eating a dinner so good and so elaborate that it killed him. And Dinner at 8 wove the threads of half a dozen dramas into the preparations for a dinner party that was just about to start as the final curtain fell. The reason that meals have such an important part in plays is that meals and meal times form an all-important center of our social life, a sort of hub, so to speak, around which all our doings revolve. Meals, from the beginning of our society, have been the occasion and the backbone of entertaining and the focal center of the family. Few things bind people together more than the sharing of meals, provided those meals are gracious and graciously served. Perhaps it sounds exaggerated to say that a meal can't help but be a gracious occasion if soup is on the menu. But it does mean something that for centuries past, soup has been the traditional opening of dinner in many countries whose habits differed in almost every other particular. Soup is at once relaxing and invigorating. Soup greets us at the table with a warm welcome, and this is particularly true of Campbell's tomato soup. Its rich aroma and bright color flash an appeal to eye and appetite, and its sprightly flavor makes you want to enjoy it again and again. So serving this soup becomes a happy family custom and adds a gracious note when you have friends in for dinner. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles.
Good shot, Major. I see billiards is another of many attainments.
I missed that one.
Too bad. Let's try my luck. It's an easy one. I'll try the 3-cushion shot now.
Pretty good, Roger.
Thank you, Doctor.
Roger, joke's a joke. This cat and mouse business is getting on my nerves.
Have another drink, Major. There's a spot for. Chalk that up, Major, please. I wonder if I can cannon off the fight now.
Send us back to the nearest British outpost. We'll give you our word to say nothing of this. This pleasantry you played on us.
Send you back, my dear Major. I assure you, if I were ever so willing, it would be as much as my life's worth. Watch this massage, gentlemen. One of my favorite chops. You don't know how my subjects are looking forward to tomorrow's ceremony. You must be reasonable, my dear.
I ask you no favors except for my wife's sake. But for her, we'll make any concession. Promise you anything.
What can you promise me that's worth a brass farthing? No. Asia has long had a long score against you swaggering, blustering lords of creation. And I mean to see some of it paid tomorrow. In the meantime, gentlemen, there's no reason why we shouldn't behave like civilized beings. It's your turn, Major. The left you a set up.
Let me try the red ball from the cushion.
Beautiful shot. I should like to keep it from my opponents. If it were possible.
Your Honor.
Yes, Watkins.
Mrs. Crispin has come downstairs.
Oh, you'll pardon me, gentlemen. I'll detain Mrs. Crispin only for a few moments. Then she'll join you here. Please continue the game. Dr. Traherne.
Yes?
Last night to inform you knew nothing of the wireless. It's been reported to me there's a wireless set installed in your plane.
That's true. Wireless is now a part of the plane's standard equipment. Unfortunately, I neglected to learn to operate it. We might have escaped being lost in the fog. And your hospitality.
Doctor, I'm forced to admire your tact as well as your billiards. Good morning, Mrs. Crispin. Would you please sit down?
I thought my husband was here.
He's in the next room playing billiards with the doctor. I trust that you slept well.
More or less.
More rather than less, if one may judge by your looks.
Does it matter?
What can matter more than the looks of a beautiful woman?
If you'll excuse me, I'll join my husband.
Oh, pray spare me a few moments. I want to speak to you seriously.
Well, I'm listening.
You're very curt, Mrs. Crispin. I'm afraid you bear me malice. You hold me responsible for the doubtless trying situation in which you find yourself.
Who else is responsible?
Who? Why, chance, fate, the gods, providence. Did I bring you here? Did I conjure up the fog? When you once set foot upon the goddess's precinct, it was utterly out of my power to save you. At any rate, men of your party, if I raised a finger to thwart the goddess, it would be the end of my rule. That's my life.
What you really mean, Rajah, is that you don't dare risk it. You haven't the courage.
You take a mean advantage, madame. You abuse the privilege of your sex in order to taunt me with cowardice.
Let us say, then, that you haven't the will to save us.
Reflect one moment, madame. Why should I have the will at the risk of all I possess to save Major Crispin and Dr. Traherne? Major Crispin is your husband. Does that recommend him to me? Forgive me if I venture to guess that it doesn't greatly recommend him to you. He is an only too typical specimen of the breed I detest. Pig-headed, bull-necked, blustering, overbearing. Dr. Traherne is agreeable enough, I dare say, a man of genius.
If you kill him, if you cut short his work, you kill millions of your own race whom he would have saved.
I don't know that I care very much about the millions you speak of. Life is a weed that grows again as fast as death mows it down. At all events, he is an Englishman of Feringhi, and I may add, without indiscretion, that the interest you've taken him, oh, the merest friendly interest, I'm sure, does not endear him to me. One is, after all, a man, and the favor shown to another man by a beautiful woman. Madame, think over my suggestion of last night. I do not talk to you of romantic love. I respect you too much to think you accessible to silly sentiment. But such as it is, I ask you to share my kingdom as its queen. Your son, if you bore me one, should be the prince of princes. You have the courage to die. Dear lady, why not have the courage to live? I feel sure, madame, you might find life with me quite interesting.
If you've finished, Prince, please allow me to be with my husband and my friend for what time we have left.
As you wish, madame. But the privilege of changing your mind is open to the last. Allow me. Watkins.
Yes, Your Highness.
It occurred to me, Watkins, that perhaps it's not quite safe to have our visitors so near the wireless room. Their one chance would be to communicate with India. They appear to know nothing about wireless, but I have my doubts.
It's quite possible.
I want you to stay in this room and in their presence to send out a message that will startle or enrage them. We will watch their faces very closely to see if they give any sign of understanding it. Here, I've written a message in this paper. Here you are.
The lady has come to terms. She will enter His Highness's household. Very good.
I'll get them in here on the pretext of a little wireless demonstration, and then I'll tell you to send out an order to Tashkent for champagne. That'll be your cue.
Very good, Your Highness. But afterwards, if, as how you were saying, there was to try to correct me,
Corrupt you, that would be painting the lily with a vengeance.
Suppose they tries to bribe me, sir. What are your instructions?
You may do exactly as you please. I have the most implicit confidence in you, Watkins.
My grateful thanks to you, sir. But I thought if I was to pretend to send a message for them, it might keep them quiet, like.
Very true, Watkins. It would not only keep them quiet, but the illusion of security would raise their spirits, which would be a humane action. I am always on the side of humanity.
Yes, sir. Then I'll humor them.
Just a moment. We shall test them now. Watch closely as you send the message. Major Creston.
What is it?
Watkins is just going to send a message by wireless. I thought it might amuse you and the doctor to see it work. Mrs. Crispin, too, if she wishes.
Very well. You come, sir?
Yes, of course.
Here you are. This, you see, is the apparatus. Ready, Watkins?
Yes, sir.
Have the order for Tashkent?
Yes, Your Highness, but I haven't coded
Oh, never mind. Even if some outsider does pick it up, I dare say we can order 12 cases of champagne without causing international complications. Waiting for a reply signal.
I help myself to some more of your excellent brandy, Roger.
Anthony.
By all means, Major Crispin.
I've got them.
May we speak? Oh, yes. We won't be heard in Tashkent.
Have a drink, sir. No, sir. Now, let's eat, drink, and be merry for tomorrow.
See, that's all. That's how it's done.
How many words did he send?
What was it, Watkins? Forward by tomorrow's caravan. 12 cases champagne, usual brand, charge our account settled.
That's right, sir.
12 words.
Can they really make sense out of those blasted silly fireworks?
I hope so, else we shall run short of champagne.
Any orders, Your Highness?
No orders, Watkins.
And may I remind you, sir, that it's time for your appointment with the High Priest.
Very well, Watkins. You can send word that I'm coming.
Very good.
And now I trust you'll excuse me for a little some arrangements for tomorrow's ceremony. Please make yourselves quite at home.
What was the message? Quick. Said the lady had accepted our life on his terms. A trap for us.
Anthony, you were splendid. You gave no sign.
Compliment from you. Most unusual. I'll have another drink on that. I think he was fooled. Or he wouldn't have left us here. Can we break the door to the wireless set? No good. It'll make a noise. We'll be interrupted, and then the game will be up.
Then you better try to bribe Watkins.
We'll settle what message to send if we get the chance.
Dictate, all right.
What about this now? Wait. Major Creston, wife, to Hearn, imprisoned Rook, Raja's palace, lives in danger. No, we want something more definite.
How would this do? Death threatened this evening. Rescue urgent.
Excellent. How will we get Watkins?
There's a bell. I'll try it. Now we better decide what to do if he won't take money, and we have to use force to get his keys. What shall we do with him?
There's only one thing. Over the balcony.
Oh, no.
There's a drop of 1,000 feet.
Anthony.
Save your sympathy, my dear, for a worthier object. But it can't be helped. If I can get 3 minutes of that instrument on.
Then, sir?
Yes, Watkins. We want a few words with you. Oh. You mind coming over here? We don't want to speak loud.
How?
I just say you can guess what we want with you.
I ain't no hand at guessing, sir. Rather you'd have with it plain.
You what's proposed for tomorrow.
I've heard as how your numbers is up.
Surely don't intend to stand by and see us murdered, 3 of your own people, and one of them a woman.
What's my own people ever done for me? A woman, either.
No good for her. Come down to tin deck. All right. What do you take to get us out of this?
Get you out of this? Why, if you was to offer me millions, how could I do that?
By opening that wireless cabinet and sending this message through to the Annual-Sarai Aerodrome.
That's all very fine, but what price have you gents to offer?
Nothing down, no spot cash, that's clear. You'll have to take our word for whatever bargain we come to.
Your word?
Our written word. We'll give it to you in writing.
Well, that's better. What about the little first installment? You ain't quite on your uppers, are you now? You could come down with a little something, couldn't you? Be ever so humble.
I have 300 rupees and 5 10-pound notes.
On the table, if you please. And you, Major?
250 rupees. Oh, and some loose change. There, take your first installment. What about the balance? Should we say £1,000 apiece?
1,000 apiece? £3,000? Oh, you're joking, Dr. Trier.
Well, I'd double my bid. 2,000 apiece.
If your lives ain't worth 5,000 apiece to you, there ain't nothing doing. My place here's worth 15,000 to me, and there's all the risk, too. I ain't charging you nothing for that.
We appreciate your generosity, Watkins. 15,000 it is. Now get to work quick and call up Ambulance Arrive.
Right you are, ma'am. Handy little cabinet this year.
Isn't there some special service call you must send out to get Ambulance Arrive?
Hold on there, I knows it. Here it is.
That's not a service call.
Right. Got them, sir. Now the message.
Come on, Vernon. Take it this way, over to the balcony. Cut him up. Hurry up, put him along. To the back. Now, over with him. That's a good job. Now, can you lock that outside door?
No key in it, Anthony.
The soldiers, the passage. I'll try to hold it. Can you send through a message? If they'll give me a minute, I can. Well, that's fine. You used to cut him. I'll have to adjust it. Now, here goes. Here's this. No, I didn't take an air. Leave the car if I get him. Someone stay at the passage. Hold them to her. Just a few more seconds. I'm almost through. Right door.
Homemaker. And the cat's away.
Anthony, put off your shoes!
Did you get that message through?
Anthony!
Did you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Major Preston, wife, Raham, in prison. Group, Water Palace. Yes, Preston, this evening, Preston.
I apologize, madame, for this unseemly display. The fanaticism of my people is beyond my control, I assure you.
What is it? What are they doing?
Your husband's body, madame, they are laying it at the feet of the goddess, you see. I have 3 brothers, head for a head.
Roger, you'll pay for this, whether we're dead or alive.
I'm not so sure. The Major didn't get your SOS through. I have nothing to fear. If he did, nothing can save me. And I may as well be hanged for a wolf as a lamb.
How long have we left?
Till the sun's rim touches the crest of the mountain. The blast of our great mountain horn will announce the hour, and you will be led to the sacred enclosure.
Your Highness, will you grant us a last favor?
By all means, if it is in my power. In spite of your inconsiderate action of yesterday.
Considerate?
Watkins, you know, poor Watkins. Great loss to me. But I bear no malice for a fair act of war.
Then you'll leave us alone for the time that remains.
Very well. It's quite brief, I'm afraid. And oh, by the way, you need have no fear of the ceremony being protracted. It will be brief and I trust painless. Those are my orders. And before I go, madame, may I remind you of my offer? Not yet too late. Till then, au revoir.
Lucilla.
Yes.
It will make no difference now if I tell you what I couldn't before.
I knew without your telling me. We might have been very happy.
Not easy to die. Chesterton has every reason to live.
Perhaps easier than it was, living without a reason. We found each other and you know. Tell me that I can think of it when please, just once.
I love you, Lucilla.
I love you. If only I...
Back.
Madame? Dr. Traherne? I regret to intrude, but the time of the ceremony has unfortunately come.
I am ready.
Pity, madame. The last time, must I do violence to my feelings by including you in the approaching ceremony? There is still time.
Will you stop tormenting this lady?
Remember my power, madame. If I may not take you back to my palace as my queen, I can send you back as my slave. Have you nothing to say?
Nothing.
I repeat my offer.
Devil, I'll kill you all. You...
Chivalrous, but ill-advised, Dr. Traherne. I regret it, and so will you. I am, for the moment, not a king, but a priest, and must observe a certain dignity. Ridiculous, isn't it? My colleagues here now insist that since you have publicly struck the chief of their sacred caste, your death alone will not appease the fury of the goddess. They insist on subjecting you to a process of expiation, a ritual of great antiquity, but...
You mean torture?
Well, to put it crudely, yes. Some quite remarkable combination.
Oh,
no! Not you, madame, not you.
I must speak to you, Your Highness. Speak to you alone. Send Dr. Traherne away.
Lucilla, what are you thinking of? Lucilla!
I beg of you, Roger, I beg of you. 1 minute, no more.
Very well.
Lucilla!
How are you?
I mean, Lucilla!
Well, madame, we have less than a minute.
Let him go. Send him back to India unharmed, and it shall be as you wish.
And how am I to know that you will keep your word? I must have a pledge of your good faith, for without a pledge, madame, I don't believe in it one little bit.
What pledge?
Only one is left. Dr. Traherne himself. I may, though it will strain my power to the uttermost, save his life while keeping him in prison. Then, when you have fulfilled your bond, we'll let him go free. But the moment you attempt to evade your pledge, by death or by escape, I will hand him over to the priests to work their will with, and I will put no restraint upon their savage instincts. Choose, my dear lady. Choose. You have exactly 20 seconds.
But, Your Highness...
Yes, madame?
I no longer have to choose. Do I?
Dr. and Mrs. Basil Traherne, the Grand Duke Dmitri of Croatia, Madame la Vicomtesse de Belfort, His Highness the Rajah of Roof, Sir Alfred.
It was good of you to come, Your Highness. May I present you to Lady Chesterton there?
How do you do?
And Lord Tinsdale, Your Highness.
How do you do? A pleasure, my lord.
May I present you to Sir Holmes, the Rajah of Roof?
I believe we've met before.
Yes. Your Highness and I have met before.
Under somewhat different circumstances, were they not, Mrs. Creston? Oh, excuse me, how silly I am, Mrs. Traherne. For the moment, I had almost forgotten the Major's heroic end.
You should have every reason to remember it, Roger.
I see you persist in regarding me as a murderer. What a pity, madame, your husband killed my faithful servant. His own death at my hands was a fair act of war.
His Majesty's government didn't view it in that light.
No. The English government has difficulty in taking an unprejudiced view about such matters. For that reason, you now see me, madame, swelling the ranks of the kings in exile. But I find retirement has its compensations. For instance, the clerical party of Rook. No longer bothered with them. Mrs. Traherne, for the sake of old times, may I have the pleasure of this walk?
You must excuse me, Your Highness.
Well, then perhaps you and your husband will do me the honor of paying me a visit in my villa at Monte Carlo. It is less picturesque than my castle in Rook, but you will find it more comfortable, and I assure you a great deal less hazardous.
I think I prefer not to impose upon your hospitality again. Now, will you excuse me? Here is my husband.
Oh, Dr. Traherne.
Your Highness.
How do you do, dear doctor? Your wife and I were just having a most charming conversation. Quite like old times. Just between us men, Dr. Traherne, it was really a blessing that things turned out as they did, don't you think? You and Mrs. Traherne appear to be exceedingly happy, and I can't help but conclude that perhaps in some small way I have contributed to your happiness. And for my part, had she remained in Rook, I am now of the opinion she would have turned out to be a confounded nuisance anyway.
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with Miss Carroll. But meantime, I spoke a little while ago of the popularity of tomato soup. Almost anywhere you go, you'll find this is the ruling favorite among soups. Indeed, I believe that if people could have only one kind of soup, they would choose tomato soup. And furthermore, in nearly every case, it would be Campbell's tomato soup. Now, why is this so? One reason is that it is such a versatile soup. The lively aroma and the bright glow of it beckon to the appetite so that it makes a tip-top beginning for dinner. There's real nourishment in it, too, making it a fine lunch or supper dish. And for extra nourishment, it may be served as cream of tomato with milk added instead of water. But the main reason Campbell's tomato soup is the world's favorite is its flavor. Just about everybody likes the tang and liveliness of it. Little folk just learning to feed themselves spoon it up eagerly, and throughout their growing years it holds their favor. Men, liking keen, racy foods, take to this soup with enthusiasm. Women like its bright flavor, too, and its bright look on the table, and the bright greeting it receives. Yes, there's no question, but America's #1 soup is Campbell's tomato. Is it #1 on your weekend grocery list? It should be. And now, here's Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll agree with me that when Mr. Archer set out to write a melodrama, he wrote a melodrama. I'm glad, however, to report that not a single hair of Miss Carroll's lovely head has been ruffled by this evening's harrowing experience. Here she is, none the worse for it, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
I might explain that Miss Carroll has just returned from a vacation trip to Europe. Miss Carroll, on behalf of these United States of America, may I say how pleased we all are to have you back.
Not nearly so pleased as I am to be here tonight, especially since I can now be the first to congratulate you on the great tribute that was paid you this week, when you were voted the outstanding new radio star of the year in the Scripps Howard Radio Editors Poll. I was very sincerely delighted to hear it. You deserve it.
Well, that's very nice of you, Miss Carroll. Of course, I'm very proud, and so is everybody else in the Campbell Playhouse. And we'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the editors in this country and in Canada who have paid us such a fine compliment, and to tell them that we shall continue to try and live up to the honor they've done us.
I don't think there's any doubt of your doing that. Thanks again and good night.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Green Goddess, the role of Lucilla Crespin was played by our guest, Miss Madeline Carroll, the Rajah by Orson Welles. Robert Spate played Major Crespin, Ray Collins was Dr. Treherne. The part of Watkins was played by Eustace Wyatt, that of Dawson by Edgar Barrier. Alfred Shirley was Caldwell, and Maurice Ancram was the High Priest, the part which he played in the original productions about 18 years ago. Music for the Campbell Playhouse tonight was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Orson Welles, will you tell us something about next week's story?
Well, there it is. There's next week. Next week, we're doing a Broadway success of some 10 years ago, Burlesque. Burlesque by James Manker Waters, and that great American producer, Arthur Hopkins. Burlesque is about the show business, about a girl and her love for a ham comic, as he called himself, how she left him and how she went back to him. And it's really more than that. It's a great story of a great business. So until next Friday night when we present Burlesque, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse next Friday evening to hear Burlesque. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, The Maltese Falcon. The starring players, this is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Mary Astor.
This is Sidney Greenstreet. And this is Peter Lorre. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players and Warner Brothers' sensational mystery story, The Maltese Falcon. It stars Humphrey Bogart as Private Detective Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Miss Wonderly, Sidney Greenstreet as Caspar Gutman, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. This is the story of the Maltese Falcon and of the people whose lives it touched and seared. It began in San Francisco when a beautiful young woman, who identified herself as Miss Wonderly, walked into the offices of Spade and Archer, private detectives. Miss Wonderly had just told Sam Spade why she wished to engage detectives when Spade's partner, Miles Archer, entered the office.
Oh, excuse me, Sam.
Oh, it's all right, Miles. Come in. Miss Wonderly, this is Miles Archer, my partner.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
Miss Wonderly's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Floyd Thursby. They're here in San Francisco. Miss Wonderly has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him. The chances are he won't. Miss Wonderly wants us to find the sister, get her away from Thursby, and back home.
But I want you to know that he's a dangerous man. I don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corinne, my sister, if he thought it would save him.
Uh-huh. What time is he coming to see you, Miss Wonderly?
After 8 o'clock.
All right, Miss Wonderly, we'll have a man there.
Oh, I'll look after it myself.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Will $200 be enough for a retainer?
Oh, plenty. Oh, it'll help if you meet Thursby in your hotel lobby, Miss Wonderly.
I will. Thank you again.
Goodbye. Well, Archer, what do you think of her?
Sweet. I'm going to enjoy shadowing her.
Okay, sucker. You call me if you run into any trouble. Hello? Yes, it's Spade.
This is Lieutenant Dundee, Spade.
What's on your mind, Copper?
Don't you mind be interested in knowing that your partner, Archer, was found in an alley near the St. Mark, shot through the heart from close range. Blast burnt his coat. Coming down for a look at him before he's moved?
No. You've seen everything I could.
His gun was tucked away on his hip. It hadn't been fired. His overcoat was buttoned. Was he working, Sam? Well?
He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
What for?
Now, don't crowd me. I'll see you after I break the news to Archer's wife.
I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Oh, hello, Copper. Come on in.
Break the news to Archer's wife, Sam?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a gun do you carry?
None. I don't like 'em much.
You don't just happen to have one on you.
Search me. Turn the dump upside down if you want to. I won't squawk if you got a search warrant.
Why were you tailing Floyd Thursby, Sam?
I wasn't. Archer was. For the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
Sorry, I can't tell you that.
You didn't go to Archer's house to tell his wife. I called up and the girl from your office was there, and she said you told her to go.
What are you leading up to?
Just this, Spade. Floyd Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel about a half an hour after I talked to you.
Oh. I came into my apartment just a few minutes ahead of you. I was walking around thinking things over.
I knew you weren't here. I tried to get you on the phone. Where'd you walk to?
Just around. Thursby die?
Yeah.
How'd I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 4 times in the back.
Hotel people know anything about him?
Nothing. Except he'd been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
You find out who he was? What his game was?
No, I thought you could tell me that.
I've never seen Thursby dead or alive.
Now, look, Spade. You know me. If you did get Thursby, you'll get a square deal from me. And most of the breaks. I don't know that I'd blame you a lot. Man that killed your partner. But that wouldn't keep me from nailing you.
That's fair enough. Now, would you mind scramming? I got some thinking to do, and I'd like to get a little sleep before daylight. Hello? Yeah, this is Sam Spade. Oh, I was just going to call you. Where are you? Well, the Coronet on California Street, apartment 101? What's that? The name's Miss LeBlanc. Okay, I'll be right out. Good morning.
Come in, Mr. Spade. Mr. Spade, I have a terrible, terrible confession to make. That story I told you yesterday was all just a story.
Oh, that. Well, we didn't exactly believe your story, Miss... is your name Wonderly or LeBlanc?
It's really O'Shaughnessy, Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
Oh. Well, Miss O'Shaughnessy, as I said, we didn't exactly believe your story. We believed your $200.
Oh?
Yes, you see, you paid us too much to be telling the truth.
You knew that when you accepted the money?
Oh, I suspected it. I was positive when Joe Cairo called on me.
Joe Cairo?
Yeah. Yeah, he seems interested in Floyd Thursby, too.
What did he say?
About what?
About me?
Nothing.
Well, what did he talk about?
Well, he offered me $5,000 for a black statuette of a bird. He was pretty sure I had it or knew where it was.
Do you?
Oh, I think I know someone who does, and $5,000 is a lot of money. But right now, the police are trying to find out who hired us to tail Floyd Thursby.
Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
No, I don't think they do. I've been able to stall them so far.
Must they know about me at all, Mr. Spade? Couldn't you manage somehow to shield me from them?
Maybe. But I'll have to know what it's all about.
I can't tell you now. Later I will, when I can. You must trust me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm so alone and afraid. I've got nobody to help me if you won't help me. Be generous, Mr. Spade. You're strong. You're brave. You can spare me some of that strength and courage, surely.
Sister, you don't need much of anybody's help. You're good. Chiefly your eyes, I think, and that throb you get in your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
All right. I deserve that. But the lie was in the way I said it, and not at all in what I said.
Ah, now you are dangerous. Still, Cairo offered me $5,000.
It's far more than I could ever offer you if I must bid for your loyalty.
Yeah, that's good coming from you. Have you given me any of your confidence, any of the truth? I can't go ahead without more confidence in you than I have now.
Can't you trust me just a little while?
How much is a little? And what are you waiting for?
I must talk to Joe Cairo.
Oh. Well, you can see him tonight. I know where to reach him.
Oh, he can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
We'll all meet at my place, then.
All right.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joe. Mr. Spade told me about your offer for the Maltese Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
Oh, it is ready.
You were ready to give us $5,000 if we turn the Falcon over to you.
I shall be able to give you the money as soon as the bank opens in the morning.
But I haven't got the Falcon.
Then why did you send for me?
Because I'll have it in another week.
Yes? Where is it?
Where Floyd hid it.
If you know where he hid it, why must we wait a week? And why are you willing to sell it to me?
I'm afraid. After what happened to Floyd, I'm afraid to touch it except to turn it over to somebody else right away.
Exactly what did happen to Floyd?
The fat man.
Gutman? Is he here?
I don't know. I suppose so.
If you two let me interrupt for a second, I can answer that. Gutman is here.
How do you know?
Because he called me and asked me to see him.
Have you?
Not yet. I thought that after our friend Cairo here left, I'd find out just how you and I stand before I took on any more clients.
Now do you know how you and I stand, Sam?
Yeah. If I can believe anything about you. But you're such a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Well, I wouldn't brag about it. Was there any truth at all in that yarn you were telling me about Thursby and the Falcon?
Some. Not very much.
Well, we've got all night before us.
I'm so tired. So tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is a lie and what is the truth. I wish...
Hey, look, honey. I think I'd better have a talk with Gutman in the morning. Now, Mr. Gutman, shall we talk about the Falcon?
Oh, by all means, Mr. Spade. But first, answer me a question. Are you here as Miss O'Shaughnessy's representative?
Well, there's nothing certain about it either way yet. It depends.
Maybe it depends on Joel Cairo?
Maybe.
The question then, Mr. Spade, is which you'll represent. It'll be Miss O'Shaughnessy or Mr. Cairo.
I didn't say so.
Who else is there?
There's me.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, sir, wonderful. I do like a man who tells you right out he's looking out for himself. Don't we all?
Uh-huh. Now let's talk about the Blackbird.
Let's, Mr. Spade. Have you any conception of how much money can be got out of that Blackbird?
No, but you just tell me what it is, and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what that bird is?
I know it's black enamel and about a foot high, and I know the value in human life you people put on it.
Miss O'Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is?
He offered me
Cairo didn't either?
He offered me $10,000 for it.
Do either of them know what that bird is, sir? What is your impression?
Well, there's not much to go by, but I don't think so.
If they don't know, I'm the only one in the whole wide, sweet world who does.
Good. And when you tell me, there'll be two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Well, you think again and think fast. You'll do your talking today or you're through. What are you wasting my time for? I can get along without you.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Spade. They're away.
And there's another thing. Keep that gunman of yours away from me while you're making up your mind, or I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you have a very violent temper.
Think it over. You got till 5:30. Then you're either in or out for keeps.
Wilma.
I'm going to kill that guy. I could have done it easy when he was standing there with his back to me.
Of course you could, my boy. But business before pleasure. And we'll be seeing Mr. Spade again before 5:30.
So ends Act One of The Maltese Falcon, starring Peter Lorre, Sidney Greenstreet, Mary Astor, and Humphrey Bogart. Act Two in just a moment. But first, here's a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Some weeks ago, I was being shown through a shipyard, one of the largest in the country, and stopped to chat with a young woman wearing a safety mask. It gave her a stern, rather severe look, but when she removed the mask to chat with me, she was young and blonde and very lovely. Her skin looked so dainty and fresh that I just couldn't resist saying, "My, you look as though you just stepped out of a bandbox." She laughed and said, "Oh, I've been on the job since early this morning, and I haven't even had time to repowder my face. But after all, I do use your powder, you know." Of course, she's only one of millions of busy, important women who use Lady Esther face powder. partly because of its remarkable clinging quality. They explain that when they use Lady Esther face powder, they have the comfortable feeling that their skin always looks smooth and fresh, never streaked, caked, or shiny. But that's only one of the reasons why more lovely women now use Lady Esther face powder than any other kind. There are two other important reasons. First, the texture of my powder is so flattering that it hides little lines and blemishes, makes your skin look younger. And second, the shades of Lady Esther face powder are so rich, vivid, and alive, they give new interest, a look of new beauty to your skin. And both the unusual texture and the flattering shades are the result of my patented twin hurricane method of making face powder. So if you'd like to have your skin look softer, smoother, younger, and look that way for hours at a time, just try Lady Esther face powder.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of The Maltese Falcon, starring Humphrey Bogart as Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Sidney Greenstreet as Caspar Gutman, the Fat Man, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. Late in the afternoon, following Sam Spade's visit to Gutman's apartment, a dying man staggered into Spade's office and collapsed on the floor. He died before he could speak to Spade, but his papers identified him as Captain Jacoby of the steamship La Paloma, and clutched to his bullet-torn chest was the Maltese Falcon. After depositing the Falcon in a railroad station check room and mailing the identification check to his private post office box, Sam met Bridget O'Shaughnessy and took her to his apartment.
You know, Sam, I never would have placed myself in this position if I hadn't trusted you completely.
Oh, that again?
But you know that's so.
You don't have to trust me as long as you can persuade me to trust you.
But Sam, darling.
Well, I think we better let it go at that until we see what happens after Gutman gets here.
The fat man? Here?
Certainly, why not? Anyway, that should be him. So it's too late to change our plans. I'll be right back. Oh, hello, Gutman.
Good evening, sir.
I see you brought company. I can understand the gunman, but I didn't know Cairo was a friend of yours.
No, we're old acquaintances. Now that we're all here, let's go in and sit down and be comfortable and talk.
Oh, sure. Come on in. Look, Angel. Gutman brought a couple of friends along.
Good evening, Mr. Shaughnessy.
Hello, Joe.
You look unusually charming this evening, my dear.
Thanks.
The Gunsul doesn't talk, Angel. Get away from me, punk.
Stand still and shut up.
Listen, you're not going to frisk me, touch me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shut up before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. Oh, you're certainly a most headstrong and unpredictable individual, Mr. Spade. Now, why did you send for me?
You ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
The Falcon?
That's right, Angel. I've got it.
Well, sir, I have in this envelope $10,000.
10,000? Oh, we were talking about more money than that.
Yes, sir, we were, but there are more of us to be taken care of now.
Well, that may be, but I've got the Falcon.
I shouldn't think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon, yet we certainly have you.
Yes, I'm trying not to let that worry me, but let the money wait. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy.
I beg your pardon?
Police have got to have a victim, somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
Two. Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2 then. Well, the point I've got to give the police, a victim when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it. Let's give him Wilmer here.
Why, you dirty rat.
He actually did shoot Thursby and Jacoby, didn't he? Anyway, he's made to order for the part. Let's turn him over to them.
By God, so you are a character, that you are. There's never any telling what you'll say or do next, except that it's bound to be something astonishing.
Well, it's our best bet. With him in their hands, the police will forget the rest of us.
Your plan is not at all practical, sir. Let's not say anything more about it.
All right. I have another suggestion. Let's give him Cairo.
Well, by God, sir.
Suppose we give him you, Mr. Spade, or Mr. Shaughnessy. How about that, huh?
Sam, you wouldn't.
You people want the Falcon, I've got it. The fall guy is part of the price I'm insisting on.
You seem to forget you're not in a position to insist on anything.
No? If you kill me, how are you going to get the Falcon?
By God, sir, you are a character.
Well,
Well, what else can I do? I'm sorry, Wilma. Terribly sorry. I want you to know that I couldn't be any fonder of you if you were my own son. But, well, if you lose a son, it's possible to get another. And there's only one Maltese falcon.
You rat, I'll kill you for this.
Thank you, Mr. Spade. When you're as young as Wilma, one simply doesn't understand these things.
And how about some coffee, Bridget? Put the pot on, will you? I don't like to leave my guests.
Surely. Anything to get out of here.
Now, sir, let's get down to business.
I ought to have more than 10,000.
Of course, sir, you understand this is the first payment. You still don't understand the falcon's worth.
Well, a black enamel bird can't be worth millions.
But it is. Otherwise, I should not have spent 17 years of my life trying to acquire it. The black enamel you refer to, sir, is merely camouflage, covering a solid gold bird encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels.
Okay. So I get millions later. How's about 15,000 now?
Frankly and candidly, and on my word of honor as a gentleman, the 10,000 I gave you is all the money I can raise right now.
Yeah, but you didn't say positively.
Positively.
Well, if that's the best you can do, it's the best you can do. But it's understood the punk has to stand as the fall guy.